and welcome. John and I just wanted to say a few very brief words of welcome and of introduction, because we have a very full agenda with some of the world's most influential thought leaders, journalists, former government officials on both sides of the aisle, and people who have really have a deep stake in these debates. So we don't want to take too much time, but I did want to say just a few words. First of all, I am thrilled that you're all here, and I'm also extraordinarily grateful. In an era when you could just sort of stay at home or stay in your office, we know that our community has people who are, I know certainly over the last year, people whose schedules are really packed full. And so it means a huge amount to the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, to all of us, all of you who are part of it, that we actually take time to come together to think hard about America's global power and influence, what it's been over the last 250 years, what have been the sources of that power, geopolitically, economically, as an innovator, technologically, as an immigrant nation, as a democracy, as a source of human rights and law, and what is at stake as we mark the 250. That's been the guiding theme for this conference, this forum, as we've put it together. We are on the record. We do have a lot of people dialing in. We have 512 people registered to be here in person, and several hundred more online. And we will continue to share the panels. Your questions are incredibly important to the conversation. Please make them succinct and say who you are, because we have such little time, but it's really important. The Chicago Council on Global Affairs has been polling the American public for more than 50 years, and that polling has really taken off over many of my predecessors, some of whom are in the room: John Riley, Marshall Baton, Lester Crown being Chair Emeritus, who really supported that polling. It's extraordinarily foundational. I don't think there's any other organization in the world that has consistently polled the American public for more than 50 years about what their views are on international engagement. And I did want to just say one thing. The peak of Americans' sort of cross the aisle support for global engagement was in 2002, and my colleague Dina, he leads that public opinion team, kindly sent me some numbers, and 71% of Americans supported active U.S. engagement in 2002, after 9/11, after the invasion of Afghanistan, or the engagement in Afghanistan. And ever since then, the margins between those who support and those who oppose have increasingly shrunk. And if you look back, Americans since the so-called silent generation, those born between 1928 and 1945, have been consistently and increasingly less supportive of America's global engagement. Half of millennials and Gen Z, only half, believe that America should have an active global role. So we're here to ask the big questions. We believe deeply in recognizing and understanding how the rest of the world looks at America. Many of you are representing the rest of the world. We have many consul generals here. They're deeply important to our mission. Many of you are from other countries and have made Chicago your home. Some of you have traveled in. Those voices are incredibly important. But thank you so much. John's going to say a word of thanks, because we have tremendous people supporting us, and I personally am grateful to John's support also.
Thank you. Thank you, Leslie. I'm John Edelson. I am board chair of the Chicago Council, and so add my welcome to Leslie's welcome. Great to see so many people here today. I think we've got an interesting and insightful day, so it should be terrific. Really appreciate you all being here. Particularly, I want to thank our partners, so the MacArthur Foundation, for their generous support for this, and our community support partner, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, as well as the University of Chicago Institute of Politics and the University of Chicago Public Policy School, as well as Northwestern and the Buffett Institute for Global Affairs. So very much appreciate their support and appreciate all of your support for being here. Thank you.
And I should also add, I didn't mention Ivo Dalder, the most recent president and CEO of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, who really took the public opinion polling to being every year. And rumor has it he's going to make an appearance at some point today. So.
that says minus 28 seconds. I think all of this is to say that this is going to be a very, very quick but lively conversation here.
Having a hard time hearing.
Well, that's actually D.Ed Glickman stage managing me already. Ever the cabinet secretary. Okay, is that better? Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Our discussion this morning is entitled The Indispensable Nation with a question mark. And I'm Carl Ann Robbins. I'm a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. And in another life, I was a reporter and editor at the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times. And we are very lucky to have a very distinguished panel here, influential, as David likes to say. John Eikenberry is Princeton University's Albert G. Milbank Professor of Politics and International Affairs. David Sanger is the White House and National Security Correspondent for the New York Times. And Ambassador Julianne Smith is former U.S. Permanent Representative to NATO and Distinguished Non-Resident Fellow of Defense and Security here at the Chicago Council. A quick note on format. John, David, Julie, and I will chat for about 30 minutes, and then we're going to open it up for a few questions and finish promptly whenever the panel tells me to finish it up. I have no control over the acoustics. Whoever has control over the acoustics will please make it louder.
I think you just have to shout, yeah.
Okay. So we're going to start off with a lightning round question. In February of 1998, defending the threat of military strikes against Saddam Hussein, then Secretary of State Madeleine Albright told the Today Show, quote, "If we have to use force, it is because we are America. We are the indispensable nation. We stand tall. We see further into the future. We see the danger here to all of us." So, quick round, one word. How would you each describe the U.S. today under Donald Trump? Indispensable was Madeleine Albright's word. What's yours for the U.S.? Julie?
One word, I would say transactional.
Okay. David, one word?
Unavoidable.
John?
Wrecking ball.
Wait, that's 2 words.
You got 2 words.
Hyphenated.
We're going to come back.
He's a
At
professor.
Princeton, everything's possible.
He's a professor, okay. All right. David, round one. You are a very close observer of President Trump, and you spoke with him on Sunday, so you went from traitor to pen pal.
Yeah, in a month's time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he called you after announcing the ceasefire agreement with Iran, and I was especially intrigued by the president's statement that if they failed to reach a nuclear agreement, he would either resume military attacks or make the United States, quote, the guardian of the Middle East in return for 20% of the region's revenues. So if you strip away the rhetoric, is there a discernible Trump grand strategy for the United States?
There's a discernible Trump use of military power that I think they have, at moments, believed is their grand strategy or confused with a grand strategy. Well, I'll get to that phone call in a second, which was sort of interesting, not what you expect when you walk back into your hotel room in London after a nice quiet dinner. But if you think back to the beginning of the first term, there were 2 military actions that I think really defined his thinking. And the first was Midnight Hammer, which was the strike on the Iranian nuclear sites, Natanz and Fordo and Isfahan, which I think was more successful than we initially understood and collapsed the buildings on top of the material. As far as we can tell, nothing's moved out of there since.
You mean the nuclear dust?
What he calls the nuclear dust and what the rest of us call enriched uranium, but yes. And so, interesting thing about that operation, which was that the military strategy and the political strategy had complete overlap. Which is to say, one-night operation, you go in, you bomb something, you leave, and your only objective was to make it harder to get at this material or destroy the material. Made it harder to get at. Then came Venezuela. And that was also a one-night thing. Sent in the SEALs, was a remarkable operation. Grab Maduro and his wife, send them off to Brooklyn. Why Brooklyn? You'll have to explain.
Because I'm so hip.
Right. Again, the political strategy and the military strategy overlapped. And I saw him 3 days after that operation. He invited us in for an interview that we had planned before the operation happened. It was for 1 hour. We ended up spending 4.5 hours, which was interesting. And that became his model. And going into Iran, he kept saying, publicly, privately, this is going to be the Venezuela model. And we're all looking at it like Venezuela, tiny country, resources there, a government that they could leave highly dependent on them. Iran, 93 million people, vast country, and political objectives that went far beyond something you could bomb, like overthrowing the government. And that, I think, is where he sort of ran off those rails. So to get to your question here, I believe that he thinks that military intervention constitutes, and a willingness to go use it fairly rapidly, constitutes a new grand strategy. And I think the Iranians ended up teaching him a very different lesson, which is, no, you can't take the US military on directly, but you can do all kinds of things to disrupt the global economy, disrupt the oil markets. And yesterday, and I noted this in a story that we had up in the Times last night and this morning, yesterday he basically admitted that this strategy had forced his decision, because he said, I can't become Herbert Hoover. I can't live in a system where we're driving us into recession, depression, inflation, and so forth. And that was basically a ratification of this, and maybe now he has recognized that it takes more than just your military.
John, in December, the administration released its America First national security strategy, and it declared, quote, the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interests. And another quote that really struck me, the days of the United States propping up the entire world order like Atlas are over. It's very different from the grand strategies that you've written about. How far has this administration gotten in disentangling itself from this post-World War order you've written about? And has it brought what the benefits that Trump thought? You know, were we more independent, less burdened, or are we more vulnerable as a result?
Well, first of all, I don't see from that report a grand strategy. It's all kind of a jumble with other quotes like, we are going to be realistic but not realist. We are going to be pragmatic but not pragmatist. We're going to be principled but not idealist. So there's a kind of wordplay there that leads you to sort of just confusion rather than a sense of clarity. But I do think there is a general administration led by Trump impulse towards cutting back, retreating from the old post-war order. 80 years has brought us to where we are, and now that order no longer serves our interests. And you might recall Senator Rubio in his confirmation hearing very, very explicitly saying the order that the United States built now is being weaponized by others to reduce our influence and our interests. And so the through lines are really trade and alliances, which go back to Trump's pre-political views about the U.S. being treated unfairly. So where does this leave us? A wrecking ball. I think it leaves us with less infrastructure for American influence. I do think the United States has brought the world to a point where we should be proud of that long, grand strategy of what I would call order building. So what the difference is, post-war order building, Trump disorder. So that's the most fundamental point. The second point is that order that the United States built in all of its different pieces and unfolding character became a kind of privatized global governance system. That is to say, the US didn't run the world, but the world looked to the United States in both regional and global terms, alliances, trade, underwriting, multilateral institutions, as a kind of framework where all parties, friends, foes, and those in between, would see that as a kind of constant. This is our world. We can make the best of it. We can be advantaged by it. Boats do float up together in various ways. What Trump is doing is taking that linchpin out of that post-war system without really putting anything else in place of it. So I think it's a reactionary kind of political dynamic in kind of world historical terms. It's a bringing down structures, not building, and I think it will be left to the next generation probably to rebuild, hopefully along lines that Americans can be proud of.
Julie, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney got a standing ovation in Davos in January for describing the end of Pax Americana and calling on the middle powers to develop their own grand strategy. And he said, if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. This week at the G7, we saw something different. European leaders, or maybe something we've always seen before, they're once again trying to mollify President Trump. He got a football jersey, he got a gilded dinner. Actually, he said it wasn't gilded, he said it was gold at Versailles.
Important difference.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to redo the Oval Office now? Are America's partners waiting for a return of American leadership? Or are they running out the clock until the next administration? Or are they coming around to Carney's view that they need to develop a strategy of their own?
Well, I think what we're seeing right now in real time is some significant structural changes among our closest allies. They're hedging. I mean, I guess if I had to answer your first question again, giving it a little more thought, the word that's perhaps most suitable is unpredictable. The United States is so unpredictable right now. Our allies don't know if we love them, we hate them, we want to work with them. Yes to cooperation on critical minerals, but no, we're not going to reaffirm America's ironclad commitment to Article 5 in the NATO treaty. So that unpredictability is leading to some interesting choices among our allies. What's happening in real time is that they are going to the G7. They'll be at the NATO summit in a couple of weeks. They show up, they're willing to engage this administration, but in the meantime, behind the scenes, they're building a web of new relationships without the United States. So I'm thinking about the United Kingdom and Japan and Italy building a sixth-generation fighter without the United States. Thinking about the EU and India that finally, after years of talking about it, just signed an FTA. You look at Norway has just chosen not an American company or a European company to provide their long-range fires, but in fact, South Korean. And then Canada is deepening its relationships with the European Union. So while we sit here in our very politically toxic environment and in some ways fighting with one another, the world is moving on and creating new partnerships beyond regions. Indo-Pacific allies working closer with our European allies, Canada looking out, trying to develop deeper relationships with the European Union. The Brits now, some rumors and mumblings in London about reconsidering joining the European Union. So that is hedging. That's a reaction to our behavior, our unpredictability. And you know, President Biden came into office saying, we're back. There will be no we're back moment with a future US administration. If the American administration, whatever comes in after 2028, were to say that, I think our allies would look at us, shrug their shoulders and say, we've heard that before. We're turning the page on 80 years of working hand in glove together on shared challenges. Something new is emerging, and in some cases, the United States won't be shaping or participating in these new coalitions that are taking root around the world.
You preempted my last question for you. Damn you. But we'll get to this. David, I just want to very quickly go back to you about this, and because we do have other questions. So if President Trump doesn't want to be Herbert Hoover, is he going to readjust his grand strategy now because of the experience of Iran? I mean, it didn't turn out like Venezuela.
It didn't turn out like Venezuela. And I think he's beginning to discover, I'm not sure he would necessarily phrase it this way or articulate it this way, that he did, just as John said, come in to destroy an old system, but without a new one in place other than the exercise of American interests and military power as he sees fit. You know, as you look at this very small group that's making decisions here, it is not one that brings in a lot of outside advice. The national security staff, which Julie spent so much time on, is now down to 40 or 50 people. They're there to execute the president's thoughts. They are not there to be thought generators. But I think also he is beginning to discover, and you may have seen a little of this in the G7, that he's got to begin to think about these new groups that are being formed, because some of them are being formed in opposition to his interests. There's sort of two things going on with our allies at once. One is, what's the right short-term strategy? You know, what can they do to get through 2.5 years and not make the president blow up? And so the football jersey, you know, and all of these other steps are along those lines. The king's visit and so forth. So try to manage and deal with the administration. I think many of them had wrongly assumed it would be a lot like the first Trump administration. I think some of us in Washington thought it would be like the last 6 months of the first Trump administration. I think that's proven to be the case. The second thing, though, I think we have to think about is, goes to Julie's very good point, that no president can come in now and say, we're back to the old order. The old order is gone. It was probably going to be gone anyway. We got 75 years out of that. That's about as long as an international sort of ordering of power can last. And I think when we think back to the 75th anniversary of NATO, which President Biden hosted in Washington just in the last summer of his presidency, that's it was supposed to be a celebration, but I think it will now be viewed as sort of an end point for that. But it is up to us and to the Europeans to think about, and our Asian partners, what this post World War II order looks like. And I don't blame them for trying to ask the hard question, what is it like if the US is not in the middle of this? It gets more difficult, though, than just building sixth-generation fighters, because ultimately the question they're going to have to ask is, if the US nuclear deterrent cannot be depended upon to defend Europe, if you don't really think the United States is coming in to help Taiwan, then what kind of capabilities do you need to make up for the absence of America at the middle of that? And I don't think most of our allies have actually grappled with that, because it's so wildly expensive and it involves so many more countries having access to nuclear weapons that they really don't want to be confronting it head on.
And that's a perfect question for Julie, which is, are they prepared to put their money where their mouth is? And goes back to Madeline's view, which is on the use of force. Are they prepared to fight without us?
Well, look, there's a lot of good news in terms of what's happened over the last year and a half if you're looking just in the European continent. I mean, first of all, I would say they've been spending more since the war in Ukraine started. So let's make sure we understand that the increases started there. But they've accelerated dramatically with Trump back in office. And so allies are racing now to meet this new target of spending 5% of GDP on their own national defense. Not everybody's going to meet that target, but many of them are racing to spend more. And there are some developments that if you had told me 10 years ago that the Germans would be racing to spend 3.5% of GDP on defense by 2029, 3 years from now, I would have said you're absolutely crazy, but it's happening. So number one, let's applaud what Europe is doing to invest in its own national defense. But like David is alluding to and mentioned, the Europeans will not be able to provide for their own security for quite some time. I mean, a decade from now, hopefully they will have invested upwards of $1 trillion on their own defense. And hopefully they will be purchasing those strategic enablers, the more expensive items, lift, air-to-air refueling, ISR capabilities, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. But right now, they're not there. And so there is this moment for Europe that feels a bit treacherous. They're investing more. They can't provide for their own defense. The US commitment is wavering, and Putin is over the horizon, keeping a very close watch on all of this, and no doubt is calculating whether or not he wants to take a chance and touch NATO territory and expand what he's doing in Ukraine to another corner of Europe. If I were him and I were looking at those options, his best moment to test NATO would really be in the next 2 years. And so I think as you travel throughout Europe right now, you feel this anxiety and this tension. There's a point of pride that Europe is doing more for its own defense. France is Europeanizing its nuclear deterrent. They're experimenting with different coalitions outside of the EU and NATO. And yet, they know they're just not in that spot to guarantee that they can provide for their own security. So it's treacherous and difficult. But I suspect that at the end of the next decade, or even by the time the next US president arrives on the scene, we're going to be facing this very curious paradox. I mean, on the one hand, the transatlantic relationship will be at one of its darkest moments ever, I suspect. But on the other hand, Europe will be more capable, more strategically serious, more empowered to challenge US interests than ever before. And so it's going to be difficult navigating this new mature relationship with a Europe that won't just follow the United States, but will no doubt question our policies and our leadership.
John, we haven't even mentioned the word China.
Right.
And they're sitting back and watching all this, and they've been saying for a long time, the old system was broken long before Trump. It was unrepresentative. You know, the WTO was gridlocked. The Security Council was paralyzed. You know, the Global South felt it was left out, and China was sitting around saying, there's got to be a better way. You guys are unrepresentative. This rules-based world order were not rules that were serving the rest of the world. We're not going back to the old way, even if there's a better president elected. Who's going to figure this out? Does somebody have a better idea?
I want to speak to, is the old order dead? Because I do disagree a little bit. I mean, I think of Robert Cecil, the British diplomat who helped craft the League of Nations. When it finally went out of business in 1946, he said, the League of Nations is dead, long live the United Nations. Kind of the next iteration, the kind of reinvention, a rebirth with a more world-weary, sober understanding of how the pieces work. I do think there will be a moment after Trump leaves office where people across the trilateral world, the advanced industrial world, will want to put the order back together and reimagine it, expand it. There's a real hunger for it, I think, out there. A couple reasons why, and I'll get to China, which is my last reason. My first reason is the other orders on offer out there are blocks, zones, imperial spheres. They are, you know, a world of Yalta, not the world of San Francisco. It's not a multilateral world. It's a world where great powers put under the thumb smaller powers, and the global South doesn't want that. Smaller states don't want that. So there is still latent interest in some kind of open rule-based order, and quite frankly, the grouping of states that we're talking about, that Carney is saying no longer are in order, are still the most dynamic ordering a grouping of states in the global system today. If you were to look at the globe and draw a line around those countries that have the most reason to want to work together, the most capability, and if they work together, the most common interests and values, It's the G7, the G10, backed by the OECD. This is still has a dynamic future in it for all the problem solving that we're worried about. Security provision, building capacity for global era problems, and rebuilding the rule-based order. You need a coalition. And the little secret is the multilateral rule-based order was always built by a small group of states. In one instance at Bretton Woods, really Anglo-American, and it was externalized and expanded and as it went out, and that's still the way you build international rules. Finally, China. China, in Trump's national security strategy report, downplays China as a peer threat, and it's more a kind of trade problem. But that's precisely the issue, that China is almost today where the US was after World War II in terms of industrial capacity, share of industrial output, 40% moving up. And the China vision is to be the low-cost provider in all sectors, from low to high. China is coming after Boeing and Airbus, every sector. And this is the core of the advanced industrial democratic world. Their middle classes, their social contracts, their ability to generate internationalist sentiment is based on the viability of their industrial economies. And that is why these countries did what they did in the 1940s, to put these industrial states on a new footing. Alas, we're going to have to do it again. I do think it's going to be the same states with some new partners. So I think Carney is wrong. The old order is not dead, and we should not mourn it. The old order is still latently available, and we should celebrate it and re-envision it.
Chicago Council does their polling, and which is a hopeful polling, which suggests that Americans do want to engage. Do you think that the country has grappled with the experience of Afghanistan and Iraq? Trump seems to think that we're weary and we don't want to engage. Where does the American public fit into this conversation going forward? David?
Well, I think people grappled with it initially with what became the America First movement, right? The sort of pull back in, we shouldn't be there. And it was interesting that as the president did Midnight Hammer last year, and then the attack on Iran this year, the biggest grumbling came from his own party, right? Which basically said, let's not get stuck in the Middle East. And that was essentially his message yesterday when he said he was basically pulling back. I mean, we're engaging in this next negotiation, but that may take a very long time if it ever comes to pass. So then the question is, could you imagine that grouping shifting to saying, well, actually, there are elements of the old order that are right, and that the only way you take on China is by doing the combination of the United States, Europe's capability, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, right? Which looks a lot like what we did for 75 years, but perhaps to do it with a much more industrial supply chain way of organizing them to begin with, so that you are sure that you're not dependent on your critical minerals from China, that the US is supplying the AI technology and the chips, that Taiwan is supplying the actual physical chips and so forth. And so I think as you see this, people try to figure out how this comes back together, it's actually coming back together in an industrial and supply chain alliance rather than in a military alliance. There's something to play with there. And actually, I think the Trump administration has done a pretty good job on the supply chain stuff. They built on a lot of things that were being done in the Biden era, and they started a few in Trump's first term. But they haven't articulated it. I don't think the public's going to get that until they do.
I mean, I would just add to that, I would agree with David. I think there's the potential. I certainly wouldn't argue that the order is dead. I think it has to be reimagined and reformed and reshaped. But who knows, will NATO still be standing in 20 years? Perhaps. I mean, some of these institutions have shown a remarkable ability to reimagine themselves and adapt to a whole array of new challenges. But speaking of new challenges, I mean, one thing where we might be able to pull together several countries around the world, stretching beyond the current set of institutions we have, is artificial intelligence, where there is an interest around the world. Even China has expressed some interest in perhaps working with the United States and others on this. Certainly without the United States, Europe and other countries in the Indo-Pacific are eager to talk to the United States about both harnessing this unbelievable capability, but in some ways regulating it and providing some guardrails at the same time. So there will be new issues, whether it's supply chains, critical minerals, artificial intelligence, and other emerging tech. Quantum could be on that list. I mean, I think we will find a way, but to work with a whole array of allies. But I think what could be missing that we would have to earn again is the trust and the shared values that have always sat at the foundation of our relationships with our closest allies. Right now, there is just a glaring trust deficit with our closest allies. We're hot and cold. 1 week we need them, 1 week we don't. And especially the Greenland episode has really eroded the trust with our closest partners and allies. That will take time to build, but it could be rebuilt through pragmatic cooperation on a couple of these key issue sets.
I want to turn to the group. John, quick response here.
No, I think we're converging a little bit here. I do think it will, the trilateral plus Oceano kind of world, a D something, is still out there, and the alternatives are not as to be welcomed, I think, for people inside and beyond. I think, for me, I agree with the piece that Julie and David are talking about. The industrial security supply chain component is very big. I think there's a lot of cooperation and you see it and hear it when you travel to Japan and to Europe. You see that there at the level of the private sector, lots of interest in finding new ways to collaborate on kind of cutting edge technology. And I agree that trust is at low ebb, but the nice thing about democracies is that leaders change, and there's a new generation who yet to be identified. Obama is the case of that happening several decades ago. We're celebrating him this week. That next kind of era of leadership is out there, and they don't have the baggage that the current administration does. And the other little secret about the liberal order is that it has these kind of constitutional characteristics. It's based on bargains and institutions, and there's muscle memory there to kind of rebuild, but also new bargains. Any system, any domestic political system is reimagined and renegotiated. The social contract in different generations, the New Deal coalition. I just think it's too early to say that we should take our wagers off the table on the future of this system. I think alliances are at the heart of it. A rump trade security possibility is where that core rebuilding takes place.
Too optimistic. Okay, no, I'm kidding. We have time for a couple of questions. We have people with mics here. Yes? So, can you identify yourself? And very short question, because that tyranny of that panel there.
Good morning. My name is Carl Bushman. My question is, how long will the U.S. dollar remain indispensable as a currency?
Who wants to answer that? David, you used to cover these things.
I would say probably longer than our defense indispensability would go on, because I lived in Japan 30 years ago, and we thought the yen was going to become the reserve currency. Then we thought the yuan was going to become the reserve currency. And the fact of the matter was, neither one of them was traded as freely enough and enough politics removed from its valuation that that worked out. Will there be other alternatives? Yeah, and cryptocurrency has obviously shown part of that. In fact, when you watch the, I was away, I couldn't see it, but when you watch the Ultimate Fighting event at the White House the other day, I thought it was remarkable that the octagon was wrapped in cryptocurrency ads. But even that, people have not been willing to turn to as a replacement for the dollar.
The next one goes to a woman, please. Yeah, please.
I was going to make a comment, but I won't. Alan Rich, I sit on the council board. The other day, we had a fascinating roundtable with the Indian ambassador to the US. And he talked about India's foreign policy and policies based upon fundamental guiding principles. And it struck me that if Trump were more articulate, he would say the same thing, because he focused on what is in the best interest of India. And their foreign policy, their economic policy is really driven by that. What do you believe should be the guiding principles for the United States?
Well, I mean, for me, probably no surprise, given the last job that I had in government. I mean, I really focus, I have focused for many years on the importance of America's alliance network. And there's no other country in the world that has the network globally of partners and allies that we have. And I think China and Russia look at that network and feel threatened by it because they work each and every day to undermine it through malign influence, disinformation, economic coercion. They're constantly trying to discredit, break up the unity, dissolve the resolve that exists among those partnerships. And they no doubt are enjoying, I suspect, this moment where there is some uncertainty about that global network. But for me, that network of partners and allies around the world has served as a force multiplier for the United States for decades and continues to strengthen our own military power. We can act unilaterally, and we have, but that strength and power is more durable when it's rooted both in partners and allies and those sets of relationships, and also international law. So I would hope that the American people and future US administrations will continue to remain committed to the simple tagline of stronger together.
You're here.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Bronson. I'm a non-resident senior fellow here at the Chicago Council. Thank you so much for an extraordinary panel. I wanted to pick up, David, on what you were saying about supply chains and the administration's focus on the future of kind of foreign policy being organized in some ways around that. And I had agreed with you that I thought I understood it, and they were doing a pretty good job in that space. What I didn't understand then was the war in Iran, because how I understood it, the Arabian Peninsula, Saudi and the UAE, were going to play a very prominent role in that future with Stargate UAE, with AI, critical minerals, the nodes, the refining, which is so energy intensive. And then, so strategically, I understood the Saudi Investment Summit in November. What I didn't understand was the war in Iran, which didn't take any of their interests at heart, not going after Iran, but doing it in such a reckless way that they would bear the costs of it and really undermine that strategy. So are we wrong to understand, to give credence to this strategic outlook around supply chains and the role of new allies or re-strengthen allies? Or did they just blunder strategically and undermine their true foreign policy outlook?
It's a really great question. I would say that the answer to this is, to the Gulf countries, they were shocked that they weren't brought into the discussion. I had a dinner the night the war started with a Gulf leader who had been in Washington and had gotten absolutely no indication of the timing of when the war would start. That's because the administration believed that this would be 3 or 4 days and they would be bolstering the region because Iran would collapse. It didn't work out that way. They didn't anticipate the attacks on the Gulf countries. They've now discovered that a lot of those things that they had invested in, including data centers and so forth, are vulnerable to Iranian missiles. And so now I think it's actually the Gulf that's got to begin to rethink, can you do this? Can you come together like this without having an effective, cohesive defense for all that you're investing in?
Great questions. I wish we could go on, but we have other great panels coming up, so I would like to thank Professor John Eikenberry, Ambassador Julianne Smith, and my longtime colleague and friend David Sanger for a great conversation.
I heard your voice, but I didn't see you. Kind of strange listening to conversation. The whole conversation about South America, the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's why it was my question. There was a
But anyway, your point is really well taken.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm here, I'm David Cole. I'm here with Sohrab Ahmari, who is the editor of Unheard, a heterodox online journal, and previously was at Commentary and the Wall Street Journal and the New York Post. And he was telling me before we came on that the nice thing about being at the New York Post during the first Trump administration was that that's actually a paper Trump reads. And so when an editorial came across Trump's desk that he liked, Sohrab would get he would cut it out, send it to Sohrab, and it would say, "Attaboy." So
well, no, to the author of the op-ed.
Oh, to the author. Okay,
yeah.
okay. See, so, but still, that's, you know, to know you're read is nice. And then Jamel Bowie, who is at the heterodox New York Times, and one of the really leading thought leaders, really, on the state of our union and the state of our democracy, and that's what we're going to spend the next half hour or so talking about here. So, you know, I think in some ways, if you look back, the United States is a remarkably successful constitutional democracy. We've been at it for 250 years. We still have the Constitution that we started with, more or less, with some fairly significant changes around the end of the Civil War. We've seen peaceful transitions of power over that period of time, only once really challenged. We have expanded the franchise from propertied white men to everybody. We have expanded the conception of equality and rights to women, to LGBT folks, and the like. And we've had an increasingly diverse population and representation. So in all those ways, it's a successful democracy, but we obviously face a series of challenges to the future of our democracy. And I'm going to pose just a couple of those challenges to Jamel and Sarab for their comments. So the first one I thought we would talk about is the unresolved legacy of slavery and racism, which you see, on our city streets, you see in our continued residential segregation, you see in the criminal justice system. And at the same time, we have a Supreme Court that has a view of the Constitution that requires colorblindness that makes it very difficult to provide a meaningful response to this legacy. So to what extent is that a challenge going forward to our democracy? I'll start with you, Jamel.
Sure. First, thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I have my disagreements with the Supreme Court's understanding of what the Constitution does or does not allow when it comes to alleviating racial inequality. I think that its vision of colorblindness is very much out of step with the original intent of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which were written, as Charles Sumner, Massachusetts Senator, said in about 1870. These were written to remove color caste from the United States, to create a country where there is no hierarchy of color anymore. And they were written not to prevent the classification of people. That seems sort of silly because you had to classify people to figure out how to fix these things. They were written to really stop the subordination of people on the basis of these arbitrary characteristics. So I disagree with the court's kind of understanding here, but I think the bigger issue for me is simply the fact that the court has its understanding of what those amendments allow. And then it also says our understanding is the exclusive understanding, and that Congress has no right or ability to offer an alternative understanding. So in Louisiana v. Calais, part of what was so, to me, breathtaking about that decision is that the court, or Sam Alito, states in the opinion that it's the court's job to decide what constitutes appropriate legislation under Section 2 of the 15th Amendment, following a ruling from the 90s in which the court said the same thing about Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. And that the Congress's job in this vision is simply to provide remedies for rights that the court vindicates. Congress cannot say that we think these amendments provide these rights. Congress cannot say we think this constitutes an appropriate remedy. And it's the extent to which the court has colonized constitutional understanding, the extent to which the court rejects the that the Democratic Assembly, for Article 1, I would say the first among institutions in the American system, has no particular role in terms of creating constitutional meaning. And this would have been shocking, both to the authors of the Reconstruction Amendments. It would have been shocking to the founding generation. It would have been shocking to generations of Americans who understood Congress to be the primary venue through which constitutional questions are argued and decided, in which constitutional meaning is articulated. So, yeah. And so I think the question of legacy of slavery, that's, to me, I have my view. That's something you fight out in democratic politics and you decide as a collective, right? But the extent to which the court has made it impossible, right? If you're able to persuade a majority of Americans, the Constitution should allow remedial legislation, should allow Congress to directly touch racial inequality in the same way that we directly touch class inequality, right? Or gender inequality. The court says, no, you can't do that. We don't think the Constitution allows that. And I reject that. And I think that the problem of American democracy here is the problem of a court that has, or just this problem of judicial supremacy, right? That has removed what I think is a really critical and important part of democratic life. What our Constitution means has removed that from the plane of popular contestation, and then lodged it with a group of, Harvard and Yale graduates in robes, which no offense to Harvard and Yale, but you guys aren't that fancy.
Sarah.
Thank you for having me. So I want to address this question through the prism of an immediate case or controversy, and that's the 2023 decision by the Supreme Court to essentially render illegal affirmative action in college admission. So at the time, I wrote an essay that brought quite a lot of heat from my own side, the right of center. They were all elated, and they said, look, finally, we get to achieve the American founding ideal of equality of opportunity and something like social mobility. So as long as I've been on the right, those have been the watchwords when it comes to these issues. And so I argued that actually the founding American ideal about these issues, and I drew a lot from Christopher Lash's book, Revolt of the Elites, is something like equality of outcomes. The sort of Jeffersonian ideal of a modestly propertied, competent, dignified, small r Republican citizenry. When Jefferson says, for example, that government should endeavor to ensure that as few people as possible go without at least a little bit of land, or something slightly different, but more or less. That's an equality of outcomes proposition. And obviously, through the 19th century, that ideal became more and more elusive for more and more Americans as industrialization happens. Lots of great benefits, but then also it means great concentrations of wealth and roughly 2/3 of the population that doesn't have kind of significant property to fall back on. And as Lash pointed out, discourse around social mobility or equality of opportunity really emerged in the late 19th, early 20th centuries, precisely when actually existing capitalism was making it harder and harder for more people to access the old, I would say, Jeffersonian, Jacksonian vision of equality. And so now I see a lot of what we've had since then, both progressive and conservative racecraft, if you will, as a means to sort of ameliorate for that by having, already by the late 19th, 20th centuries, theorists of American equality were saying, okay, we're not going to have that, but what we're going to have is circulation of elites. We're going to have elites that are representative of the people, even if it means that lots of people can never reach that kind of, at least that modest level of dignity and equality. The politics of elite circulation and representation have their value, right? There's something to be said for if a country looks a certain way, its leadership should be its elite should be reflective of that. And I always say to people on my own side, like, do you want absolute meritocracy at colleges? It might mean like heavily, heavily Asian colleges at the elite level. Is that good for all sorts of other goods that elite education should try to serve? So, the kind of pure meritocracy, I don't think even the right, if it really thinks through the implications, would want that. But there are downsides to the politics of elite representation and elite circulation. One might be the fact that it can often serve as a fig leaf for a very unequal economy, not just at the level of electoral politics, but at the level of the economic. Jamel knows this story, but I'd like to share with most of you. This is a famous case that came out around the time of the pandemic, which was a podcast put out by the REI, the outdoor gear chain. And this lady came on, and she, it's an employee podcast. She says, "Hello, I'm so-and-so. I'm proud to serve as your Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. I use she/her pronouns. And I just want to acknowledge that I'm coming to you from the traditional lands of the Ohlone people. And the topic of today's podcast is why you shouldn't join a labor union." So that's been going on. I think there is an equal protection problem. The Constitution is, Jamel has a different interpretation from the Supreme Court. I think the plain letter is an issue. I think it advantages groups like me. I'm part of the post-1965 immigration who were victims of slavery or de jure apartheid. So, what do you do with that? Distinguishing between different minorities, and I could go on. So, I'm fine with the politics of representation. Again, like I said, it has a value, but I think the task is to try to recover by some means that older account of equality in which people who don't aspire to join the elite at all are able to lead lives of basic, ordinary dignity, wage security, and so on.
Great. So that's a nice transition to the second, I think, challenge to our democracy going forward, and that is the really unprecedented wealth gap in the United States. From Aristotle, all the way back to Aristotle, people have argued that in order to have a functioning polity, you need to have some relative equity. You need a robust middle class. You can't have a tremendous gap between the rich and the poor, because once you do, the rich will use their power to try to keep what they have, and or the poor will turn to violence to challenge the system that is not responsive to their interests. And we've seen this before. The Gilded Age had massive disparities, but that led to the progressive era, and it led to the New Deal, and a fairly robust middle class through the 50s and 60s and 70s, 80s. We are now far beyond the Gilded Age. The richest 20 families in the United States have more wealth than the bottom half, meaning more wealth than 160 to 170 million people combined. And so is that sustainable in a democracy? And I'll start with you on this one, Saurabh.
No. I think it belies the whole idea of democratic polity. We just had in Kentucky the most expensive House primary targeting Representative Thomas Massie, and he's a libertarian. I'm the furthest thing from that, but you cannot deny the fact that $20 million in outside money came to target Representative Massie. And similar things you might say on the other side, where you had, for example, when the proposition was on the table in 2019, the ballot proposition in California to recognize rideshare workers and gig economy workers as employees. Uber, et cetera, Lyft, et cetera, spent $200 million to defeat that. So, I think that's obvious. And there's two sources of the problem. One is obviously the flood of corporate cash since Citizens United, which I think is a wrongly decided decision. I'm thoroughly opposed to its reasoning. That's part of it. And then the second is just a broader economy in which various methods for building up countervailing power for working class and lower middle class people have been hollowed out. Right? The fact that union density has been kept now in the private economy, 6%. Various forms of mechanisms that the New Dealers set up of power and countervailing power have been, and that itself creates such a lopsided distribution of the social income. So if I were to propose one thing to save American democracy today, it would be, Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut in his new book, he says, if it takes a constitutional amendment to keep out corporate cash, essentially undo Citizens United, let's do it. Why not? And I'm for that.
All right, sounding like Bernie Sanders. Jamel.
Yeah, one thing I want to add just to the observation about the tension between vast wealth inequality and democracy is that tension has been a generative part of political life, not just with the progressive era, the New Deal era, but if you look at, say, the 1850s and the emergence of the Republican Party, we all know, or we should know, that its rallying cry was free soil, right, against slavery. But it was also free labor, right? And much of the energy to pull together the coalition was about the fact that the US had this incredibly powerful oligarchic class, the slaveholders, who commanded the heights of wealth and who used that economic power to distort the political system to their favor. That's what the slave power was. And so you look at every kind of burst of reform in American life, and you see this real discomfort with the influence of concentrated wealth. Now, here's where I'm going to loop back to my previous answer, because I also agree, right? This is not sustainable. This is not something that a democracy can't work if a guy can have a balance sheet wealth of $1 trillion and spend that in unlimited ways in elections. Like, it just can't. There's really no way around that. And I think Americans have recognized this fact for most of their history. And I think that the American understanding of what their Constitution allows is that we can regulate these things. And it's no imposition on speech to regulate cash. But here we have the Supreme Court, which has decided and then pushed away alternative explanations, alternative understandings, that's decided that no, money has to equal speech, and that Congress cannot say anything in opposition, cannot say anything to the contrary. So you get a ruling like Citizens United, which based on just where the court was, is kind of, I mean, this is, like, I think Citizens United is bad, but also it's kind of correctly decided given what the controversy was and given what the precedent was. Like, it's hard to get a different outcome than the one you get. But that to me is just a sign that the court's jurisprudence here is just insane. And that its tolerance, first it's allowing vast amounts of money to be spent in elections. It's tolerance of corruption. Sort of, I think the other part of this is the way that the court has consistently narrowed what constitutes corruption that can be punished. So I live in Virginia, and some years ago we had this mayor, Bob McDonnell, who was arrested and convicted for basically taking all kinds of gifts from this rich guy, like really penny ante corruption, the kind of stuff you're familiar with in Chicago, I suppose. Got him. The court, in a case McConnell v. Virginia, or McConnell v. United States, or whoever, I think it was a federal prosecution to McConnell v. United States, basically says, well, Unless Bob McDonnell was explicitly saying I'm taking this money for an explicit quid pro quo, doesn't really count as corruption. And I think a commonsensical understanding is, yes, it absolutely does. But we have this jurisprudence that essentially doesn't just allow all this money into our system, but also all but turns a blind eye to explicit corruption of the kind that we're all familiar with. So I do think part of, Senator Murphy thinks we should do a constitutional amendment. To me, I don't think you need an amendment. I think Congress should just pass a law that says Citizens United doesn't count, maybe Buckley v. Vallejo doesn't count. And if the court doesn't like that, well, they can't, it's outside their jurisdiction. We're deciding this. We're taking constitutional control here. That's fully within Congress's power to do, and I think that they should do it and not bend to this notion that, again, 5 people on the Supreme Court get to decide whether or not a handful of billionaires can control our politics.
So the through line of both of your first 2 responses is to blame the Supreme Court.
Hell yeah.
But the third, I think, challenge to our democracy going forward raises questions about whether the other branch could really do much about it, and that is the rules of our democratic representative system are, you might say, as Donald Trump says, rigged. Not rigged in the way Donald Trump means, meaning that some people vote against him, that's rigged, or that there's voter fraud, but rigged in the sense that legislatures are free to partisan gerrymander districts so that it really doesn't matter, changes in the population's choices don't matter because the incumbents have made sure that they're the ones who are going to be elected. And you have the sort of ever-present democratic challenge of the Senate, in which every state gets 2 senators, no matter how many people live in those states. And currently, the 15 largest states have about 65% of the population, and they get 30% of the votes in the Senate. And that's increasing. The largest states are growing, the smaller states are getting smaller. And so by 2040, it'll be 70% of the American electorate will have representation by only 30 out of 100 senators. So those two aspects of our representative democracy seem really broken. So if the court is the problem, how is Congress going to solve it given this reality?
I mean, I'll say the court's the problem in part because Congress is non-functional. Congress has abdicated a lot of its authority, but I think part of Congress's lack of functionality does come from this profound malapportionment in the Senate, and just the way that even the House isn't as representative as it could be. If you look at the kind of framing era conception of what Congress was supposed to be, Gordon Wood recently died, recently passed away, and his teacher, Bernard Bailyn, in The Ideological Origins of the American Revolution, notes that the revolutionary generation really admired the British system, and in particular, admired the House of Commons as this kind of microcosm of society. And that's the model they wanted to import for the House. I know in your earlier answer, Saurabh, you said you didn't, you're sort of like elite, advancing elite representation is important, but like we can't go too far with it. But I will say that when it comes to our representative institutions, it actually is, I think, very important that they look basically like the society as a whole. In part because they're not just representing particular constituencies, but they're assembled to represent the entire nation. And it's not just the fact that the equal state representation in the Senate kind of means that that's a very unrepresentative institution, that it's hard for it to diversify in any meaningful way. The Senate is much more male and much wider than the country at large. And as long as Puerto Rico and DC and our various territories have no voting representation in the Senate, it's going to stay that way. And there's no real easy fix for that. But even the House, because of its single-member districts, because of first-past-the-post voting, because of gerrymandering, is increasingly non-representative, both in terms of racial, gender demographics, but also in terms of just wealth, right? Like, you cannot serve in the House if you aren't a millionaire, or at least it's very difficult. It's very difficult to get there if you aren't a millionaire, if you don't have some independent base of wealth. And so I do think that when it comes to kind of reforming American democracy, trying to make it more robust, part of that is going to involve like big political reform to Congress. I think that the Supreme Court's recent decisions regarding the Voting Rights Act sort of make it clear that I'm not sure that there's a way to a more representative Congress through the existing structure of single-member districts and gerrymandering and all these things. I think there needs to be serious thought in this country about how we get to something more like a proportional system, proportional representation, genuine multi-partyism, the kind of changes that would allow more representation, but also allow more diversity in Congress. Hell, just expanding the size of the House, which is just a simple law you can pass to increase the size of the House from 435 to 635 to 870. If you went with James Madison's original kind of ratio for representative of the people, I think Congress would have like 20,000 people, which seems like a bit much. But I think that's the right idea, right? Like we just need more people in that body to be able to better represent this large country. And I do think a more representative Congress would likely be a stronger Congress, and a stronger Congress, I think, is the first step to really bringing the entire political system back into balance. Both overweening executive power and overweening judicial power are downstream of a Congress that is just extraordinarily weak.
So, you want 20,000 members of the House?
I actually kind of, I'm sorry that Jamel went there because that was going to be one of my proposals. I'm not kidding. So I have a twofold answer to this, and the two thoughts run in contrary directions. One is to look to American history and see the major reformist periods. Were able to achieve big things, not always good things. It starts with the Jacksonians who want to assert popular control over the second bank of the United States, this imperious institution that also fulfilled a useful function. In typical populist style, Jackson smashed the bank but didn't offer a good alternative, so what came after was pretty terrible. But the Jacksonian era stands for this idea that politics should enjoy primacy over economic life. politics over business, politics over economy. So then you have, obviously, the progressive era, you have the New Dealers, including, I would include Eisenhower and Nixon within the broad New Deal tradition. All of these sort of forces were able to get things done under the same configuration, and the solutions weren't always perfect, whatever, but so that makes me think, arguing with whether or not the Senate should exist is kind of like arguing with the weather, okay? Like, I don't like rain, but it's raining, what am I gonna do? However, on the House front, and this is why I said my thoughts run in two completely different directions, I have given serious thought, and what I was gonna propose is not maybe 20,000, but my friend Patrick Dedeen has put on the table the number 4,000. There you get rid of the whole, Mississippi's 2nd district, right, carved out as a result of the Voting Rights Act, and that has a certain racial and political geography, and now the sort of reaction to it in response to the Supreme Court doing something else. A lot of that would go away if you just had smaller districts, and Jamel's right, it will also reduce the power of money in electoral politics. It shouldn't cost millions and millions of dollars to become a member of the House of Representatives. So I don't know how to get there because, like I said, I think we've done a lot under the existing configuration, but I'm also very much drawn to an expanded House.
So, I mean, I wonder, in one view of the relationship between the president and Congress in our democracy is that a sort of top-down, unified body will beat a multi-member body anytime. And so if you expand it to 4,000 or 20,000 or 800, do you make it even less able to respond effectively to a kind of unified force on the other side?
I mean, I think first that overstates the unity of the executive branch. I know that the in vogue theory at the court and among a lot of the conservative legal thinkers is this unitary executive, but in practice, if you just look at the history of presidents trying to wrangle control of the executive branch, in practice, it's very difficult to do. And in practice, presidents sort of have a tenuous hold on the various departments of the executive branch. And so that means, right, that in a real sense, the executive isn't unitary at all. It's sort of it's the president and then all these agencies and all these departments and that's doing their thing. And it takes a heavy political lift to move them in a single direction. And that right there is the opportunity for Congress interested in doing its job to not just do oversight and not just offer its recommendations and thoughts and directives for how the executive branch should operate, but also wrestle control and try to contest the extent to which the president can work his will. I do think that the Constitution isn't something that establishes a system of rigid separation of powers, rather a system that establishes a kind of joint custody agreement for government between all the branches. Every branch can interfere in the other in various ways. And it's actually this move to a sense of rigid separation of powers, which I think is producing a lot of dysfunction. And so a larger Congress, I think, is so capable of regulating, contesting, structuring the executive branch. And if anything, as I sort of think about this a little more, part of the issue in Congress is just the lack of turnover. It's just institutionally comfortable right now. And so just having a bunch of new people, a bunch of new blood who want to do something is maybe the thing that gets things moving. And there's other questions about how the committee system's designed, how the parties actually run their respective majorities, that I think really shape how Congress operates. But on the big picture stuff, I think more members does a lot to kind of just put some energy into the institution.
All right, so we're coming to the end. I want to end on a hopeful note, hopefully. So I want to ask each of you, I mean, we've talked about really serious challenges to our democracy, the race gap, the wealth gap, the partisan gerrymandering, and the unresponsiveness of our representative branches. So, given all these challenges, what gives you hope? I'll start with Saurabh.
So for about 6, 7, 8 years, I've been part of this thing called the New Right, this movement that's attempted to make the Republican Party more pro-worker, more solidaristic. And I'll be honest, looking back, right now I'm like, well, we didn't achieve much. We got an Iran war, obviously a lot of the kind of rule by techno tyrants who are now closer than ever to power. So that's been a source of disappointment. But what I will say is, behind the scenes, at a much kind of lower level, you are seeing efforts, where trying to bring the right and left to think seriously, for example, about sectoral bargaining as an alternative to the Wagner Act model of building worker power, which is broken, right? If overwhelming share of American workers are favorable about labor unions, and they feel they're underrepresented at the workplace, and they get 6% union density in the private economy, the Wagner Act isn't working anymore. So there are these efforts at a smaller level, and so the past decade has made me think, okay, we tried at, maybe the Republican Party in itself, just realigning it, bringing new voters in, is not sufficient because the party itself is so somehow irreformable. So I'm much more interested now in these kind of smaller efforts that are cross-partisan often, and that gives me hope.
Think globally, act locally.
Indeed.
Jamel.
Oh, it never fails.
I've referenced a little history, so I'm gonna do that again to make a point about why I'm hopeful. It's really interesting to think about being an anti-slavery politician until like 1848 or 1850. 1850, right? This Compromise of 1850, the New Fugitive Slave Law, sort of kind of almost the apex power for slaveholders in the United States. And if you were anti-slavery in any sense, you were in the distinct political minority. And not only that, but you had no reason to think that at any point in your lifetime, you would see the end of slavery. It had been around as long as the country had been around. It's older than the country. You have no reason to think that slavery was going to be over. And yet, if you are a Charles Sumner, a Thaddeus Stevens, a John Bingham, a Joshua Giddings, I mean, I can go through the names. If you're a Frederick Douglass, if you are a Lydia Marie Child, if you're any of these people, you are still doing the work. You're still advancing your cause. You, if you're Douglass, believe that the Constitution is a glorious liberty document, and you're going to do everything in your power to make that document the law of the land and not whatever slaveholder's constitution exists. And you do the work, and you experience the setbacks. And the work enables change when conditions change. All of a sudden, there's a war over this. And that war opens up opportunities that didn't exist before. But emancipation doesn't flow axiomatically from the fact of the war. Emancipation flows in large part from the work done prior to the war. And so I say all that to say that at any moment in history, we don't sort of know how the story ends. The only thing we can do is continue to work and to strive for the things we hope to see in the world. And the fact that Americans today continue to do that, we can look at Minneapolis, we can look at what happened in Chicago with the National Guard and ICE deployments, we can look all over the country in the past year in places where people did not know if they would succeed, but they did the work anyway. And that gives me hope.
Well, thank you. These kind of events give me hope. It's engagement by the citizenry in the challenges that we face. I hope that won't take a war this time around to get over some of these really tough challenges. But I think American civil society is very powerful, very robust, and very engaged, as this room illustrates. So I want to thank Saurabh and Jamel for a fantastic discussion about democracy. Thank you.
Should we get started?
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here together with all of you and to be part of this series of fascinating conversations with so many important thinkers and policymakers from around the country and, of course, from around the world. This panel focuses on human rights in retreat. Our goals for the conversation today are twofold, and we'll do our best to accomplish them in 35 minutes. We'll aim to give a very high-level, 30,000-foot view of the current state of the international human rights system, both the movement and the framework, which of the problems we're facing are new, and what challenges are we facing that are really the wages of the past, failures of accountability compounded over years or decades, or failures to address systemic flaws. Then we'll offer our best thinking on the way forward. What can policymakers, academics, and human rights advocates and practitioners do? Where should our thinking and efforts focus? And what are the sources of power and of positive reform? How can we remake some of the aspects of the world that we're living in that fundamentally need to be overhauled? I'm so lucky to have with me today two extraordinary thinkers on these issues. To my left is Professor Jack Snyder, the Belfer Professor of International Relations at Columbia University, who has written numerous books and edited volumes on human rights trends and through lines and on human rights frameworks. And then Agnes Calamard, the current Secretary General of Amnesty International, who has just an extraordinary career as an advocate and deeply strategic thinker on human rights issues, former Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial killings, and former director of Article 19 as well, an organization focused on international freedom of expression issues. So, to begin with our diagnosis, the human rights framework is facing attacks on multiple fronts. I don't like to use the word crisis, but we are certainly facing a moment of reckoning. This moment of reckoning encompasses a crisis of funding, certainly, that is threatening to dramatically weaken or paralyze key accountability mechanisms, as well as systems for human rights oversight. A wholesale attempt by powerful autocrats to destroy multilateral institutions, leaders expressing a brazen disregard, including, of course, our current president, for international law and institutions that have constituted the Human Rights Project since the end of World War II, a failure of human rights leadership, even from more neutral or traditional human rights aligned states and governments. So today we'll share with you our assessments on how to understand this moment that we're in, as well as the path to positive change. And Jack, I want to start with you. You have written or edited multiple books examining historical patterns and identifying broader through lines of success and failure in the human rights field. You've described the movement as reaching an impasse even before the current multi-pronged attack the field is facing. So how do you contextualize the current moment? What developments do you see as both most consequential and most concerning?
I contextualize human rights in a kind of heterodox way. My original field was war and peace studies, and I, however, got interested in human rights about a quarter of a century ago and started writing articles with Leslie Vinjamuri, our host today, and other people who were really true blue human rights experts and activists. And Leslie coined the catchphrase of our very first piece that we wrote on this, which is that justice follows the lead of politics when it comes to human rights. And this is not where the head was at of the human rights movement back when we started. It was the unipolar moment where America was liberal and all-powerful and felt that it could do what it wanted, not only its government, but its civil society. And the approach that was dominant at the time was one that emphasized legalism, moralism, and universalism. And another element was the emphasis on rights for the weak, the forgotten, the powerless, and the downtrodden. And this, of course, generally goes with the territory of human rights. This is what it's all about. It's about legal rule following for a morally valuable social purpose expressed in a general way that applies to everyone. However, there's a difference between the goal of the project and the way you get from where you are now to the outcome that you're seeking. And if you think about human rights in world history in the largest context, where did we get the rights that we have? Well, a first major wave was the rise of commercial capitalism, where the middle class people that were behind that huge economic and social transformation wanted protection for their property rights, and they also wanted personal protection so that the king couldn't throw them in the tower for some arbitrary reason. And so that was the first wave that led to personal and civil and political rights. Then there was a second wave, which was industrialization, where the broad mass of the working class got clout because they were essential to the means of production in capitalist society, and they got collective bargaining rights, and they got the right for democratic suffrage. So my take home from that is that you have to have political power first in order to create the right system that serves the self-interest of the majority and the powerful segments of society, not just the weak, downtrodden. This is important today because we're at a moment where politics has to be smart, strategic, and focused on regaining power for the people that can create some kind of a coalition that is in favor of human rights. So why is this important? Because we've already seen through history that rights-based societies following the human rights game plan are really the only ones that have fully succeeded to master the challenges of modernity. So there's no country that has advanced beyond 1/4 of US GDP per capita, except for Singapore and a few oil states, without first becoming a fully fledged liberal, democratic, rule of law, rights-based society. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan made that transition through the middle income trap only by reforming and becoming like the other rights-based liberal societies. And everybody else, including China, is still down below the 1/4 barrier, and they haven't gotten past it. This has implications not only for the success of social organization, using free markets, free speech, free votes in competitive elections to get good policies that make economic prosperity possible and sustainable. But it also has implications for power. In my field, we have literature on the rise and fall of great powers. But it's misleading because if you look at 6 out of the last 6 struggles over power in the international system to see who's going to be the rule makers of the system, the liberal states have been on the winning side of all 6 of those struggles. And there's no particular reason why this can't happen again, because of liberalism's advantages in producing wealth, military power, and tight alliances that guarantee over the long run the coordinated strategy and alliance cooperation of the democratic states. So in terms of more specifically what this means for how human rights advocates and just for people who think that human rights is actually important to our way of life, which it is, some of the implications for this are captured nicely by the phrase, ought implies can. So in thinking about what issues human rights organizations should promote and highlight, they should try to go for issues that a lot of people are in favor of. So 1/3 of the mass protests worldwide over the last 10 years or so have been anti-corruption protests, and they've been organized by local human rights or civic organizations, not promoted heavily by Human Rights Watch or the other major human rights organizations. So human rights is not very popular. There's a lot of backlash against human rights, and one way to try to reverse that is to pick up on popular issues like anti-corruption and link it to the overall idea of what human rights are and how they should work. Another example is labor rights. The issue of trade and the labor rights in the countries of our trading partners is very important to emphasize in human rights rhetoric, because it's an area where the liberal trading states are not just hectoring other societies about their cultural practices, but rather labor rights is an area where we have standing that we can explain in a legitimate way to other countries. Unless you improve your labor rights, we're not going to trade with you as freely as you might like, because you've created an unequal playing field for us to bargain on. So the other thing to remember is that liberal rights and law-based language is alien to a lot of cultures and societies. And when we're explaining why human rights are a good thing and important, we should try to emphasize the vernacular language of normative argument in other societies and not explain ourselves in legalistic ways that really don't resonate. So job one is at this parlous moment to reform ourselves and revitalize the socially embedded form of liberalism that we had from 1948 when the Universal Declaration was promulgated, to kind of the late 70s, which was a form of liberalism that took the place of Herbert Hoover's form of laissez-faire liberalism. And even Donald Trump understands that that was a failure, as we learned in the first panel today. So that's the direction that kind of politics first pragmatists like me would recommend for human rights promotion.
You know, I think what you said about not using overly legalistic language to promote human rights is such an important point. And at the same time, I think it's so important for those of us who want to advance the system to not be kind of paternalistic in our approach, or, you know, to realize, I think in my experience as an advocate and someone who has spoken to practitioners, lawyers, you know, movement builders around the world, people have an innate understanding of what their human rights are and should be. And I think this is premised upon the concept that human rights stem from baseline ethical and moral concepts, and people feel like an immediate reaction when those rights are injured. And so I think there is more kind of commonality in the discourse that it is important to recognize. I want to follow up on a couple of things you said, but first I want to turn to Agnes. Agnes, you run Amnesty International, which is, of course, one of the most prominent human rights organization in the world, focused on stemming abuses, advocating for those who face the most egregious harms, and you've held this role for over 5 years. So what is your analysis of the current moment the human rights field is in? And by field, I don't just mean, you know, and you understand this, I think, you know, not just Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, but of course the broader field, which encompasses grassroots movements, you know, issue-specific movements around the world. What is your analysis?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. For Amnesty International, we are right now confronting an historical transformation of the international system that has sustained the human rights architecture. We're looking at it as a change of era, the transformation of the 1948 system upon which we had built everything that is part and parcel of the international human rights architecture. This transformation, we can see it as precipitated or accelerated by Russia's aggression of Ukraine, Israel's genocide of Palestinians, the presidency of Donald Trump. But there is no doubt that the journey toward this change of era is much longer. And some of the issues have been mentioned before, but I want to reiterate at least two. I think that the transformation of the global economic system through the new industrial revolution is having an extraordinary impact on interstate relationship. Coupled with climate change and what is needed to respond to climate change, I think there is an extraordinary level of uncertainty and insecurity that characterize our current era, pushing superpower into renewed conflict over hegemony. What we have also noted at Amnesty International, deeper than the last 4 years with Russia's aggression of Ukraine, is that for at least 10 to 15 years, we have seen the multiplication of authoritarian practices around the world. And there is not one region of the world that is escaping from that trend, whether it's the laws, the policies, the practices. In fact, those that study democracy and have done that over a very long time are telling us that we are back to the level we were in terms of the number of people living in democracy. Right now, we are back to the level of pre-1985. That is pre the breakdown of the Berlin Wall. So there is an acceleration. There is a moment right now that is extremely serious, but there are deeper roots to the crisis that we are confronting. Let me first focus on the immediacy of this moment, because I think, yeah, we may be tempted to just look at longer trend, but I think what is happening in this particular year, or let's say over the last few years, is extremely dramatic and dangerous. And it is significantly different from the other moment where crisis point had been reached. Why do I say that? Because in the past, the predators, the bad guys, always tried to deny what they were doing. They always tried to say, no, you don't have the right evidence, you don't have the right fact. Right now, what we are witnessing are world leaders and others actually telling us, yes, we are violating the law. Yes, those convention, 50-year-old convention, 1948 genocide convention, who cares? They do not apply to us because I'm the king and it's me who determine what the law is. That is why for us this is a very significant difference from the past. It is a breakdown of the glue that has brought us together, very imperfect glue, let me be very clear, but there was a kind of a direction of travel, an arc of history, I will say, an arc of history. And what we are seeing right now is a complete U-turn, an attempt to destroy that arc. So this is why we can look at the global, at the longer trend, but we also need to be very clear that what we are currently confronting in this country and internationally is extremely dangerous, and that we may not have the opportunity to actually look at the global and the more historical trend. So what are we doing? I could go on and on the diagnosis. There is far more to be said, but your second part of your question was, what is Amnesty doing? The best way to describe what we're doing is to say we are entering into resistance. For the last 2 years, our overall framework, the way we define how we work, is through the framework of resistance, to resist. What does that mean? It means that we have to identify what needs to be protected as a matter of priority, what needs to be disrupted as a matter of priority, and what needs to be transformed as a matter of priority. These are the three pillars, I will say, around which we are organizing our work as a human rights organization. Protection. Not everything that has been set up for the last 80 years or even before is worthy of protection. What must be prioritized for protection? Is that this convention? Is it this instrument? Is it the International Criminal Court? What do we need to prioritize for protection? Disruption. You here in this country know better than me that almost every week you have been bombarded by new laws, new policies, new narrative, new everything, which are pushing us into complete chaotic mindset, I will say. So for a human rights organization like mine, the question is, we can't respond to everything. In fact, no one can respond to everything, which is part of the objective. So what is it out of what has been done, of what is being planned, that is so serious that we need to disrupt what is the disruptors? You know, what do we need to prioritize out of all this new initiative? And then I want to just insist on the transform part. I heard it from the first panel actually mentioned it. We could be tempted to be only in adopting defensive posture. Actually, I think it can be tactical, and it certainly can be humane. For me, as the head of Amnesty International, I'm really pushing us to keep imagining and to keep creating. There has never been a more important moment to understand where we want to go and what world we want to create. And for that, we need to to use the imaginative power that we have. And I know a lot of you are in the academe, and I'm calling on you. I'm calling on you to try to imagine where do we want to be in 1948 so that we have a better system, a system better equipped to deal with the abuse of power and to provide the world with stronger equity and inequality. So the transformative power of the human rights agenda, that's something that has been part and parcel of what we have done for the last 80 years. We need to keep working with that and on that. We cannot be forced into a corner just in defense. We must be owning the history and building the future.
Thank you so much for that. Both of you have addressed kind of seeds of the way forward, and I want to pick up on these threads. Jack, you've spoken about strategy, and yes, you've spoken about the importance of vision and imagination. So let's turn to the way forward. Jack, in your book, Human Rights Pragmatists, you call upon the field to mobilize self-interested coalitions to reform or reinvent systems of rights-based governance. Do you still see this as the way forward, particularly in the United States?
Yeah, I see huge amounts of potential for rights-based coalitions, even in the United States of America, and even right now. We have activists who are champing at the bit in blue states with great ideas about social reforms that are, local to their areas, but also connect to broader consequences. We have a big private sector, which has so far been lying low, but may reach the point at which they don't want Trump to be Herbert Hoover either, and may try to stand up if necessary. We have great civil society organizations like the Chicago Council, and we have universities that can each do like its small bit. At Columbia, we're expanding ties with European, Japanese organizations where we have comparative advantages in work that really needs to be done. For example, working with the best university in Kyiv on military tactics, military strategies, where we have things to learn from them. They have things to learn from us. And also including rights-focused curriculum that's part of that, including corruption, how it affects the war effort. So we can roll up our sleeves and do all this stuff right now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to kind of pull in a question from the virtual audience. If not the United States, who or what anchors global human rights accountability next, and what is realistic in our lifetimes? And yes, I'm going to kind of shift this to how you are leading your staff in this moment. Where do you see the United States in your sort of theory of leverage or change? And where have you seen the most positive impact from your interventions?
Well, I hope I'm not going to be too impolite, but right now for us, the United States is not a friend. I'm sorry, from a human rights standpoint, it just cannot be seen as a friend. So it's
I think that's very realistic.
It's a photo, it's a state that we sadly have to combat, argue against in almost every dimension. In the past, we were all pragmatic. There were moments where we could build strong coalition and relationship with the United States, and others where we disagree. Right now, I'm afraid we disagree on everything. So that's the first thing. Second, where do we see the priority from Amnesty standpoint domestically here in the US, and in terms of what this administration is trying to do to the human rights architecture, beginning with international justice that has become a battleground under this administration. Yes, Donald Trump and his colleagues have built on something that was there already, but the sanctions against judges, against prosecutors, I mean, that's an extraordinary step. Let me add something, because I've focused on the bad guys here. The issue that we are confronting as well, and it's very clear with the sanction and international justice, is that the predatory world order is facilitated by the fact that we are also living in an era of cowards. Some of the speakers this morning have highlighted the steps being taken, and that's true. But these have been taken more or less since January of this year. For the first 12 months, or indeed for the last 2 to 3 years, many actors, certainly in Europe, have been unable to find their way when confronted with a United States that was no longer a friend. And they are not the only ones. So right now we are seeing much more governments prepared to create relationship, to create coalition of the willing away from the United States to engage at the Human Rights Council that has become a space of resistance right now, where there are good things happening. In fact, some of the best things that have happened in that space have happened over the last 12 months. So there is hope there. We are also seeing, and that's where we're investing, as Amnesty International, international justice, a battleground. We're pushing for the protection of the judges. Human Rights Council, we have identified the council as somehow, for some reason, a space where actually states who do not dare to confront directly the predators are prepared to do something there. And so we are seeing quite a number of steps taken at the council that they were not able to agree on before. In New York, it's a bit more difficult, but there are some interesting developments. There is a global convention for the crimes against humanity that is being negotiated, and the negotiations are continuing in the right direction. There is a new global convention on global taxation, something that human rights organizations have been advocating for, led by the Africa Group, and that too is going into the right direction. So these are small space of resistance, nothing compared to the influence of the Security Council, but we need to work with those space. We can't just be continuously engaged in a fight. We also need to find where there is right now the space to keep building. And these spaces exist. They are not dominating the international agenda. They cannot stop the war in Iran or the war in Ukraine, but they allow us not to completely disappear. They keep hope alive, which is very important for human rights organizations, and they allow us to keep fighting and to keep imagining. So that's what we do. We invest in spaces where there is potential. We identify where we can somehow push back against Trump or Putin. They are not, Donald Trump is not the only one in the international scene. And we work locally. So I just wanted to add that maybe, and that's also something that I know Jack believes in. At this point in time, our diagnosis is that national governments, federal governments, for some reason, either have been captured by big tech or corporate actors who do not care, frankly, for the rest of the society, are just not able to see their way out of the chaos right now. That is my diagnosis of many governments. That is not the case at local level. It is not the case at city level. It is not the case even here at state level. So for Amnesty, which has always operated at international and national level, we're zooming back. We're going back to a local level. We want to engage at city level with mayors, with grassroots organizations, because we believe that right now they are the sources of the resistance. We see that in Chicago. I spent the day yesterday with some of those incredible organizations fighting ICE. They always leave me deeply inspired. I I fully believe that you American people will find a way of getting you and us out of this mess. I see that yesterday when I was in Little Village. I hope I will see it today as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our screen is blinking intimidatingly at me, so I'll just kind of try to summarize us by wrapping up a few threads. The human rights field is at an existential moment where we're facing some very severe challenges. And this is at a time when our society is also facing existential challenges of mass conflict, technological change, erosion of privacy, climate change, etc. And what you both have offered are, the importance of extremely defensive work for the system, the importance of strategy, the importance of focus on local levels, and the importance of vision and world building. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Programming will resume at 11:15 or at 11:20.
they bring their
programming will resume in 5 minutes. Program is resuming. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Our programming is about to resume. Please take your seats. The program is beginning now. Last call. Please take your seats. The program is beginning now.
Should I start? Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Hope you all had the chance to get some coffee and some snacks. I wanted to say thank you at the top to Leslie and the Chicago Council on Global Affairs for including this session on immigration and new Americans. This is a topic, to state the obvious, that has been a great debate throughout our 250-year history as a country, and is certainly a debate that's alive today, both here in the city of Chicago, and I'll talk about that in a second, and across the country, and really the world. I feel so fortunate to have the chance to have this conversation, to reflect on this moment and this debate with two true immigration scholars, Nicole and Karthik, so thank you for being here. Nicole runs the Immigration Rights Clinic at the University of Chicago. I've had the great opportunity to collaborate with her a little bit. Karthik comes to us from California. He runs the Asian American Research Center at UC Berkeley. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't start by just talking a little bit, reflecting a little bit about how Chicago has been impacted by immigration in recent years, just in the last 4 years specifically. So starting in 2002, running to 2022 to 2024, Chicago received around 50,000 immigrants by bus from Texas and other states near the border. About 30,000 of those were Venezuelan. At the same time, the same period, the city of Chicago also received about 30,000 Ukrainians, but most of them came by plane. And then, of course, last year, Chicago was one of the first cities to be the site of a very aggressive enforcement action by this current administration. Operation Midway Blitz resulted in hundreds of federal agents coming to the city from all over the country, and about 4,500 people from Chicago being arrested. So both the influx and then the crackdown has an impact on public opinion on the topic of immigration. Something that the Chicago Council, I think, does a really great job of surveying, and I understand that we'll be hearing soon from the Chicago Council on the results of the most recent survey that they've done on public opinion on this issue. But just 2 points on this. In my career, I've mostly worked on this topic of immigration outside the United States. I served in the United Nations for almost a decade, the UN Refugee Agency, and then at my time in the White House, I focused mostly on migration diplomacy, engaging with countries in the region, around the world, on how we can work together on this issue. And it's just really interesting to see that really, all across the world, the issue of immigration can become a political lightning rod. It's not unique to the United States. And when there is influx that's not managed well, when that's combined with economic factors in the country, we do see this erosion of political support for immigrants and refugees. And then I think, of course, this moment that we're in right now is not unique even in our own history. This is something that's been there's been division and disagreement since the very beginning of our country on who is American, what is our national identity, who belongs here, how should we manage the inflow and outflow of people into our country. So let's start there. Let's start with the historical context. So Karthik, I'm going to turn to you, who I know you've written extensively on this over the years. If you can just share your insights on this cycle of immigration and backlash, and what we can draw from what's happened in history.
Thank you so much. I'll just honored to be here. And I guess for context, I'll say is my career, I go between the worlds of think tank and academia, and really have valued the ability to not just generate frameworks and theories and historical work, but also be of value, right, to policymakers and movement actors. So with that, I'll be a typical academic. The last 3 books I wrote were on immigration. One called Framing Immigrants, and I think when we talk about the contemporary period, I'll draw heavily on that. But then 2 other books, one called The New Immigration Federalism, as well as Citizenship Reimagined. And in both of those 2 latter books, we wanted to make sure that we have a deep understanding of our history before we get to the contemporary period. And a couple of main features, I would say. By the way, the theme in all of this is that most immigration opinion is not this kind of bottom-up fueled anger, especially if you're talking about opposition to immigration. Elites, particularly partisan elites and people who are trying to make political headway, have a huge influence in terms of shaping public opinion. You know, when we think of American democracy, we think our representatives should represent public opinion. And it might be true on certain issues, but often you see the reverse, where elite actors, and some of them may not be in government, a lot of them are trying to either get into government or influence government, will try to use wedge issues and engage in whatever persuasion tactics. You know, you can call it disinformation, you can call it within bounds persuasion. That's what happens. And someone mentioned this yesterday, you know, here we are a century after a period. So in 1924, America shut down its borders effectively. And we had our version of Make America Great Again because they didn't want to see those pesky Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans who were causing too much trouble, right? And that's something I want to point to because the 1924 congressional law essentially shut the door to immigration until World War II, when it turned out that we needed certain countries in Asia to support our cause, and we started creaking that door open, allowing Asians to become citizens, naturalized citizens for the first time in our history. And then in 1965, opening that door much more, right, to make sure that family reunification and employment-based preferences were the kind of the major cornerstones of that. I point to that because while it might be tempting to think of this moment as a high fever that's going to break and that we'll get back to the status quo ante, and certainly the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act will enable us to get some semblance of that. It's not out of the realm of possible that you will see new congressional legislation. It all depends on what elites do, right? Both within Washington, D.C. and outside, and what ends up becoming the kind of common sense understanding of whether immigrants are strengthening America or are a burden to America. Now, the good news is, well, good news from my point of view, I would say, as an immigrant myself, I moved to the US when I was 12. My family came here because we saw this as a land of opportunity, especially on educational opportunity. It was a place that was broadly welcoming of immigrants, and the higher education system was the envy of the world. My parents literally came here because they thought we would have a better chance in the higher education system in the US than in India. Seeing relatives who found the IITs in India are just like famous for just being so insanely competitive that it weeds out most people of talent. So not just on immigration, but our higher education system are both under severe strain, if not attack. And what we're seeing today is within a course of 10 years, we've seen, at least within the Republican Party and the conservative movement, this notion that it's not just about legal versus illegal immigration, it's the legality or the status, but any immigrant, right? And you saw Senator Tom Cotton introduce legislation in the first Trump administration, and you're seeing sitting US senators today that are speaking the language of white Christian nationalism. Sitting US senators. That shapes public opinion. And we can dig into that a bit more in terms of what public opinion looks like, but there's a growing disconnect that we see, certainly in the Asian American community, about what they think America's like fundamental ideals are. We just released a survey earlier this week. You can go to apidata.com and you'll see that survey. It's in partnership with the Associated Press. A big gap between how APIs see multiculturalism as core to American identity, and the general population is less likely to see multiculturalism as core to American identity. APIs are much less likely to see Christianity as core to American identity than the general population. Part of it is about who APIs are, part of it is about how American public opinion is shifting because of the work of people in powerful institutions that are shaping American public opinion.
Interesting. Yeah, and I'd like to get back to this point that you made about elites driving public opinion when we talk about reform in the end. But first, I'd like to turn to Nicole. And Nicole, you've been so involved in the response here in Chicago with your students and the work you do as a lawyer. I'd be interested to hear your take on this cycle that we're seeing of new waves of immigration and then backlash, and what you think we can draw from that.
So I definitely agree that I think this is elite driven, but I do think that it's important to understand why the general public, at least in the 2024 election and the period immediately before, was susceptible to that narrative, right? Because it found an audience in the public, and I think there are a couple explanations. I think one is well beyond the scope of this panel, but Americans in general are unhappy with our institutions. They aren't functioning in the way that I think many Americans expect them to. They were very unhappy economically during that period of time. They were very unhappy with inflation. And we weren't, the elites, the people in power, were not solving those issues, at least quickly enough. Now, of course, they're very difficult to solve. I'm not suggesting that there was an easy solution. But I think that when you have a population that is unhappy generally with the direction of the country, they are then therefore more susceptible to kind of anti-immigrant narratives because they are, it's someone to blame. It's blaming someone else for the problems that we are having as a country. So I think first and foremost, that explains some of the underlying kind of economic and social conditions that led to that backlash. But I think that the other issue, and I know we're going to talk about reform a little bit later, but we have an immigration system that hasn't seen major revisions since 1996 in terms of our legal immigration system, who we admit into the country. It's largely the system that we passed in 1965. And we live in a very different world now than in either of those years. And because this has become a partisan issue, and because there is such a vast difference in the opinions of the two major political parties, we have not been able to address those issues. And so I think in the kind of 2021 to 2024 period of time, the system started to break down because it really wasn't meant for the kinds of issues that we were seeing in the immigration system. And yet, because we're so divided on the question of immigration, we were unable to actually do anything about it. The Biden administration, I think, did as much as they could with the tools that they had under the law. But the fact of the matter is that that the law was not really well suited for dealing with the situation. So I think the American public saw lots of chaos, and they're seeing chaos again right now. So we are now seeing a backlash to the backlash because we still haven't solved those underlying issues with our system. We still haven't solved the underlying economic insecurities that cause Americans to be susceptible to these narratives. And we have a different administration in office, and so there's someone else to kind of blame for the dysfunction. And I think that we're going to continue to have those cycles. They're likely going to happen at a much quicker pace than they did earlier in American history, both because of the way that technology works today, but also because of the extreme partisanship on the issue of immigration between the two parties, that we are going to have kind of successive backlashes until we actually address the underlying issues. And I, for one, am hopeful that in response to this particular backlash, we can use that as a moment to try to rethink what we want our immigration system to be, who we want coming, who we want to allow to stay. And I do think that we have a moment, and I'm hoping that we don't let that moment go by such that we just continue on this cycle of backlash upon backlash.
Great, thanks so much. And I agree with you. I think when we have a system that works, when people come in an orderly way, like the Ukrainians that we mentioned, when people are given the opportunity to come by plane and they're given legal status right away, when they're not disruptive to communities, then I don't think we see that same extreme in terms of backlash and in public opinion. So that's why I think this reform piece is so critical. Let's talk a little bit about the interplay between the economics of immigration and the politics. Because I think what is really interesting is they're not always sort of in line. Like the data reflects that in general, immigrants contribute positively to the economy. There's some that say that they suppress wages. There's a little bit of a debate. I think reasonable people can sort of debate on those issues. But in general, the data reflects that they support our economy on the local and national level. But when you look at what people say when they're polled on this, and the Chicago Council on Global Affairs just released their survey from April of this year, there is a major gap there. So 40% of Republicans responded in the survey that immigrants do not contribute positively to our economy, that they're a detriment to our economy, that they're a strain. Whereas 80% of Democrats that were polled said the opposite. So this is an issue where there's just a massive point of disagreement. And so I guess my question to you, Nicole, and then Karthik is, are people looking at different data sets, or is it more about perception than reality?
Yeah, I mean, this is something I think many academics who study this are very frustrated about, because they've been doing research for decades that in general, immigration is a net positive on the economy. Yes, there may be certain subpopulations that are harmed slightly, and you might have to have some policies to address that. But overall, it contributes, immigrants contribute to economic growth. In fact, during the post-COVID era, when many other countries of the world were struggling economically, the United States actually did relatively well. And recent research coming out has suggested that that is almost entirely because of the influx of people coming in during the Biden era who were able to get work authorization and were able to fill those positions that needed to be filled at that time. And so at the same time, we have a backlash to the number of people coming in. We have research suggesting that, in fact, that is the reason why the United States succeeded in the post-COVID era as well as they did. And you see that in other areas of research as well. Non-citizens have lower crime rates than native-born citizens in terms of how many people are committing crimes. There's absolutely no evidence that if you increase immigration, you increase crime rates. One statistic that I found pretty telling is that apparently if you look at the arrest rates for Border Patrol officers in their off-duty jobs, and you look at and compare that to the rate of undocumented immigrants getting arrested, can you guess which group of people has a higher arrest rate? It is the Border Patrol officers. And yet, we are not breaking through, right? So I think part of what explains that is that there are people in power, as you said, Karthik, that benefit from this narrative. There are people in power who want to return the United States to a white Christian nationalist state. I actually believe that that is a very minority position in the United States. I think there are very few people, and unfortunately they've captured one of the two political parties, and so we're in the position we are today. But I do think that they are using people's fear of the unknown. They're using people's sort of comfort with what they remember the country being like maybe a few decades ago. And they're using it and they're playing on people's economic insecurities in a way that I think is really detrimental, not only to non-citizens in the country, but frankly to all of us. I think one of the ironies of this is that we are facing a population cliff at this point. The United States has a below replacement level birth rate. That is the case in many, many places. It's even the case in China right now. There's only a few areas of the world where populations are still growing. And one of the only short-term solutions to that problem, not, I would say, trying to coerce women into leaving the public life and going back and having more children. I think that's basically not going to work. But the only solution to that really is higher rates of immigration, right? And I think that the countries that manage to attract workers to come in the next century are going to be the countries that are able to thrive in this era of lower birth rates. And yet it's at this exact moment that countries across the developed world are shutting their borders and decreasing illegal immigration rates. So, this is, I think, a very short-term outlook in terms of what is good for our country. And what we need to do in order to kind of change course is to make the argument to the American public and make it forcefully and not do it in, I think, in a way that maybe some Democrats are right now, in a sort of apologetic way, or in a way that doesn't really forcefully argue that this is actually our strength and not the root of our problems. We can do more research. The research all shows the same thing. It's not surprising at this point. But really what we need to be is advocates for making sure that the public understands what the research says, and really forcefully putting forth our vision for what we want the future of this country to look like.
Great, thanks, Nicole. And I think you're right in terms of global competition. I think other countries are taking advantage of this moment and are making it more attractive for people to come work and fill labor gaps in other countries. Karthik, over to you, both on the economic question, but then I know you've done a lot of research into like the social aspects of this as well.
Social and political, yeah.
So,
I mean, I guess I'll say, there's reality and there's perceptions of reality, and it's a perception that matters. I know that Stephen Colbert spent a lot of time in Chicago, and he talked about truthiness rather than truth. Right, and that was in his alter ego, right, when he was like playing the Bill O'Reilly character. But it turns out that truthiness is actually what matters more than the truth. And in terms of the politics of this, the sitting U.S. senator that I mentioned is Eric Schmidt from Missouri, not the Google Eric Schmidt, but the junior senator from Missouri. And he spoke at a national conservative conference where he pushed back vehemently of this notion that America was a country founded on ideals as opposed to a country that is founded by a particular ethnic group and Christianity at its core. Right? So it's an ethno-nationalist, Christian nationalist vision of America. And what he says is that we, in the pursuit of wealth, in the pursuit of prosperity, we lost our soul. So he actually pushes back and he says it is this cultural and religious version of America that is of utmost importance. And he actually thinks we made a mistake by letting in people like my parents and others, high-skilled immigrants, who have been part of that 50-year run of prosperity in America, right? So they would rather have a white Christian nation than a prosperous nation. So let's just sink in, like that is the bargain. And so how do we get to this point? So the new immigration federalism, my co-author and I, we look at the post 9/11 period. At the time, we called it ethnic nationalism. I think we should just call it white Christian nationalism, right? But what 9/11 did is it increased the market share for people to push a hardline agenda. So it went from being fringe to mainstream within the Republican Party. And yet people like Lou Dobbs, you had people like Chris Kobach, but within Congress, Tom Tancredo, he was like the Tea Partier before the Tea Party even existed. He was crossing swords with the Bush administration, which was famous for party discipline. Pre 9/11, he was pushing hard. Within 4 years, what you saw was Jim Sensenbrenner, member of Congress, who was a moderate on immigration. By the time 2005 rolls around, he's the one who introduces legislation making it a felony to be undocumented or helping anyone who's undocumented in America. That's when you saw these massive protests in the streets in Chicago, LA, and elsewhere. So that is still the work of political elites that took something that was fringe, and how did they do it? They primaried people. They fought against Republican Party elites that had this comprehensive immigration reform as the framework. So I would say that the parties are far apart, but it's mostly the Republican Party that's been yanked far. And if you look at the opinions of independent voters, it's not that different from the opinions of Democrats when it comes to immigration issues. So we need to recognize that, and how do you solve for that? You know, I mean, I run API data. I believe in the importance of evidence-based research. But survey opinion shows you, right, that it's not just the fundamentals of what it exists. Final thing I'll say on economic and social effects, I was on this National Academies panel. There were 2 panels that released their studies, I believe in late 2016. One was on the economic impacts of immigration, the other one was on the social impacts. Both of those generally had a positive thing to say, especially on the social one. If you want to call it integration, incorporation, assimilation, all of those are all pointing to progress over time. On the economic one, it's like George Borjas versus like most other economists, most other labor economists. But what is true even today as before is if there are negative effects, it's usually short-term and it's usually at the local level. I mean, so our social security system, our national economy might benefit, even state and local economies might benefit, but it's in schools, in housing, like that's where the pain gets felt in the short term. But one of the things I would say is that if you think immigrants are expensive, children are expensive. Children are expensive for at least the first 18 years of their existence, but now probably into the first 30 to 35 years of their existence. But we believe in the importance of renewal and ultimately this kind of intergenerational commitment. And so that's something that I hope that we can return to, but we need to make sure that the political incentives are aligned enough in order to make that happen.
Yeah, well, thanks. And I think it is important that as we enter into a reform period that it be grounded in an understanding of, you know, what people think in terms of national identity and all of that. So thank you. We have about 10 minutes left, and I want to make sure we have time for questions. But I want to hear from both of you a little bit on what you think is possible in the future. You know, you mentioned, Nicole, that we haven't had comprehensive reform since the 1990s. Do you think that there's a glimmer of hope that we might be able to see that in the future, and what do you think it'll look like?
Yeah, I do think there's an opportunity, and I think that maybe the silver lining of what Chicago's been going through over the last year and other places as well is that we might have a consensus moment at the end of this administration to really make those changes. And I agree with Karthik that if you look at the data, there is quite a bit of consensus on the issue of immigration. I mean, it's not everybody. There's obviously a minority. They happen to be in power right now who have different views. But I think that there are at least 3 principles that most people can get behind, and I think it could constitute a reform agenda. And I think that those principles are family unity, economic growth, and humanitarian protection. And I think that I believe that the American public will support an immigration regime that is organized around those 3 principles and an enforcement regime that is organized around those 3 principles if we have a system that actually works and that it doesn't feel like it's kind of chaos and that kind of no one knows what's happening, right? So I think, I do not think, and I am very hopeful that this is the case. I do not think we can tinker around the edges, okay? We are not going to change 2 words in this statute, 1 word in this statute, and fix the immigration system. I think there needs to be kind of a broad reimagining of who we want to come to the United States. Who do we want to allow to stay, right? Even if they are here and sort of violated some immigration law. I think that I think we kind of need to start from scratch, because I will tell you, as someone who works in the system, it is not working. Okay, there are 4 million, maybe slightly fewer now, 4 million deportation cases right now in immigration courts. There are roughly 9 million applications for immigration benefits that are pending with USCIS. And the law is very, very poorly written. It's sort of been layered, there's been layers and layers of legislative reforms such that courts can't figure out what the law means. People can't figure out what the law means. I don't even understand the immigration laws, and I'm an immigration law expert, let alone the millions of non-citizens who are expected to navigate the system without an attorney because they don't have the right to counsel. So I think that we can, however, if we have the political capital, we could reimagine an immigration system around those three principles that I mentioned, and I think it would have broad support. And I hope that in the backlash to the backlash that we've been talking about, there is a moment where consensus, or not, if not consensus, then broad agreement is possible on this issue.
Yeah, I'll just quickly, so that we can get to audience Q&A. I had the privilege for 2.5 years to lead an initiative in California called California 100. It was a long-term futures initiative, and we wanted to think about all of the far-out ideas. Typical California, right? Let's just think big, right? And to think about how can we shape our own future. And I think it's really important. Here we are in Chicago. It's a national conversation, international conversation, but it's also a local and state conversation. Yeah. So I'll also point to my most recent book, Citizenship Reimagined, and also New Immigration Federalism. We're a deeply divided society. When you talk about the manufacturing of crisis, so I have a book that I'm working on looking at Asian Americans and Latinos and political dynamics. I mean, one of the underappreciated things about the quote unquote immigration crisis is it was manufactured by DeSantis and Abbott. We give so much credit to Trump, but the genius of them to basically engineer crisis, show the hypocrisy of liberals, sending people to New York, the media capital of America. Yeah. Right? They made it very real. And so I say that because we ignore federalism at our peril, but we can also turn it around. So, I started off grad school as a comparativist. You look at deeply divided societies, and there's a handful of ways they end up. One is civil war, another is low-grade political violence, secession. And then you get places like Belgium that have very intricate agreements. And then the last one is federalism. Given how deeply divided we are, hopefully we can say, you know what? Let's turn the temperature down. Let's devolve some of these powers. Now, some people might not want a patchwork solution, but what we find in Citizenship Reimagined is you have very different citizenship regimes based on the state you live in. You cross the border from California to Arizona, it's a very different citizenship regime. Let's just recognize that reality for what it is. And instead of having this dynamic, I remember, I served on the Princeton Graduate Alumni Association. I was talking to a colleague from Florida, and it was like night and day. I mean, he thought that Newsom was evil incarnate, and I was just like DeSantis is your governor, are we serious now, right? And he thought that DeSantis would make a much better president than Newsom did. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, so what we have are two smart people who care about our country, who fundamentally disagree. And can we not make it so consequential when one party or the other gets into the White House that we have this yanking of the pendulum? Federalism is one of those answers, right? When you talk about the founders, the two kind of safeguards against tyranny are separation of powers and federalism. We need to shore up federalism.
Very interesting. I look forward to reading your book. All right, let's poll the audience. Do we have any questions? Yes, you over there. The gentleman in the back.
If I could very quickly, my name's Harry Waswani, and I manage money on a global basis. If I could add some very quick comments to the panel discussion, and I think what I'm going to share, every American in this room and this country should truly, truly contemplate on what I'm going to say. It will determine the future of this great country. First, some reality check on statistics. There has been, in the last 2 years, a massive drop in applicants from Asia, notably India and China, to even our best universities. They're bypassing America. Germany had a 60% jump from those two countries in the last 2 years. So did France. All the other developed countries are rolling out the red carpet. These brilliant minds will not come back to the United States. Secondly, I think we need to understand, Karthik is from California. Research was done at Berkeley many, many years ago showing what really worked in Silicon Valley. The facts are 65% of every company you think of was either co-founded by an Indian or a Chinese. This administration is making it very, very hard to get skilled labor. And many of these, there was a time when I was in graduate school, I predicted this period, that not everyone would want to come to the United States. Other countries offer world-class education. I lived in Singapore. Today, Singapore's only two schools, Nanyang Technology University and the National University of Singapore, are ranked above 6 of the Ivy League schools in this country. People have choices. If you're smart, you can go anywhere, and you're more likely to stay because you want, and France and Germany, for example, they're like, you come here, you get a degree.
I'm going to have to stop you because
we will guarantee you permanent residency.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Right here in the front.
It's coming.
Yes, it's coming.
Hello, my name is Jerry Hagstrom. I'm a journalist in Washington where I cover agriculture. In Washington, there are attempts to separate bringing farm workers in from the rest of the immigration agenda, and this is very controversial. Obviously, the people in agriculture want to do this, and I bring this up because here we are in the heartland where this is a very big issue, and even on the most mechanized farms, there are farm workers coming in, particularly from South Africa, to run the big equipment. And I wonder what you think about the idea of separating farm workers from the rest of the immigration reform efforts, whether it's likely to happen or whether you think it's a good or bad idea.
So I'll just quickly jump on that and
Sure,
toss to you as well. I think one of the major maybe mistakes, I think, in hindsight, was to insist on comprehensive reform where you had to solve all of the problems. And the people pushing back on that, they said, we don't want piecemeal reform, we want comprehensive. But what we've seen in states like Illinois, California, and others is if you have a different mindset that this is incremental reform, rather than this like all or nothing, it's we want it all or forget the piecemeal. I also think we can learn from other countries, right? Countries like Canada, they have dramatically drawn down on the number of immigrants they're letting in, but it's not locked into law the way it is, right? There's a lot more flexibility for the government based on labor market needs to be able to expand or contract the doors, not just in general, but in particular occupation classes, in particular provinces. That's something we should be thinking about, rather than just locking it in and making it very unwieldy. Now, we should be careful, because if you give the executive branch a lot that discretion, they might do horrible things. They're doing horrible things anyway. And so you're giving yourself at least a fighting chance to give more flexibility to an immigration regime to be responsive to short-term needs or particular sectoral needs.
I'm going to take my prerogative to answer that question, even though we're out of time. But piecemeal reform, great, fantastic, hasn't happened, right? We've been trying to get a Dreamer bill passed for 25 years. It hasn't happened. When we've done piecemeal reform in the past, what we end up getting is more enforcement, right? So we now have an immigration enforcement agency that is, if they were a military, they would be a top 10 military in the world. That's how large our immigration enforcement agencies are. And we haven't gotten piecemeal reform, and we haven't gotten comprehensive immigration reform. So I also think that if we do piecemeal reform, it might help around the edges. But you know, we're thinking about 2029. What happens in 2033 or 2037 when we have another pendulum swing? Do we want to see another Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago? Do we want that? If we don't, piecemeal reform is not going to solve the problem, and we have to really be pushing for something more comprehensive. But certainly, in the meantime, if someone wants to pass an ag jobs bill that provides more support for farmers, I'm completely in support. But I just don't think it's going to be sufficient to solve the problems that are facing the system today.
Great. Well, thank you both, and thank you all. We just scratched the surface on this topic, but really appreciated the conversation. Thanks.
When you started off, I had a few points. I was like, this is
Sit on the end. We can slide down.
I'm Tom, by the way. Aaron Tracy. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What do you do? With the Pittsburgh Military Museum and Library. Oh, nice. I work for development. Oh, cool. I work for Public First for research and public policy consultancy. Nice. Enjoy the work? I've been there like 2 months so far.
Okay.
So, but yeah, we work with like. So what was the museum again? Pittsburgh military.
Hello? It's a bright light. Hello, again?
Hey, very good to see you.
Hello, and welcome to a conversation about the geopolitics of hunger. I'm Catherine Bertini. I'm a distinguished fellow here at the Council, and I was the first American to be executive director of the UN's World Food Program. Dan Glickman is also a distinguished fellow at the Council. He was a member of Congress from Wichita, Kansas, and he was Secretary of Agriculture in the Clinton administration. And Jada McKenna is the CEO of the NGO Mercy Corps, does work all around the world. Previously, she was an assistant administrator at USAID and also ran the Feed the Future program at USAID. Today, when we think about global hunger, from the perspective of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, we can't not start with thinking about the big event going on downtown, or in the South Side rather, and the inauguration of the Clinton presidential the Obama Presidential Center. The Obama Presidential Center. I'm about to say he's joined by President Clinton, President Bush, and I think President Biden. But the whole idea of the connection between the Council and U.S. public policy, especially about agriculture, is what I wanted to emphasize for starters, because it was in 2008 when Marshall Bhutan, who's here somewhere, who was the president of the Council, created, where's Marshall? Created the program for us to put together an argument to the U.S. government about how the U.S. should be more involved in agriculture development, and particularly helping poor farmers worldwide. And in 2008, when Dan Glickman and I co-chaired this effort for the Council with many others who participated, we made the point to someone, it was either going to be McCain or Obama, we didn't know, that there should be more emphasis on helping poor farmers in developing countries. And so we wrote this book, which ended up being influential with the incoming administration, because when the president made his inaugural, he said to poor people in poor countries, we're going to help your farms to flourish. And then they went on to put together Feed the Future, which ultimately Jada ran. So it was an important project for the administration and important for the Council. Now we're talking about the US government and its role in food security. And we know that US government has been involved in global food security for many years, much of our 250 years. So Dan, would you give us a rundown?
Sure. Well, first of all, let me just say that Catherine deserves great credit. The Chicago Council was seminal in getting the U.S. government to adopt the Feed the Future program. Yeah. You did it here. I don't know how many think tanks, or whatever you call the Chicago Council, or do tanks, or think tanks. Yeah. How many can say, we did something that influenced people around the world definitively? And then Jada headed up this program. It saved thousands of lives. It fed thousands of people. So anyway, just a little bit of clapping of your hands for what the Chicago Council did. It was amazing. So just, I'm an old politician, so I'm going to talk a little bit of history here. I see some of my friends here that Carl Stern and I have been on the board of the World Food Program USA for many years, and a lot of folks here are interested in hunger. This is has been historically, America's role in feeding the world has been very bipartisan. You all know that Senators Dole and McGovern were kind of both rural senators, South Dakota and Kansas, led the effort for years. And they made this bipartisan effort, and to a lot of people who don't necessarily like foreign aid, many of them say, well, hunger's different. We want to feed hungry people, even though we don't like all that stuff going overseas. But they do kind of make an exception for hunger, and therefore hunger has been extremely bipartisan over the years. It's been farmer-led. It began as a farmer-led effort. It began when a farmer from Kansas went to President Eisenhower and said, we are producing about 1/3 more every year than we consume in this country. We either got to sell it or give it away. And out of that came the Food for Peace program during the Eisenhower administration. Herbert Hoover has gotten some negative feelings today, but Herbert Hoover was an amazing humanitarian. And after the Second World War, Harry Truman basically hired Herbert Hoover to run the Marshall Plan. And Hoover was an incredibly important humanitarian. He may not have been the greatest president, but he saved a lot of lives around the world. And why did Truman hire Hoover? Because he knew he was technically capable. Roosevelt didn't like Hoover very well, never used him, but Truman did. And of course, I talked about Eisenhower, and you go through the history of this country, John Kennedy with the Peace Corps, and Jimmy Carter, of course, is the poster boy for humanitarian efforts in this country. We talked about Obama and the Feed the Future. I worked for Bill Clinton. And probably the greatest hero of all was George W. Bush, not so much in the hunger area, but his PEPFAR program dealing with AIDS and malaria, Republican, has saved at least 500,000 people from dying. So as you look back historically, these programs are really bipartisan, and then we've had a break. This administration has kind of been a break from this, and I know that Jada will talk about how it impacted, but what's important to recognize is that our ability to help feed the world, one, we have the commodities to do it, and we had farmer support, but our ability to feed the world has been instrumental in American leadership around the world. Jay can talk about this. I've delivered food aid when I was at USDA, when I was secretary in Kenya and in Tanzania, and you should see the eyes of these people when they get bags of grain that say, coming from the people of the United States of America. It makes a big difference to them, and we don't want to give up. It's a great part of our political power, our geopolitical power, and it's a great part of soft power, which we can see that's going on right now. There's a lot of problems in this world, energy prices, fertilizer prices. Farmers are hurting in this country. They're hurting around the world. Poverty has gone up in many parts of the world. America has historically had this role, and we can continue to have the role, and we should continue to have the role. We cannot give this up. It's what makes America great. And virtually every president of the United States, except the current one, has been advancing those images, both Republican and Democratic, and that we should be proud of, and we should encourage our Congress to do the same.
And Jada, you're on the ground right now, so you see what is happening in terms of American support for hunger worldwide. Yeah. What are you seeing?
So, 18 years ago, when the Chicago Council, when you guys put out that report, and we set up Feed the Future, hunger was really very much an issue of poverty and people in agriculture-producing countries who didn't make enough food to feed their families themselves or to buy food. Today, we're increasingly seeing hunger more concentrated in addition to poverty, but in fragile states where attacks on increasingly starting from Ukraine to Sudan to Gaza. We're seeing attacks on food and water infrastructure, attacks on grain silos, blockages of food coming in, and so this active use of hunger as a weapon of war. With the U.S. changes last year, when the U.S. executive orders hit, and the U.S. withdrew a lot of its funding. The U.S. was the largest funder for food security and nutrition programs worldwide by far. Overnight, we were forced, just talking about Mercy Corps' example, we were forced to shut down school feeding programs that we had in Liberia, in Uzbekistan, all around the world. We had a lot of work doing malnutrition therapeutic foods. We were forced to stop a lot of that support to mothers and children who were coming to clinics to do that malnutrition support. A few weeks ago, I was in the region of Turkana, which is the poorest county in Kenya, where malnutrition is a serious issue. 1/3 of the children there are malnourished. A clinic that we supported with USAID funding that we're no longer able to support said that they have not been able to get the plumpy nut, the therapeutic food, since last July. So we saw the U.S. government, it wasn't just Increasingly, it wasn't just food aid. It was support to research universities that were helping to prevent diseases. It was a lot of the food chain, a lot of the supply chain for these malnutrition foods were done through U.S. contracts. Those things were completely disrupted. They're just getting back to normal. But all the support to farmers and to production, that went away. And what the US government has done is said, we only do life-saving emergency aid. And we know that is like 7 times more expensive to reach a household or a family after the crisis has happened. And right now, a lot of the work that we were doing to prevent those crises, but also to alleviate crises that were happening, just had to end. That funding has not been replaced. And so, World Food Program rations that they used to give for a family of 4 for a week in places like Yemen are down to feeding 2 people for 3 or 4 days. Like, certain children aren't getting supplied with foods. People don't have access to seeds and other things that they had. We're creating bigger problems. I think the other piece of it is with all these wars, the U.S. has also kind of retreated from its diplomatic role in really condemning certain aspects of conduct of war and bringing peace to the table. At one point, we had famines declared in Sudan and parts of Gaza. That's just unheard of, completely political and unnecessary. And so we do need the U.S. is an indispensable player, and we need the U.S. to be forcing people to the table to resolve these conflicts in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan. Hopefully Lebanon will get some relief from what it's been experiencing. But a lot of hunger has been created deliberately in these conflicts, and that was something that it's against the rules of law and international law, but it's something that just was not happening at this scale years ago. And it's happening, the state actors are doing this.
So the bad guys on one side prohibit the good or bad guys on the other side from getting food, and who loses are women and children. I think it's important to think about the trends also in terms of funding for humanitarian aid, because when COVID hit and governments reorganized their budgets, a lot of them put more money in programs that they thought would be able to help prevent the spread of COVID, and humanitarian affairs got a lot more resources. So for instance, World Food Program, which used to have approximately an $8 billion budget, went up one year to $14 billion, and the next year to $11 billion. This was shortly after COVID, and then started going back down to its normal levels. Then what else happened before even the Trump cuts started was that other countries, Germany, UK, and others, started cutting back in order to move money from their development and humanitarian budgets into their defense budgets. This circles back to what was being discussed this morning at an earlier panel, that more money, more effort is put in European defense budgets. Where is it coming from? Well, at least some of it is coming from humanitarian aid. In March, I had a meeting with WFP, and they said, yes, there are American cuts, but there are just as many cuts collectively from all the other donors around the world. So the humanitarians are facing even a bigger problem because they are impacted by all of these other donors who are cutting. WFP is looking at a budget now of about $6 billion when it was a normal time 8, and then it got bigger.
And to his credit, Secretary Rubio has responded a bit. They just put, I guess, $800 million into the WFP.
Yes, there has been some increase. It doesn't hit the levels that it was hitting before, but we have been pleased to see some additional funding to WFP and UNICEF.
And there's been bipartisan congressional pressure on the administration. So it's helpful. And the other thing probably we ought to consider is the role of China as well. China is not a big humanitarian donor, but China is extremely engaged in the continent of Africa. In fact, recently China indicated that they were going to reduce their tariffs to basically zero on virtually all African countries at a time when we're talking about increasing tariffs to many parts of the world, including continent of Africa, where there's could impact economic development in that part of the world as well. So, I mean, the whole question, in my mind, not only it's a hunger question, but it's also what is America's role in the world? Do we want to engage or disengage? And I prefer the former rather than the latter. You know, it was Will Rogers who once said America has 2 of the greatest friends in the world, They are the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. Okay. Well, we cannot operate in a global world like that. And hopefully, a better sense will prevail as we get closer to the midterm elections and the next presidential election, to keep the pressure on to ensure that America is not viewed as a weak, disengaged power in the world. And that is going to affect lots of people with empty bellies. And that is what Jada and her team are trying to deal with every day.
Right. I can't underscore enough like the erosion of trust that has been created by a sudden withdrawal, and how many fewer Americans that the USAID staff were out and about. There was just so many people I still talk about, oh, I was a Young African Leaders Fellow with this, or I studied this in the US, and you feel that retreat because all those systems, the funding's just not there, and we're not there and showing up in ways that we were before.
And how does that work in country when there's not anymore a USAID officer?
Yeah, it has been doing less, so less available. But I think the Ebola crisis in DRC is just a perfect example of that. A lot of U.S. funding enabled a lot of local organizations as well. So all the local organizations that would have picked up that something was happening, and the community-based organizations that would have been able to flag things, a lot of those, they don't have reserves like my organization does. A lot of those have not been able to be active. The system, USAID would have known when the first test came in where to send that test right away. They didn't send it to the right place right away. And so this Ebola was going for weeks, if not months, before we caught it. And it's still not contained very well. And just all the layers of the monitoring, of the testing, all the knowledge about how to do safe burials, how to treat people, all that was kind of wiped away. And so they're trying to put it back together or bring people back. But the genie's out of the bottle. And so we're still struggling to figure out where this is going to land. But it is not contained at all.
The relationship between hunger and health.
Yes.
So there was also, when I've been to Africa a few times, and there's kind of a tradition that you got to take your medicine with food.
Yes.
Because if you can't just take your medicine, AIDS medicine particularly has much less effect if it's not taken.
Yeah, no, PEPFAR funded a lot of nutrition for exactly that reason.
And Dan, would you say a few words about nutrition too and its importance? Because it's been important in terms of the kinds of food when U.S. gives in kind, and it's been important in terms of the food that we're able to buy in the developing world.
Yeah, so traditionally American food assistance has been largely commodities. So we have surplus commodities, and it's made these programs very popular with farmers when they have an oversupply of corn or soybeans, wheat, other commodities that are out there. But sometimes that's not as effective when you just put it into commodities and send it over to a country that would be better off getting the cash to buy locally grown commodities rather than just American commodities that are going over there. And oftentimes you deal with the problem, you have malnutrition in the rest of the world. This is a growing trend both in America and globally, the whole issue of the relationship between food, nutrition, health, and mortality. And so we're finding that up until recently, not only were we getting more concerned domestically with respect to nutrition and what you eat and how it impacts your life, and there's a whole big food as medicine movement here in the United States, but also with respect to the rest of the world, how our aid can help sustain a healthier population, particularly with babies and with
young children.
Young children.
Yeah, Jada, there's a question from online that maybe you could address. Conflict and climate are usually framed as threats to food security, but is the reverse also true? Does food security itself drive instability? And are we investing anywhere near enough in food systems as a tool of prevention rather than crisis response?
Yeah, Mercy, we used to call ourselves, most aid organizations have, this is a false dichotomy, but development, programming, humanitarian, emergency. Mercy Corps, we also called ourselves a triple mandate organization because we had peace and governance programming. So the questioner is right, the investments in food systems have been important. We also, the investment in conflict avoidance, helping communities negotiate water rights or other things. All those things are quite important. And so now with conflict and climate, you are seeing just more competition for resources and things that exacerbate tensions that are there, especially around food and water. And so it's even more important that we are investing in systems. But also, like, the US was the largest funder of this kind of conflict avoidance, peace building. There was even a Global Fragility Act that was passed a few years ago. And that program has been completely cut. And so all these things are creating a perfect storm right now.
You know, one thing I think is worthwhile, and maybe you both can comment on this as well. Not everything USAID did was good or correct. And there were problems in the delivery of some food assistance in the world. So as proponents of the system, we need to be out there to make the system work better on the ground. And it's sometimes difficult for advocates to say, if they talk like this, they're saying, well, we're unilaterally disarming and we're just encouraging the opposition to want to cut the assistance. But you know, it's every program the U.S. government does needs to be examined to make sure that the monies are going.
I do think it's important not to be a USAID apologist, but I used to say USAID was the agency it was legislated to be. So there were all kinds of earmarks or ways to do things, but USAID, the U.S. government was just like the amount of resources and time put into monitoring and transparency and investigations. So like organizations that were receiving U.S. government funding were also very, very accountable for what was going on. And that's why I think you will uncover things like where there was fraud and abuse in the system. But there was very, very, very little actual fraud and abuse in the system. And there were a lot of resources to catch it when it was happening. So.
And even when USAID was strong, it didn't have enough staff to do what it needed to do. So that's where you hear the word Beltway bandits, at least from a humanitarian perspective. Lots of little companies started that would then contract to do things that really staff should have done, but they didn't have enough staff.
They didn't have the resources to spend that scale of money that they had to spend.
Jada, would you come back to being on the ground and your opportunities before to choose the countries in which you could operate with U.S. government funding, and now the issues about certain countries that are off limits and why they might be off limits?
One of the things that is most alarming, like we know there is a looming drought coming up in Somalia. A few years ago, there was a drought there, and when we saw it coming, the U.S. government surged almost $1 billion to prevent that. We were able to stave off famine in Somalia, and it was still quite a severe crisis. At this point, Somalia is just, the U.S. government has said no funding going to Somalia. All the emergency humanitarian funds that they've put through the UN, they said that cannot go to Somalia. Yemen is another country that those funds are not going to. Those are two of the most food insecure places in the world, and we know it's about to get worse in Somalia. And it's just been, it's been heartbreaking to see this looming disaster coming, and to know that no one's answering. And the U.S. was 40% of the humanitarian aid spending globally. So even if Europe and others stepped up, they were never near the levels of that. And the sad thing is they aren't stepping up. So it's shame on the entire system. But it is, to see certain countries signaled out has been heartbreaking.
Can I just comment on one other thing? You talked about drought in Somalia. So there are asteroids heading to Earth, not literally, but what I call these catastrophes that could happen with climate change. So when you talk, the heat index is going up all over the world, okay? Water availability we go from floods to droughts in much greater, more frequent cycles than we ever did before. It hurts farmers everywhere. In the United States, we're impacted by that. But in the United States, we have technical advantages that we don't have in the rest of the world, and we have ability to diversify crops that they don't. But if you take an underdeveloped part of the world, these catastrophes that used to happen, let's say every 10 years or 15 years, are happening every 3 years or every 5 years.
Yes.
And this will have a remarkable effect on hunger. So this is a problem that affects the world as a whole. It actually affects the United States too, and a lot of the scientific research that's going on at universities, land-grant universities, and others around the United States impact the ability of farmers in, let's say, Tanzania or Kenya or Liberia or wherever to actually improve their products. So there's been a lot of cuts in research funding as well in the agricultural area. And we have to really be worried about that because it will be much more difficult to deal with these asteroids that are much more likely to impact farmers around the world.
Yeah, there's a big research operation in Mexico that's part of the international system, and it concentrates on research on wheat and corn, maize. And it was almost totally cut in the first round of the budgets of the administration. They've gotten some money back, but they became so weak that the Chinese came to Mexico and said, gee, we could take them over. We'll move them to China. And the Mexican delegation was active in Washington talking about this, and this group was able to get more resources.
And you know, it's a very competitive world out there. Not that the U.S., I use dominating in a sense of being engaged, but the U.S. doesn't have to dominate the world in this area, but we used to have the most supple, well-funded, and most productive research establishment in the agriculture area in the world in this country. It grew out of the land-grant college movement, the Morrill Act, and so colleges and universities all over America. It's still terrific. Don't get me wrong. But Brazil now has as effective a agriculture research infrastructure as we do in the United States. And they're very competitive. And out of that, they've been able to produce competitive crops, which are sometimes at a disadvantage to American farmers. That we'll deal with in the normal order of things. But we have to keep that research infrastructure up so that farmers not only here, but globally are able to compete and feed their population as well.
Dan, one more question, then let's see if there are questions from the floor. That is, could you circle back to the issue of Midwest agriculture and how important it is to food aid overall? And at the same time, the Midwest members of Congress and others have been influential in saving some of the programs that were at USAID and moving them to USDA.
Yes, so what's happened is a big chunk of our food aid, not all of it, but a big chunk of it has moved from USAID, which is closed down, to the Department of Agriculture. And there was some controversy about that, but there was no choice because it was shut down at the State Department and USAID, so the USDA has handled it. I think though they're not fully staffed up to deal with it right now, but at the same time, their heart's in the right place because they want to ship this surplus commodities. Remember, we grow out of every 3 bushels of, let's say, grain that we grow, we only consume 2 bushels in the United States. We have to sell it or we have to donate it, or they're a cash equivalent. And so Midwest agriculture has a lot to gain with this. I mean, we're in the heart of corn, soybean, and wheat country, and those are the big items that we export. And those members of Congress have actually been very effective in trying to forestall a lot of the cuts that Jada was talking about.
Audience questions? Yes. Wait for the mic, please.
Dermot Horgan. My name is Dermot Horgan with the law firm IP Horgan. I keep on hearing this argument that, you know, you've touched on it slightly, but I haven't heard it answered clearly. I keep on hearing this argument that we have poured billions and billions of dollars into solving the problem of world hunger, and an awful lot of it gets siphoned away through corruption or breeds dependency, and nothing actually good comes out of it. Can someone answer that succinctly? Thank you.
I think before even to that point, there's a more important issue, and that is that as the population of the world has risen quite dramatically, the numbers of hungry people, although still an unconscionable 800+ million people, has not. So there has been so much development, especially around economic development, that has impacted the numbers of hungry people. That in fact, most of the population that we're talking about are people that are in dire straits, either desperately poor or they're living mixed war or amidst a big climate issue. And therefore, it's a much more concentrated population.
I think pre-COVID, we had made so many advances in reducing the number of hungry people that when the Sustainable Development Goals were developed, there was an ending hunger plank, and I think people thought that was quite possible. There are a lot of political elements to hunger, and like I said, right now, and also with climate change, it's changing the face of it, and we have to be more dynamic. But you also have to address conflict and some other things. But we have made dents. We know how to solve hunger. People should not be hungry. And I don't think it's been siphoned, but there have been the politics of food that have been there, and we have to address those.
So much is related to poverty. If you don't deal with the root cause of poverty, you will probably never be able to get rid of large amounts of hunger, and especially when there's humanitarian disasters. Yeah. You know, the real trick is to hopefully you build the productive capability of farmers globally, so they'll be able to produce enough for themselves and their families. But if they're poor and their incomes don't go up at all, then it's just a constant treadmill to keep people alive. And while I raised the point about making sure these programs work better, the truth of the matter is the level of fraud and abuse is actually, any amount is too much, but it's actually quite small.
At WFP, if we found that there was 2% leakage, we did an immediate review, and if it went anywhere higher than that, we stopped the program. And it caused political problems sometimes, too. The government saying, why are you doing this? But we had to run a clean system, and even if you read what the U.S. government says about WFP and UNICEF, for that matter, today, two big agencies of the UN, they're very complimentary on the way in which those organizations are managed and run. Question over here. And what's the next one, so we can tee up one more?
Yeah, there's over there.
Yeah. Way in the back. If you have a microphone, go way in the back. Person back there, please keep your hand up so they can see.
Thank you. Christopher Swan from Feeding America. So when building systems to address hunger globally, women tend to, they produce the most food and absorb most of the shock. And we see it domestically, too, when SNAP gets cut or communities face food apartheid. It's women and women of color, especially, who get hit the hardest. And so the deeper neglect, the deeper trap isn't really neglect. It's that when systems do account for women, they lean on them as the most reliable stewards and the ones who'll stretch every resource. So what would it take to build for the people who carry the most weight, not by making them better at carrying it, but by moving some of that weight onto everyone else?
Catherine Bertini is a World Food Prize winner precisely because of her pioneering work on really focusing on women in agriculture, in hunger.
So this is what you're absolutely right. Women have the biggest burden in terms of ending hunger. They're the ones taking care of the family, sometimes growing the food, certainly finding the food however they can. And they have a big burden. It's the way families work so often, but they should have a big voice also. And this is what's so often necessary to do, because they're not involved in the decision making. Melinda Gates frankly wrote in her book about how I convinced her then husband that he had to concentrate on women when he was putting his money into the field, because if he just goes to meetings, the people that come to meetings to tell him what they need are men, not women. They're home taking care of their children. And they're not going to come to meeting, they're not going to tell them what they need, and they're never going to get what they need because the men representing them are not really representing them. So we have to put women in positions where they can be heard. We have to put workers in a position where they can listen to women. At WFP, we had to hire more women. We had only 17% female professionals, and we had to raise that up. So we put strong measures in order to do that, because in a lot of the world, a woman can't talk to some man who walks in and asks her what she needs. She's got to be able to liaise with a woman and be able to have that capability. So bottom line is, women have to be listened to. They have to have the opportunity to be listened to. They have to be in more leadership roles. And then there'll be a difference, because the only way to ultimately reach those 800 million people are through the women that are taking care of their families.
We got one more.
One more question.
Hi, everyone. My name is Bhavya. I'm a MPP student at Harris School of Public Policy. I come from India. I'm very grateful for your words. So we are an agrarian economy, and our agriculture is actually run by women, which I'm extremely proud about. My introduction to public policy came through working with women, especially at agriculture. So I have had that chance. I have two questions. The first question is, like, moving forward, what are the three major reforms that is needed in terms of, like, we are at the moment where hunger is an important issue transnationally? What are the reforms that are needed globally to kind of combat this in future? My second question is, like, from a geopolitical lens, like Sir rightly pointed, that there is a competition between US and China. The US used to be somebody who worked on allies system. That's why my own country, when we were, we got our independence, US supported us in building a green revolution there that kind of led to the stability of agriculture, improving our poverty levels at that initial point of time. Right? So there used to be like an allyship, friendship, and that also the respect came from US. Now that has been receding in the current administration, and China is also using that as a leverage to kind of really put levels there.
Can you finish your question, please, because we're running out of time.
So the question, my question is, like, where do you see the geopolitics of hunger going forward with US and China at war? What the strategy being changed, and how does it impact in a global sense?
Well, it's a good question. I'm going to answer it a little bit, as I said before. For me, for this audience, for us, the most important thing to me is to make sure that these issues are high on the American political agenda. Feeding the poor at home in the United States and globally as well. And we have the resources to be a part. We can't do it all, but we have the resources to be involved in both things. The second thing is from a research capacity. There's so many problems in the world. For example, probably the biggest resource problem we have is water availability. And so it's an area where a lot of universities in this country, and working with Indian universities and African universities, are working on. If a small farmer in Central Africa can't get water resources, can't rely on traditional irrigation techniques, they're dead. They can't produce any food. And so there are so many areas that we have historically been involved in these issues. America has had this leadership role over the years, and we cannot unilaterally disarm from it. That's the best way I would answer your question.
That's perfect.
Yes. Anything else, Jada, before we'll close?
No, I think that was a perfect ending.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you all for the opportunity to talk with us today.
Executive Director of Global Leadership Programs, Ariel Schwartz, and Emerging Leaders alum, Euler K. Frobla, for an award presentation to the winners of the America at 250 High School Essay Competition.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name, as mentioned, is Ariel Schwartz, and I am the Executive Director of Global Leadership Programs at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. We wanted to take just a few minutes today to recognize and celebrate a core council premise, that the next generation of global leaders are among us, here in this room, on this stage, throughout Chicago and across the broader Midwest. For over a century, the Council has worked to connect people who care deeply about global affairs. We support them in developing their knowledge and equip them to deepen their impact. Through our Emerging Leaders program, we prepare mid-career professionals to better shape this city and the world. Our Young Professionals Network builds a community of young people early in their careers and invites them to engage with the most challenging issues of our time. And this year, in light of the nation's 250th anniversary, we invited high school students to think through the interconnectivity of the local and the global through an essay competition. How, we asked, could the Midwest lead globally for the next 250 years? High school juniors and seniors from across the region rose to the provocation and articulated the opportunities in ways that genuinely surprised us. They came up with original arguments, robust evidence, and personal perspectives. They didn't share bland notions of what they thought we wanted to hear. Instead, they wrote thoughtful, well-reasoned reflections on the potential for their home, our home, the Midwest, to shape our country's global engagement and impact in the years ahead. So today, we're very proud to recognize two of those students. And to say a little more about them and their essays, I'll hand it over to Euler to share.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here. I've been involved with the council for a while, initially as an attendee of these events, and then as a member of the 2016 Presidential Transition Task Force, as an emerging leader, and now as a proud alum who gets to congratulate these two students on the essays that they wrote. As Ariel shared, and I'm sure you've heard over the course of this morning, the council was founded over 100 years ago when 23 Chicagoans came together at a moment when the country was tempted to turn inward, convinced that instead Americans needed to understand the world beyond our borders and stay engaged with it. That conviction that informed, engaged citizens shaped the country's role abroad has guided this organization for more than 100 years. It's exactly what led the council to create this essay competition, and it's exactly what I found inspiring about the essays that these two students wrote. I had the privilege of reading many of the essays that were submitted, and all of them were really impressive. But to highlight the things that the students talked about, the prompt, as Ariel shared, asked students to think about how the Midwest can advance America's global engagement in the next generation. It's a question that could have produced a lot of safe and generic answers, but I think these students went beyond that. Alexia Conine, our winner of the most creative essay, shared her lived experience engaging firsthand with global problems at home here in Chicago. She wrote about standing on the train platform, distributing supplies to migrant families who had arrived with little more than hope. She described her family standing in the bitter cold with no coats and no idea of where they had landed. Her words, "What I had always thought of as a distant issue was suddenly right in front of me, shivering." It perfectly illustrates how a single face-to-face encounter can change not just what we understand about the world we live in, but how we respond to it. She went on to say that engaging with the world isn't only about diplomacy, it's about what communities do when global challenges show up on your front door. Alexia's view is that the Midwest's greatest contribution to global development and engagement isn't its exports or its institutions, but through its people who show up and respond to what's right in front of them, even without all the answers. Alexia herself is a prime example of a Midwesterner doing just that. Our most compelling essay winner, Devin Weiss, brought a different and pretty analytical perspective to the same question through an essay that is clear-eyed, rigorous, extensively researched. Devin argues that the Midwest is uniquely positioned to become the global model for absorbing climate refugees. He points to the Great Lakes, arable farmland, affordable housing, world-class renowned universities, and the region's history for fostering innovation. He connects the dots between increased water scarcity globally and the development of the blue economy here around the Great Lakes, and how the region's long history of welcoming immigrants from all over the world will allow it to absorb and integrate people who are displaced by climate change in the decades ahead. What struck me about Devin's essay is that the future he's describing is already here, and he presents a coherent approach for how the Midwest should respond and how it can serve as a model for the rest of the world to follow. It's easy to assume that this generation is disengaged. We hear a lot about them being too distracted, too online, too cynical to care about the issues shaping the world that they're inheriting. But reading Devin and Alexia's essays and the dozens of others that were submitted through this competition tells a really different story. They are paying attention, they're thinking critically, they're writing with conviction about the world they're going to inherit, and they're being conscious citizens and acting in response to it. If they're representative of the generation ahead, I think the conviction that led to the creation of the council is more than 100 years ago is in very good hands with these future leaders. So please join me in congratulating our winners, Alexia Konine, the recipient of most creative essay. And David Weiss, recipient of the most, I think it's compelling essay. Picture all.
Yeah, fun in the two people.
We will now take a 1-hour lunch break. Programming will resume at 1:45. That is 1:45.
whether it's global trade, food security.
From a business, from an investment standpoint.
Entertainment or transportation,
medical technologies, insurance,
cultural exchanges, domestic life,
farming, tech to energy, labor, and manufacturing. I mean, it's all in this part of the country.
Midwest serves as such an anchor for the country. Chicago is one of the leading global cities in the world.
The council brings the world to Chicago and Chicago to the world.
The Midwest is extremely important for the issues that are really at the top of economic and foreign policy agenda today.
There is this view that foreign policy has to be done somewhere in Jose Washington on the coast. But the Midwest has deepest ties to the world. Chicago is the most international city in America. 1 in 5 Chicagoans are actually foreign-born.
The council can bring all those interests together, coalesce them, crystallize them, and advance them in the public policy space.
The council is really here as we look ahead to say your voice matters, but in order to actually have an influence, you need to be informed.
Informing on some of the most current and controversial issues in a nonpartisan way.
Providing a forum for discussion, for learning, and to really educate people in terms of what impacts any given set of policies will do.
The council is counted on not just in Chicago and not just in the Midwest, but I think on a global platform to be one of those special organizations that can in fact bring people together.
People feel like they have access to people who are making those decisions, who have that level of knowledge and excellence, and they feel like they're part of the conversation.
There is a lot of fresh thinking that is needed on a whole host of issues, from alliances to Middle East policy, from energy and the civil nuclear industry to the role of technology and AI in our daily lives. We are in the middle of a hub of industry with a great academic community that we can tap into to do this work.
Defending human rights, human dignity, and democracy has been the most important philosophy of the United States and the reason for its success globally over decades and decades.
250 is an extraordinary time because people are looking at the United States. They're seeing a very divided country, a country that they wish would play the role that it once did.
In a world that appears to be increasingly unstable, I think the council has an increasingly important role to play.
It's hard to travel anywhere in the world, even in some of the most closed societies, and not see some sort of impact from American pop culture, from movies to music to arts and food even. What we do here in the United States is visible across the world. It matters not only to other leaders, but it matters deeply to people across the Middle East, across Asia, across Europe, across Latin America. We have a degree of responsibility to demonstrate to the world what it means to wrestle with our values, with our policies, but to do so in a way that really begins to rebuild that bipartisan consensus that has been so central to the United States.
250 years of America, been an amazing inspiration to the rest of the world.
America's most significant contribution to a global foreign policy is democracy. It is the world having the opportunity to see democracy evolve. Over the last 250 years, this country has been working its way up to a more perfect union, and it is by no means at a perfect state now. But that is the beauty of what democracy represents. It's of the people. It continues to evolve, and the entire world gets to participate in that process as we work to get it right. We have a role to play in that, and we have to facilitate discussion, and we have to appreciate everything about this country that has been remarkable for the last 250 years, and we have to take ownership in this democracy and through the council for shaping the next 250 years.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Shockwaves, the global economy in disarray. I'm Stacey Vanek Smith. I'm an economics reporter for Bloomberg Businessweek. And I have to say, when I first saw the title of this panel, I was a little shocked. I've been a journalist for a long time. I've had it hammered into me by many editors not to be sensationalist. But the more I thought about it, the more I actually thought the word disarray was a really perfect adjective for this moment. I mean, our economy is in this moment of incredible opportunity, promise, technological breakthrough. At the same time, we are sort of exceptionally pessimistic, volatile, and divided. So how do we navigate this moment, and what comes next? Well, we are incredibly lucky to have three very brilliant people to help us answer this question. We have Raghu Rajan, a professor of finance at the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business, Catherine Tai, executive director of the Coalition for New Trade. She also served as the United States Trade Representative under Biden, and Julian Ventura, distinguished fellow at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. He also served as the Deputy Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, as well as the ambassador to China and the UK. Welcome, everyone. Okay, Raghu, I'm going to start with you because you've been an economist in the US for many years, but you also served as the head of the Central Bank for India, chief economist of the IMF. From your perspective, from all the perspectives that you have, can you paint us a picture of this moment in the global economy? What do you see?
Well, it's differentiated, right? That's what you started with. But it's differentiated seriously across regions. If you look at the developed world, I think the word you would use is resilience. It's faced a number of shocks, but it's still, doing pretty well. The prospect for the United States looks very good. Inflation is high. Yes, the Federal Reserve will have to do its bit. Yes, interest rates may stay higher. But apart from housing, everything else is going pretty well. And you could say the same for Europe. It has higher inflation, but growing reasonably. The problem comes when you go outside. So stood up, maybe we could have done better without the shocks, but we are still doing pretty well. If you look in the emerging world, it's tremendous uncertainty. Will the models that we built over the last so many years of economic growth will they continue? Or do we have to reinvent ourselves, given that one of the biggest factors driving our growth was trade? And that's becoming a lot more uncertain. And so that's one question. But I think the biggest problem comes for the developing countries, which have a tremendous amount of anxiety. Anxiety because I think if you look at this year, what are the biggest factors that they are experiencing? They're experiencing a possible El Nino shock. They're seeing agriculture being subject to tremendous difficulty, including the difficulty of getting fertilizers over this period when we had the interruption in the Strait. And they also have anxiety about, yes, the manufacturing export-led growth path is shrinking seriously because of protectionism across the world. Everybody wants their own manufacturing export-led path, and unfortunately, China is not leaving the unskilled paths, which used to be the tradition. And most importantly, like everyone else, they wonder what AI will do. They still are starting to climb the ladder, so they're probably less anxious than those who are already on the ladder and fearing falling off. But they don't see a ladder. And that's, I think, a source of worry for them. So very differentiated.
Catherine, I wanted to go to you. Raghu mentioned trade, obviously, a source of great uncertainty and great disruption. It's probably one of the biggest shocks we've seen in the last year, both from tariffs, from Liberation Day, and from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which is potentially reopening tomorrow. Which is definitely reopening tomorrow. Catherine, I'm wondering, when you look at the role global trade has played in the economy, what was it, and has that fundamentally changed?
So I'm delighted to be here with all of you, and I come to this conference doing something now in my post-administration life, which I call moving between spaces. And I'm here before all of you at the council in what I would describe as a very elite room. And I would just say, you can be in an elite room without being elitist. I spent the last 2 days traveling around the Midwest. The first night I spent here was on the border, the Illinois-Indiana border, having a town hall to talk about tariffs and trade at the Auto Workers Union Hall. The night after that, I went up to Wisconsin, to a small rural part of Wisconsin where the Wisconsin Farmers Union was born, Mount Horeb. There, I did a town hall on tariffs and trade with small business owners and with small family farmers in that area. And here, today, I'm here talking about tariffs and trade with all of you, august audience members and experts. And what I've observed is the conversation is different, very different, but underlying all of it is a common thread of anxiety. The anxiety takes different shapes in this room. We're talking about disarray. We're talking about uncertainty. We're talking about this feel that the global order that we are used to, whether good or bad, depending on where you sit in that global order, whether you're at the top of the ladder or in the middle or near the bottom of the ladder, is changing. Or you're feeling an insecurity around that inflation and what it means about your ability to buy a house, to buy a car, to send your kids to college. I think that at this moment, when we're talking about the role of trade, it's more than just in the last year. Because the last year, there has been a lot. But you could take it all the way back to 10 years ago in the election of Donald Trump and the first set of very obvious shock waves, the withdrawal from the TPP, the renegotiation, maybe the withdrawal, but the renegotiation of the NAFTA, the steel and aluminum tariffs, the China-facing tariffs, the China trade war, the new China agreement, right? But actually, if you live in some of these communities that I just visited in these other spaces in America, actually, trade has been sending shockwaves through for much longer, for decades, back to the 1990s, to the original entering into NAFTA, and maybe even before that. And one of the questions I get asked is, how did this backlash against free trade happen? And I would say this, I think that free trade has done exactly what it was designed to do. It has created growth in the macro sense for macroeconomists to look at GDP numbers, to look at worldwide growth and say a lot more prosperity has been created in these 30 to 40 years. So great. But let's look at the distribution of that prosperity. And there you start to see that even today, with a very booming US economy, people are saying there are actually two economies that are going on right now. There's the really booming, really hot AI and AI-adjacent economy that's maybe propping up the entire rest of the economy. And if you look at the S&P economy, that's actually struggling and starting to slow down and being of concern. But then you can also look at the different segments of the American population, the different regions, and even in this Midwestern region, Chicago, with all of its glorious architecture and all of its art and all of its prosperity, and then the areas around it that used to be the industrial heartland of this country that have really become hollowed out and had a very, very different story. I'll refer to a friend of mine, a fellow journalist of yours, Rana Foroohar, at the Financial Times. She wrote a book called Homecoming. And she's examining a lot of these dynamics. And in that book, she interviews a senior economic official from the Clinton administration about the decision-making and the deliberations around NAFTA. She doesn't name this person, but I'm pretty sure this person is not in this room today. So I want to tell this story just to have all of our minds open. She asked him, because I think it is a man, when you were deliberating the NAFTA and you were doing the economic models, did you think that there would be displacement? Did you think that there would be disturbance? And this person says to Rana, he says, yes, we looked at the models and we saw that there would be displacement. And that it would take time for the displacement to settle out.
Job displacement.
Job displacement, community displacement, industrial displacement, economic displacement, geographic displacement. And she said, well, what did the models tell you? How long would it take for things to settle out? And he said, 3 to 5 generations. And I think that that is really instructive, because then if you look at the world we live in right now that is so stratified between the global north and the global south, and there is a domestic north and south within countries, not just our own, but around the world, I would just say that this is exactly what we thought that these trade agreements would do. They would create this huge macro prosperity, and we took no care to address with any intention or policy the distributional impacts that we are seeing today become very, very dire.
Julian, I'd love to talk with you a little bit about something, I guess, that underlies trade, which is the relationships between the countries. I feel like post-World War II, the world, in very general terms, had been moving towards globalization, free trade, closer relationships, and that had become a really integral part of the global economy. That seems to have changed direction quite significantly recently. I'm wondering what impact you see that having on the economy, if there's anything beyond the trade agreements that you see either underlying it or affected by it. What is your perspective on this?
Well, you're absolutely right in terms of the big momentum that was built in the post-war era toward a predictable, open approach to international trade with clear rules of the road, in which undoubtedly trade was a big driver of growth and development. An imperfect driver, as we have come to see down the line. But in a way, what we're seeing building up and percolating in terms of the system, or the functionality of the system, is has been accelerated in the last few years. Yes, there was the sort of the fatigue in terms of trade negotiations, areas related to people and countries being left out of its benefits, but these had been brewing up before, but not with an accelerant like we have seen over the last, I would say since the first, President Trump's first administration, in which the biggest creator and the biggest stakeholder in the system that had been generated, the disruption was coming from a particular point. And that fed into polarization and a lot of other issues in other parts around the world where protectionist and facilitation tendencies have always been at play. I think there is an impact on the economy. It's difficult to tell how specific it is because we've gone through the pandemic. We've gone through the very negative impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and what that did to food prices, especially to the most vulnerable economies around the world. We're seeing it in the current debt crises and how the double whammy of those higher prices, whether it's fuel or energy or food, is adding on to the impact of tariffs. At the same time, we have the contradictory process. So we see other big players trying to build bridges, trying to preserve rules of interaction in terms of the economy and trade. The Europeans are being more strategic, I think, and pragmatic than they were before, in reaching out to partners where they haven't been able to close deals and arrangements before. India, Mercosur, some of the Asian partners, countries like Canada, Mexico in their own way without sort of leaving the neighborhood in terms of North America. So we see this fragmentation having a significant negative impact on growth prospects, on employment, on inequality, exacerbating inequality because you're not substituting growth drivers for a large portion of the least developed and emerging economies. And at the same time, having these people step up to the plate and trying to preserve functional relationships with the US as the most innovating, dynamic economic center of gravity, while making sure that you hedge and you build and interact with emerging or important markets around the world. So it's also an uneven picture on that front. I think negative in many ways because of the central role that the US economy has, but it's not a completely negative picture in that regard.
So Raghu, I want to ask you because I feel like economists, at least for a long time, really loved free trade almost universally. Apparently, it lifted all boats for developed economies or wealthier economies, it would allow evolution into different industries, and for less wealthy developing economies, it would create industry. And certainly that was true to a certain extent, but I think Catherine and Julian both pointed out some of the drawbacks that happened, and there's been a backlash from a lot of people all over the world to free trade. Did economists get it wrong, or how do you see us going forward now?
So let me tell you two stories.
Yeah.
One is a woman who was in my department at the IMF. She was from Harvard, wrote a brilliant thesis, which showed that workers in India were hurt when trade opened up. She couldn't get a job. This was in the early 2000s. And so she came to the IMF. IMF is a great place, but most people would prefer to go to a tenure track job in a big university. She came there, she's still brilliant, doing wonderful stuff, but she couldn't get a job. 10 years later, a bunch of economists wrote about how the China shock destroyed workers in the US. And they were hailed, that thing became big news, and made a difference in the way economists spoke about it. What I'm saying is we knew that trade has downsides, but it took the political voice of people who were hurt in developed countries. I mean, earlier, the general message was, lump it. It's part of the growing up process. You got to take the hit. That's why she couldn't get a job. You're sending the wrong message. And now it was, oh, yes, there is pain when you have free trade. The problem is, most of the world would like the developed world to not do the following. This is the second story, which is, you teach people to play marbles. And once they get really good at it, you say, I'm not playing anymore, you take your marbles and leave the field. That's what people see the developed world as doing. You taught us free trade was good, you pushed for free trade, we opened up, we took the pain. We figured out how to do it, and now you say, hey, this is not the game we want to play anymore because we're losing at it. You guys subsidize, you guys pamper your industry, you're cheating. Now, I think some people cheat, but I'd love to see a careful analysis of the cheating. And I think in many situations, what was done early resembled what was done in developed countries early on in their development. And then eventually countries stop stealing intellectual property, they stop pampering their industries, they get competitive. And they get hyper-competitive, and that's when you say, hey, this is a problem, and you shut the doors. So what I guess I'm saying is, trade has always had problems of winners and losers. The right way to react to it is to help those who are losing by it adjust. The US has an awful trade adjustment mechanism. Just doesn't work. Look at some countries that have a good trade adjustment mechanism, such as the Scandinavian countries, which sort of are looking ahead. What is it that's going to affect our workers in the next 6 months to a year to 2 years? What skills do they have to learn? Because we can't shut out trade. We are open economies. We have to participate in global trade, but our workers shouldn't get hurt. And they have a good ecosystem. I'm not saying that's the only ecosystem. I'm saying there are many experiments in the US to try and upgrade worker skills, make them more competitive. But shutting the door, to my mind, unless it is brief, temporary pause to enable a reset, is really hurting everybody, including the US.
So you don't think economists got it wrong?
I don't think, I think what we've got wrong is how to help those who get hurt. And we got to get that right. It's hard, it's not easy.
Catherine, I mean, I think a lot of what Raghu is talking about is job retraining programs, which have been notoriously tricky. I think they did try to do them when NAFTA was passed, and at other times too, when it has, with mixed results. Is there a way to do it right? Is there a way to offset the downsides of trade, or is this just a trade-off that we will experience no matter which direction we go in?
You know the reason why we haven't done it well, and the reason why our trade adjustment assistance program is actually lapsed. It doesn't exist today. It's winding down. The US Congress failed to reauthorize it in 2022. The reason why our policies for addressing the displacement have been so weak and bad is because we didn't put attention to it. We didn't prioritize it. It was a part of a political compromise. It wasn't a goal in itself. And I'll say this, I'll say that, in the critique of the free trade era, and I want to be careful about how I talk about this and about interpreting Raghu's response, because I am in a mode in my life where I am trying to make friends with economists. And Raghu is important to me and his colleagues at the Chicago Booth School. They are starting to rethink. They are starting to widen the lens. They're starting to look at what was for them an orthodoxy and a theology almost, and compare it to the evidence, because they do care about the evidence. And then to see where the gaps are. So I say, yes, that is a really important part of what all governments and policymakers need to really apply themselves towards, but it's not going to be enough, because the free trade era, the vehicle of the free trade agreement, was never meant to really empower our workers. When you deconstruct free trade and that freedom part of it, that doesn't apply to your people. It doesn't apply to your ordinary people. It's part of the trickle down, Reaganomics, Chicago School theory, Chicago School of the past.
You're not making friends.
I'm trying. Theory that your policies, your trade policies, your economic policies, your tax policies are aimed at benefiting the top. That you pump all the benefits to the top, and there's some kind of magical economic gravity that allows it to trickle down to the middle and to the bottom. That's actually the way that we have done free trade and free trade agreements. And if you look inside of the agreements, the freedom is the freedom for our biggest, most well-resourced participants, our biggest corporations, the freedom for them from government interference and intervention. Tariffs, regulation, all of that needs to be disciplined, pushed to the side, because business knows best. Market thinking actually became just business thinking. Markets, as my friends at the University of Chicago Booth School are telling me, markets are regulated. Markets are not magical, and markets don't equal business. So, from my point of view, with the advent of AI and the oncoming displacement that comes from this particular technology, we need to really apply ourselves to the worker piece. What do we do for our people so that they can be productive and earn a wage and continue to be thriving members of our society? But that's not enough. My take, the lesson from these past 10 years and the past 45 years is that we actually need to rethink the whole thing. A free trade agreement, the NAFTA, I was told by a smart economist in Raghu's school yesterday, when they looked at the NAFTA and they did the economic modeling, they saw that it was only going to increase wages in America by about 0.1%. And this new friend said to me, well, I don't understand why Bill Clinton put so much political capital into moving this thing that was going to do so little for the average American's wages. And the answer is because that was not the reason for doing the NAFTA. That is not a goal of the neoliberal Milton Friedman school. That doesn't conform with the logic. And I think that all of the evidence around us, whether geopolitically, whether macroeconomically, whether microeconomically, and just anecdotally, all points to the same answer, which is we do need to continue to trade, to cooperate internationally, economically, but we need a fundamentally different program that is aimed at fundamentally different goals.
Just to comment on that.
Yes, please.
It's very important to have this kind of conversation right now in terms of reflection as to what the structural challenges are to go to the next stage of global economic interaction. The problem is that we're in a crisis mode right now. We're salvaging parts of a system that, again, however imperfect, did deliver for many, many societies unequally, unevenly, but transformed a world that was destroyed after the Second World War. And that tragedy of this moment is that we're not being able to have that strategic conversation. It's kind of, in terms of going down to the Six Flags amusement park down, nearby Chicago, and you're going to get into one of their big roller coasters. It's like that, but you don't know how many corkscrews turns it's going to have, how many vertical drops, but more difficult than that, how long the ride is going to last. And that is the change and the environment that we're negotiating and that we're working in if you want to be a responsible stakeholder. The virtue also of having the 250 framing of this space that the Chicago Council is giving us is that trade, tariffs, protectionism, liberalization is a medular part of the American story over the last 250 years. So can we stand back a little bit and see this as another turn down the road, and without letting down our guard in the immediate crises, look ahead and see how we can adjust and look at that cycle? Because now it's not just only the U.S. that depends on what the U.S. decides to do. In this very deep integration, and I speak as a Mexican who is deeply integrated into the North American economic space, has a broader and more immediate impact that has consequences for future actions along the lines that we need to look at, especially the societal impacts of greater integration.
Stacey, can I jump in just really briefly? I don't want to speak out of turn, and I want to make sure that Raghu has his time. Julian, one part of what you've described is the system that we have right now is what has grown up out of the system that we created after World War II. And I just want to pause on that in the spirit of looking through a historical lens. And yes, I think that we are in the post-World War II era because World War II happened before, but I think if you look at from 1948 to today, almost 80 years, we've actually gone through two cycles of economic and political orders. The first one gave us Bretton Woods and the IMF and the World Bank. The Marshall Plan, I would argue, was part of that as well. For us, I understand it as, and more importantly, expert historians have described this as part of the New Deal era, an era where government was seen as part of the solution to all of the problems that had beset us in terms of our economic depression, in terms of the era of the robber barons, in terms of World War II and the world that we wanted to make afterwards. It was a faith in government. It was a faith in government institutions like the World Bank and IMF. And that era lasted until about the 1970s and 1980s with the rise of the Chicago School then, Milton Friedman, et cetera, versus Keynes. And this is the world where we are coming to the end point of this era. And I want to give full credit to the Chicago Council, to a conversation I had with Leslie back in February, to Raghu and to his colleagues at the Chicago School. I was just on Luigi Zingales' podcast today. The podcast is called Capital Isn't, and is an interrogation of what is going on in our capitalistic system that's churning out these kinds of results. What I'm trying to say is that the moment we're in right now is another world order inflection point, or we can understand it to be. And what we decide to do now, as experts, as people in elite rooms, as people in non-elite rooms, as Americans, as non-Americans, is to work together through organizations like this and conferences like this, Julian, exactly as you say, to work towards articulating the next version of the world order that takes us out of the current mess and into another era where people can thrive, where peace feels secure, and where the ordinary and the extraordinary all feel like they have a stake in this planet and this common enterprise of being alive and being human.
Excellent. Well, I have to give, Okay, Raghu, I have to give you some space to respond on behalf of the Chicago School and yourself, of course.
I mean, well, fantastic, Catherine. That was great. The Chicago School is not something fixed in history around the time of the 1970s. Milton Friedman and his theology, that we pray every day to the book that he wrote and said, genuflect. I mean, the university changes, ideas change. The Chicago School, yes, there is still a belief in markets, but we also see the downsides. I wrote a book with Luigi Zingales saying, saving capitalism from the capitalists. Right? That doesn't sound Chicago, but it did emphasize the importance of markets. Look, the hardest thing to persuade people of is free trade, because the easiest thing to persuade people of is protectionism. Let's lift tariff barriers. We will keep domestic jobs. Yeah, we may pay a little more, but we have the jobs. That's a very persuasive political argument, and it keeps winning. And that's the problem, because people don't see the downsides of that protectionism, how that creates higher costs, how that lets jobs go away. I mean, look at what's happened in manufacturing. We've had a protectionist environment for the last 8 years in this country. What has happened in manufacturing? Have we got more manufacturing jobs? No, we haven't. Because partly the biggest threat in manufacturing is automation, not free trade. There was a lot of free trade, manufacturing jobs lost because of free trade in the early part of this century. But more recently, it's growing automation. You see it when you go to India and you look at cell phone assembly. It's not guys sitting soldering stuff, right? Those jobs have gone. It's machine after machine in India soldering motherboards. So automation is killing manufacturing jobs. Putting tariffs on manufacturing is not going to get you all those fantastic soldering jobs back. They've vanished. They're never to come back. And so there is a kind of, we go back to the old wonderful days when we become protectionists. I mean, the evidence is not suggestive that that is in fact true. So the question I would ask is, yes, we do want to protect the people who are hurt. Yes, we do want to help them, but what's the answer? Is the answer higher tariffs all around? Let's stop EVs in this country because the Chinese are really good at it. And then 10 years later, we'll find we're even worse. So what do? We erect the barriers even further and we have gasoline cars while the rest of the world is driving EVs? I mean, look, we have to have a plan. And that plan has to be, how do we adapt to a world which is changing? And it's not just changing in terms of development, it's changing in terms of technology. And we can't fall further and further behind on technology. So what I would put to those who say we need a reset, I say, yes, reset. There are lots of blemishes in the current system we can fix. But the reset is not stop trade and erect huge barriers and see what happens.
Julian, I wanted to actually put this question to you. You were saying something earlier at your lunch that even though Brexit had disrupted a lot of trade between the UK and Europe, that almost all those trade deals were back. It was pretty much exactly the same, except that it was a little more expensive and a little less efficient. And you were also talking about the USMCA and that sort of seeming to repeat also that pattern. Is that where we're headed? Can we not undo the trade that we've done? I mean, is erecting barriers even possible now? Or is it just we have some free trade, it's just with a little bit more grist in the gears?
I think if we take a less US-centric
Yes,
view,
please.
we see, trade flourishing and arrangements that are more in the traditional sense, perhaps with an acknowledgement of how you can ensure inclusiveness or you can ensure transitions in some vulnerable sectors. But the dynamic has been very contradictory in terms of what is happening in the immediate, space that we have here. We hear it a lot in this debate around diversification, for example, the need for diversification. There was a hot button issue in the UK during the Brexit debate, but you can't leave your center of gravity. Your center of gravity will always revolve around your geography, and your proportion of trade and economic relations are going to center in that. The trick is how you can leverage that for your own productivity, for your own growth, in an intelligent way, because that is not going to change. USMCA or non-USMCA, Mexico's largest trading partner is going to be the United States. Also for Canada, Europe for the UK. What do you do with that vicinity? And in the case of Mexico and Canada, you have a special, sense of urgency. Expand that, can you hear me now? You have to look abroad, but you have to ensure that your core generates as much stability and as much prosperity in the broadest sense of the word as possible. So yes, explore new markets, yes, diversify, but the basic numbers are not going to change in the short and medium term. And in that way, that is going to change. You're going to have maybe a bigger impetus for exploring new markets, and that's going to help exporters, that's going to help diversify your export sources. But in terms of jobs and investment, it's going to be focused on your geography, and that's not going to change in the short term.
Okay, well, Raghu, you mentioned AI, and I feel like I would be remiss if I did not bring this up in the context of how it's transforming our own economy and global trade. Catherine, for you, how is AI operating in this mix, in this world of kind of shifting trade and global economics? There is this almost inconceivable growth happening at the same time.
Would you like to start?
Oh, sure. Okay, thanks. I feel like I should start if you want me to start. Okay, all right.
Yes,
No,
please.
no. I would love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, all right, okay. This is an investment in our friendship.
This is building bridges.
Yes, it is building bridges. Let me say this. Let me take a step back, and then it'll take me to the AI question. When I was trade representative, I went out around the world and around the country talking a lot about, hey, instead of doing trade the way that we have been doing it for this last period of time, if you want to call it free trade or just neoliberal trade, this trade regime, what if we reimagine this? What if we put our focus on our workers? And everybody in this room is a worker, I think, or has been a worker. You have worked, you've earned a salary at some point in your life. You were a worker, we're all workers. We're also all consumers. What if we put workers at the center of our trade policy? And that was the goal, right? What if we redesigned our trade agreements and our trade policies towards different goals? And I pitched this, and people thought I was crazy, and some people still think that I'm talking about something fictional. But I pitched this to counterparts of mine, and it was really interesting that there were some developing country trade ministers who actually understood what I was trying to get at and responded to me in kind. And through a couple of these conversations, what I arrived at was the proposition that we were trying to put out there with worker-centered trade. It's not just American workers, it's trade that actually works for all workers, is how do you do trade and investment, international economics, to build our middle classes together. We should stop pitting our middle classes and our workers against each other. How would we reimagine trade to grow our middle classes at the same time to mutually enforce each other? And I think that is the question that all of the smart people in the world, I would love to have help in reimagining and reconfiguring trade. And let me bring it back to AI then. Right now, I think in America, and the polling experts here at the Chicago Council, I would love to see what questions they've asked and have found. AI is becoming as unpopular with parts of America as free trade. And in fact, there's a friend of mine who's running for Congress who's been out there in a purple district talking to his constituents, and they're telling him, AI feels like to us NAFTA on steroids. It's going to do the same thing to us, and it's going to do it faster. And we're seeing who's benefiting, and there is a smaller circle of people who are benefiting, and for whom we are just an input to be exploited for our data. And I think that really brings us back to the fundamental question of why are we where we are right now? And I think it's that for over a generation now, more and more Americans look to our government and our government policies and feel like it has been a very long time since the government has cared about them and about what these policies have done to them and to their children and to their sense of hope. And that, I think, is a really important call for all of us. As what's happening around us accelerates and gets worse, I actually am trying to mentally prepare myself for all of this uncertainty and mess and anxiety and disarray to get worse before we hit a critical mass of momentum in rooms like this and in the town halls that I've been to, for all of us to finally come together to see each other and to do the work of establishing what the next world order looks like.
Raghu, do you have a couple, do you have some quick thoughts? We also want to take some questions from the audience.
It's obviously going to be hugely disruptive when it starts hitting.
You don't think it's hit yet?
It hasn't hit yet. Many large corporations haven't yet started implementing AI from beginning to end. They're dabbling. Everybody has access to a Claude account or a ChatGPT account. But really, in terms of operations, you're seeing some, obviously, in software programming, that it's huge there. You're seeing some emergence in customer service, that there's some emergence there. But really, mainstream industry is still dipping their toes in the water. I talked to a CEO of a multinational bank, and he said, look, nobody's come to me with an end-to-end solution that I can embrace so far. So I think they're dipping toes. It'll happen. It'll happen. And I think I agree entirely with Catherine that we have to find a way to augment work rather than displace work. And obviously, more new work is great. Now, how to shape that without interfering in a way that prevents the growth of this area is going to be a real dilemma. I can see today a whole bunch of jobs in India are going to vanish. There are guys who take your your voice from what you recorded when you were looking at a patient, and they transcribe that. I mean, that's gone. It can be done by machine even today. So a lot of change will have to happen. These are decent middle-class jobs in India, and they will disappear. But the attempt to hold back the wave of technology is really hard. I think what you have to do is maybe guide the wave a little bit. If you can think of clever ways of guiding, that will be really useful. But the wrong way to do it is, for instance, banning the use of certain kinds of AI in other countries, or we won't let Mythos out in the world because it's dangerous. Yes, it may be dangerous, but you're already sending a signal that you're going to be sort of careful about, sharing your sort of successes with others, which sort of creates anxiety elsewhere. Are we going to become AI colonized? Are we going to have second-rate AI while they have the first-rate AI in their industries? Should we start developing our own AI? How about stealing some of it from them, distilling AI? I just think we need a better dialogue here, and that's important.
Excellent. Do we have time for questions? Or do we need to? No, we don't have time for questions. The time really flew, I know. You can track them down in all of their brilliance in between sessions.
Wait, are we going to have an overrule?
Oh.
Leslie?
Just launch in.
We got permission for 2 questions.
Okay, we can do 2 questions. Chicago rules. Yes, sir, in the middle.
I'm very agreement, but I think one challenge is that China is basically causing the hollowing out, not just of the American economy, but I read the European economy and the Brazilian economy they both have gone backward to a considerable extent. Is that not a threat to stability in both of these nations?
Well, I think the China problem is it grew on the production side. It's grown far less on the consumption side. What we would love to have is Chinese consumers buying. I mean, for a while they were buying, but they really are consuming far below their income levels. And that's sort of the pressure on China. How do you raise your consumption levels? And to my mind, it's geostrategic for them also, because they're really dependent on foreign demand today. And they're seeing the kind of pushback in Europe you just mentioned. Europe also wants to put high tariffs on Chinese EVs because it's decimating the European car industry. So I think the Chinese have a huge vulnerability because of this mismatch between their production, which is really huge, and the consumption, which is not. They need to fix it. They're aware of it. There are no easy solutions because all the ways to fix consumption require sort of elevating the spirits of their middle classes, which are deep down in underwater because of the collapse of the housing sector and so on. So we can get into the details, but really China has to, it's China's problem and they need to work on it.
Can I add one bit to that? My work in trade, through that work, I completely agree with your diagnosis, Raghu, and have found economists and the macro folks to be really helpful in looking at the big picture. I'd say that as Americans, we also need to be very self-reflective and self-aware. And as out of balance as the Chinese economy is in terms of its production versus its consumption, the US economy is in many ways the mirror image. We are the consuming superpower of the world, and we actually produce less. And these are then the two largest economies in the world kind of locked together in this very uncomfortable kind of symbiotic or mirror image relationship. As much as there are notes for China to reform and to restructure, there are as many notes for the US to look at our own economy and think about what a better balanced and healthier economy looks like for us.
Okay, one more question.
So I love this concept about, looking at workers, but you also talked about products. But when you talk about products, we talk about minerals, etc. But food, without which none of us can live, is the ultimate product that defines a society. So shouldn't trade policy be focusing on food affordability, nutritional, adequacy? Because that is where your economic policy either succeeds or fails at your dinner table.
Julian, do you want? Okay. Yes, but I would say that if you look at a free trade agreement and you look at the imprint of free trade and these dynamics with agriculture, agricultural production, and food trade, you see an enormous footprint of the agribusiness and agri-industry. There's an amount of capture there. For the U.S., we protect, we have an agricultural industrial policy in a way that we do not have for our hard industries. And in our trade agreements, we have more nuanced rules for agricultural trade. There's less liberalization than we do for our hard industries, with the result that a lot of our agricultural producers are addicted to the free trade and the export markets, while our industries and a lot of the communities around Chicago and the Midwest have really been hurt so much. To your point about food, I would also add health, right? Food being a part of health. Yes, I think that it does require us to take a fresh look at the way that we've done this. Again, and I love the part of your question that really forces us to center ourselves on what makes for lack of a better term, what makes for a good life. Who are we trying to benefit? How are we trying to benefit them? And then what are the policies? What do the policies look like that flow from that? So I really love that question.
On the Mexican angle, it's a very important component of the, when you look at how you can, as a development, sort of economic long-term security, address those kinds of health and nutritional issues. And it's not directly related to free trade, but if you look at the Mexican picture, the highest paid workers, the healthiest workers, the workers with the biggest, with the highest nutritional levels are those that have jobs that are related to trade and international trade in the case of Mexico. Displacement is taking place. It's more of a regional dimension in Mexico in terms of unequal access to the benefits of trade in the Mexican Southeast versus the industrial North. But it's a picture that also paints the diversity of what we have to deal with when we look at labor markets, national labor markets in the long term, and also the kind of quality issues, health, food access that they have in general.
All right, well, Catherine, Julian, Raghu, I really want to thank you all. Please join me in thanking them, and thank you so much to the council for this really extraordinary discussion.
Thank you.
Let's go straight into it, everyone. So, good afternoon. My name is Alex Cooley. I'm a professor of political science at Barnard College in New York, also a senior non-resident fellow of Eurasian Affairs here at the Chicago Council. It is my great pleasure and privilege to moderate this panel on building blocks, a panel on regions. We've talked a lot about America's role in the world, how it sets rules, alliances, norms, standards, but much of this global power is projected or filtered or mediated through regions, right? And the United States has created these deep, influential infrastructures, right, in these various regions. We think of the world and global leadership through regions. Department of Defense has regional commands. State Department has regional bureaus. Universities have regional centers, right? And we always ask ourselves about policy implications of what's happening in the region. So now, two really important regions over the last months are Latin America and the Middle East, and we have two distinguished experts to talk about the regional moment, what the future might bring, the US role, and whether even countries consider themselves part of these regions as a political type of community. So over on the end, Lisa Anderson is a special lecturer and the James Shotwell Professor Emerita of International Relations at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University. Previously, she served as the president of the American University in Cairo in a very exciting time, I would add. And then in the middle, Francisco Rodriguez is a senior research fellow at the Center for Economic and Policy Research and a faculty affiliate at the Joseph Corbell School of International Studies at the University of Denver. He is also the founder of Oil for Venezuela, a non-for-profit organization focused on finding solutions to Venezuela's humanitarian crisis. So, Lisa, I think your region is in the news in as much as our news cycles now go day to day. So, tell us a little bit about what will happen to stability, rulemaking, order in your region if the U.S. pulls back.
Okay, well, thank you very much. It's a delight to be here. And I must say I'd like to introduce my own remarks with reference to yesterday evening's discussion of the importance of free expression and this morning's question about why be optimistic about the United States. Whatever else might be wrong in the United States, we still have the right to complain. and to criticize policy, and it's been enormously enlightening and gratifying to hear today's conversations. I have 2 points, perhaps, about what would happen in the Middle East and North Africa if it were left to its own devices. The first is that as a region, it would fall apart. That is to say, there's no real internal coherence in the Middle East. It is historically, since virtually the beginning of time, understood as a crossroads between Europe and Africa and Asia. That makes it, if you will, sort of culturally extroverted rather than internally coherent. So unless it's pressed to be a buffer, as it was during the Cold War by the United States against the Soviet Union, it tends to disintegrate into sub-regions, if you will. So you have Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. You have the Gulf. You have the Levant, which is essentially these days Israel and its neighbors. You have a current conflict between Egypt and Turkey over the other part of the Eastern Mediterranean. You have North Africa and so forth. So to some extent, much of the sense that this is a coherent region is an external imposition. If there were less imposition, I think you wouldn't see that kind of coherence. So that's my first point. Secondly, let me just talk a little bit about the consequences of the current resolution, armistice, whatever you want to call it, of the war on Iran, from the point of view of what I've just described as a very fragmented region. So there's a different view in Egypt and in the Emirates and Israel and so forth. But nonetheless, I think over the region as a whole, this moment is reminiscent of the 57 Suez War. When for those of you who don't remember that, 56, 57, when the UK and France joined Israel to retake the Suez Canal after Nasser had nationalized it. It was widely opposed by both the United States and the Soviet Union, one of the rare things they agreed about. And ultimately, the European powers were forced to withdraw, as was Israel. The consequences of that were, as we now look back, that was the end of European imperialism in the region. The French and the British, that sort of marks the end of a very long period of European control of the region. There was a handover to the United States. This is the Eisenhower Doctrine. That was when the United States stepped up to design regional politics. It amplified the influence of Nasser in Egypt regionally quite dramatically. And it rattled people around the world at the dawn of the nuclear age. In other words, there was a sense of anxiety about what was happening in the region, in part because of technological change. So what lessons one might draw at this moment? This may be, and it certainly seems from the point of view of the region, the last hurrah of American imperialism. The world is looking for Eisenhower. Who is going to step up, in other words? What is the next successor to managing the region? Clearly, Xi isn't going to do it. Macron isn't going to do it. There isn't an Eisenhower in the world right now, that is to say, United States. So I think part of what's uncertain or in disarray in the region is a result of that. More locally, this has amplified the influence of Iran, ironically, in the same way that Nasser's influence was amplified then. Iran's steadfastness in the face of the Satans, great and small, has impressed people in the region, however much they may reject the government. They respect the steadfastness, if you will. And all of this is happening in a time of almost comparable, I think I would argue, military and economic technological change. So we have drone warfare, clearly a new sense of what kinds of things are opportunities for war, and as the last panel suggested, a sort of looming sense that AI is going to change everything. So it's globally and historically an extremely interesting and uncertain moment.
Thank you. Francisco, same question to you, and in light of what happened in Venezuela, right, the military operation that removed then President Maduro, arrested him, the sort of proclamations now of a new Monroe Doctrine, a Donroe Doctrine. What does this region look like in this new American sphere of influence, and possibly sort of worried about sort of U.S. Pulling back?
Right, exactly. Well, the problem is that when the U.S. pulls back from the rest of the world, it pushes into Latin America. And Latin America is not another region of the world for the U.S. Latin America is, as has been classically called, its backyard. And you were talking about who's the next Eisenhower at the moment. I was actually thinking about kind of the role of Marco Rubio, because the current Secretary of State actually grew up, according to his admission, dreaming of what he was going to do when he grew up. It was going to be to kind of take back Cuba from the Castros and kind of give it back to the people who had their property taken away, including his parents. And the example that I'm trying to make is, look, these domestic politics in Latin America are now interlinked with U.S. politics in a way in which they're not foreign anymore. They're part of home. And let's see what has happened over the past year. So you mentioned Maduro. So yes, the U.S. went into Venezuela. It invaded Venezuela. First military attack of the U.S. ever on a South American country. It removed the de facto head of state, put him in a Brooklyn jail, and has now installed a compliant government that Trump is very happy with the relationship that he has with the Delcy Rodriguez government, because it's doing exactly what he wants. But it's also imposed a blockade, an oil blockade on Cuba, which is threatening to basically turn that country's economy back into the Stone Age. It has sanctioned a Brazilian Supreme Court justice because it didn't like the fact that his decisions went against the Trump administration's allies. It threatened to sanction a Colombian head of state, President Gustavo Petro. And we have the president of the U.S. regularly, the day before any election in Latin America, tweeting his support for the candidate that he wants to win. So that it used to be a few years ago, election interference was something that you didn't do or you weren't supposed to do, and we didn't like it when somebody did it to us. Now it's essentially become part of the government framework of the foreign policy of the U.S. Now, you might think this is all very Trumpian, right? And this is all very abnormal, and it's kind of like this special moment that we're living in. But I would argue that there's something more long run going on here. I think that for many years, we've been seeing essentially kind of the breakdown of the rules that governed economic and political relationships between different countries that were built out of the end of the Cold War. So after the Cold War, we started building this framework to govern economic relations between countries. And the idea was, I might not like your political system, I might not like who you are, but we have an interest in having a solid economy in which we can trade, we can produce, we can gain mutual benefits from that. Now, that is no longer the case, and this is something that predates Trump. If you look at, for example, the increase in the way in which the U.S. has used economic sanctions over time. The U.S. in the 1990s sanctioned around 10 countries. Now it's sanctioning 80 countries. 1/3 of the world economy is subject to a U.S. sanctions regime. And what does that mean? I mean, what are sanctions? Sanctions are conceived of as a punishment when somebody else breaks the rules, but these are not UN sanctions. These are US sanctions. So it's the US saying, you're not playing by my rules, so therefore I'm going to sanction you. But that tells us that there are no longer any kind of world rules. And kind of going back to Latin America, I mean, the thing is that the role that Latin America played in this, there was a promise to Latin America, which has kind of morphed over time. But the latest version of that promise was the Washington Consensus. And the Washington Consensus was you play by the rules, you liberalize your economy, you do structural adjustment, you become a safe trading partner, and your economy is going to grow. And guess what? I mean, we can spend like hours talking about how much economists have debated whether the Washington consensus was good for growth or not. But the fact is that during these past 20 years, Latin American growth has not changed significantly from what it was pre-90s. And the gap between Latin America and the US has grown. There's been divergence. So there's been convergence with China, there's been convergence with Asia, there's been divergence with Latin America. So this promise is not working. The system broke down, and what we're seeing is the attempt in a certain political interpretation, which is that of those who are running the US right now, to find something to replace it with. The problem is that what are they replacing it with? They're replacing it with, well, now our promise is kind of let's do business deals together. And it's a promise that's being made to elites. And it's a promise that's cutting out completely all international institutions. So go back to Venezuela. Venezuela is starting to restructure its debt, $170 billion of debt. What did the Trump administration tell Venezuela? Let's do it, but you know what? You don't need the IMF to do it. Let's cut out the IMF. Hire a consultancy firm that's linked to former Trump administration officials. We'll do it for you. So the IMF is no longer doing Venezuela's debt sustainability analysis. Centerview Partners is doing Venezuela's debt sustainability analysis. And the question that we have to ask is, what is this going to bring into the future? Because I think that there's millions of Latin Americans that are being left out of this vision.
That's really interesting. So new rules and new institutions are coming from the private sector in these types of connections rather than great powers necessarily competing and projecting themselves. Just to stay with you, just as a follow-up here, if the US has proclaimed that Latin America now is a sphere of influence, is its homeland, right? And it's projecting power as if it makes rule sets. Is this likely to lead to more acquiescence on the part of Latin American elites, or is this going to fuel great power competition, right? I study Russia and the former Soviet Union, and there was quite a bit of criticism for Putin in the press, sort of saying, you've spent all these billions of dollars on Maduro and so forth, and the Americans just take him out, right, instantly, sort of overnight. Is there going to be reluctance now to partner with non-American sort of external great powers?
I mean, certainly if the U.S. is threatening you, certainly if the U.S. is threatening you with sanctions. I mean, Latin America is obviously very dependent on the U.S. And the threat of sanctions operates particularly in the case of Latin America because more than 95% of cross-country economic transactions in Latin America are done in U.S. dollars. So you're cut out of the dollar system, and this is kind of mortal for your economy. It's mortal for particular firms. So the U.S. really does have a lot of leverage. Now, that said, and China has leverage too, more than Russia, because, here's the thing. The U.S. back in 1960, it was 40% of the world economy. Now it's 25% of the world economy. China is 17%, and that's in current dollars. Depending on how you value it, there are some measures in which China is as large as the U.S. And here's the other thing. China has money to lend. China is a lender. The U.S. is a borrower. So that actually means that many of these countries can go to China and they can get loans from China. And that's what Venezuela got during a long period of time. But also, why did sanctions, how was Maduro able to stay in power despite U.S. sanctions? Well, because he was selling oil to China. China was buying, the oil that Venezuela was producing was being sold by China. And when the U.S. came in, the first thing that it forced the Delcy administration to do, it was not to stop selling oil to China. It was actually the U.S. said, we're going to sell it to China. So Venezuela is sending the oil to the U.S., and the U.S. is actually taking care of selling it to China. But it also said the only ones who can sell oil are Chinese joint ventures. So yes, I mean, this is going to put a lot of stress kind of on Latin America in particular. But the one thing is that this is not necessarily new. I mean, I think that this is returning to a normal state of affairs. And if we go back like 100 years, and this is kind of around the time that the Council was formed. The Council was formed just a few years after the US Senate rejected the League of Nations Treaty. And it was a response to that. It was a response to the idea that the US was saying, well, no, we're going to step back, we're going to roll back. But at that moment at which the US was stepping back, the US had military protectorates and had occupied 5 countries in the Caribbean. It was actually directly administering Dominican Republic and Haiti. It had a standing right of intervention through the Platt Amendment with Cuba and with Panama, with Nicaragua. So again, the difference and the reason that we're going back to that is that what's similar now to, what's starting to be similar with what we had 100 years ago, but not what we had 20, 30 years ago, is that it's unmediated by institutions. Now, all of those intermediary institutions are being cut out, and it's directly the relationship of the US with these countries.
Very interesting. So Lisa, you lay down the marker. This could be our Suez moment in the Middle East. I guess we'll see. But same question to you in terms of, is this a vacuum now? Do other great powers come in? Do they start competing for influence? China? Is Iran a hegemon now in the region, given the nature of the deal? If the US withdraws, who steps in to make rules and institutions in the region formerly known as the Middle East?
Actually, for what it's worth, people are increasingly calling it Southwest Asia, so there you are. That's the, $64 million question, and everybody in the region would like to know the answer to that question, because this region has, insofar as it's a region, been very much like iron filings looking for the magnet. And, the European imperialists were the magnet, the United States was the magnet, and there was a little bit of Soviet magnet too there, and now there's no magnet. Or at least that's what it seems. The United States does seem to have lost its magnetism, if you will. So I think the question is very much alive in the region. Clearly, the Gulf states that had thought the United States would serve as a magnet are having to rethink that. I think one of the concerns virtually everywhere in the region is that Iran will be regionally much more powerful than it was before. Nobody thinks that's a good outcome, but nobody knows what to do about it. I think there is sort of so there's a lot of casting around of, but again, I don't think the Chinese are interested in stepping up and playing that kind of role. I think they're clearly interested in having economic relations, building economic relations, so forth and so on. But, this is not a moment where they're going to have a Xi doctrine about the Middle East. The Europeans are clearly distracted with their own domestic problems, with their own European problems, with Ukraine, so forth and so on. So I don't know, and I think that's one of the really interesting questions. It may be that the United States retains some influence faute de mieux, as opposed to because they actually are powerful.
Yeah. It strikes me that transactionalism and this kind of new realist pragmatism, it applies to other countries as well, not just the United States. So one example of 2 unexpected regions coming together was this deal that Zelensky did in Ukraine in the Gulf with US traditional allies and base hosts, with Qatar, with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, right? Sort of these security agreements that was sharing in drone production and expertise and advice. And the US was taken quite by surprise, right? We're not used to thinking of these 2 regions interacting with one another.
Well, I actually think that's a good point, because I think we, in the academy, in the United States, so forth, tend to be stuck with geography in a way that this is the 21st century. Geography is not irrelevant, but it's not what it once was. And so I was at a meeting in the Emirates in December before the Iran war, and I was asking a reasonably well-connected foreign ministry person, what the Emirates' strategic vision was. And he said, well, you know, everybody knows we hate the Muslim Brotherhood. And I say, yes, well, that's not strategic vision. And he said, and the other thing is, we really wish we were in a different region. And I think that's a pretty revealing observation, which is to say, I think that's true. I think being in that region must be very difficult for everybody in the region at this point. But I also think people are beginning to see themselves connected not by who is their neighbor, but, you know, other kinds of, so the BRICS were like that, was like that. You know, in other words, do we have trade relations? Do we have AI development relations? Do we have other kinds of things that leap over and connect in ways? So if you're interested in drone development, you're going to have a different set of relationships than you would if you're thinking about who's my neighbor. And I think more and more we should, when we think about blocks or we think about what we used to call regions, we need to be thinking about other things that are bringing governments together that, you know, are going to cross our classic regions.
Yeah. At this point, I think I would like to open it up, but also get Francisco's thoughts on some of those points Lisa made as part of the answers to questions. So please, let's invite some questions. Yes, one here.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Yackley. I'm a Foreign Service Officer at the State Department. I also teach a course on American foreign policy in the Middle East at Georgetown. My question is for Professor Anderson. You mentioned how if the US withdraws from the Middle East or our influence diminishes, and China's not willing or prepared to step in the way we did after the Suez crisis, it seems to me one potential option is that there are regional hegemons. You mentioned Iran potentially on the rise. 6 months, a year ago, people were worried about Israel maybe taking that role. Previously, people mentioned Turkey, maybe the UAE or Saudi Arabia. In a region where there are 4 or 5, call them middle powers, competing for regional influence, what does that look like? Is it messy? Or is there a balance of power within the Middle East that could come out of this? And is that good for US interests?
Okay. Yeah.
At the moment, I think it's pretty messy because I don't think, you know, for example, I mean, if you look at the competition, then, and this was, again, before the war with Iran, but if you look at the competition in Libya, you have the Turks there, you have the Emiratis there, you have the Egyptians there, you have the Qataris there, and everybody's sort of playing games with each other in a kind of mini proxy war there. And the Libyans, for a variety of reasons, can't do anything about that. That picture could actually be extended across the region. So the same kind of, since we can't figure out who the hegemon is going to be, we're all going to make claims, and we're all going to try and be influential in Syria, and we're all going to try and be influential in Iraq, and so forth and so on, and Yemen, and so. That's pretty messy. That's not easy for anybody to manage from outside the region, nor is it particularly productive for anybody within the region. I mean, you know, those of us who work on the Middle East are often very envious of the people who can talk about economic issues. And I really do wish at some point we could talk about the economy of Iraq or the economy of Libya. We don't do that because all of these are being treated these days as arenas for competition rather than as states that have enough command of their own territory to have a policy about the economy. So I don't think it's going to be pretty at all. At some point, you know, you may end up with the 21st century version of what Malcolm Kerr called the Arab Cold War, you may, and so forth and so on, but I don't see that soon, if ever.
Yeah. Francisco, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was thinking precisely about this economic divide at the level of Latin America, and going back to the question of, well, why is it that globalization worked so well for East Asia and it has not worked so well for Latin America? And one of the things that we saw is that, you know, the opening up of Latin American economies and trade liberalization essentially led to re-specializing in natural resources and in low-skilled manufacturing, so that Latin America was not able to do what East Asia was able to do, which is rise up the ladder of value chains, right? So unless we find a way to reframe Latin American industrial policy so as to be able to have a strategy, and it's not even clear that kind of all countries in the world can do this at the same time, because they're essentially kind of competing for the same niche. But if not, you're not going to have productivity growth in Latin America, and you're going to continue to have the same divide. I mean, what worries me is that you've had stagnant productivity growth, you have the same level of inequality, and therefore you have this divided polity in Latin America between left-wing populism and right-wing populism. And now you have the US, which is essentially saying, we're going to play part of that political game, and the current right-wing populist government in the US is saying, we're going to play with our right-wing populist allies in Latin America. That, I think, is generating very explosive politics. You mix that with the idea that what you have to do to run these countries is impose protectorates, as we're doing in Venezuela. And I mean, again, Cuba was for 34 years under a protectorate, and that created the animosity that led to the Cuban Revolution.
Okay. We have time for one more. Anyone? Let's see. Yes, see one there, please.
My name is Gary Jones. I'm a retired consulting engineer. One of the countries you didn't mention at all was Israel. And at one time, they were on the road to be the Middle East hegemon. Now I think they've lost any possibility of that, and I'd just like for you to comment on where you think Israel is in this whole mess.
Thank you. Yep.
Yes, I think Israel is in a whole mess at this point. So, you know, if the Vice President of the United States can be as vocally critical of the Israeli government as Vice President Vance has been in the last few days, I think the Israelis are in difficult circumstances because they, like the Emiratis in some ways, hooked their wagon to the United States, and the United States is clearly not going to do the kind of backing of Israel and Israel's vision in the region as they had expected. And in the meantime, Israel is probably more isolated in the world than it's been in decades and decades. So I'm thinking back to the Suez. I mean, it's been a long time since Israel has been as widely condemned for its behavior. And so I think, you know, this is a big problem for the Israeli government. I think the domestic politics in Israel makes it also very complicated because the Israeli general polling makes it pretty clear that the Israeli public opinion has moved right and is pretty supportive of the Netanyahu government, perhaps not in all of its detail, but so forth. So the elections are as likely to produce another version of this government as anything else. And then they are going to have to decide how they manage their foreign relations under these circumstances.
Okay, thank you, audience. Thank you to our speakers. That was a great session.
Thank you.
And I'm Leslie Vinjamori, president of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. And I think I have to say, and welcome to Deep Dish, which we are recording live here at the America at 250 Global Forum. And I am very, very excited about this conversation with David Sanger, who is very well known to everybody in this room and to all of our listeners. I had the wonderful pleasure of spending just recently 2 days with David Sanger at the Ditchley Foundation just outside of Oxford, talking about America's global footprint, America at 250. The Ditchley Foundation is also a partner of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs as we hold our series of convenings. And David, you did a brilliant wrap-up, but I did notice that you were sort of coming and going, and I got the sense that maybe there were some phone calls going on. But before we get to that, I'll just to remind our listeners and all of you, David is the White House and national security correspondent for the New York Times, where he has been reporting, writing since 1982. You're author of 4 books. You have reported on 5 presidents. Those are not the same numbers. Very interesting there. You've contributed to the work of 3 teams that have won Pulitzer Prizes and many other things. You also, for 16 years, have co-taught a course at the Harvard Kennedy School with the famous Professor Graham Allison. I can imagine the students trying to claw their way into that course. But I say it not only because it must be an extraordinary course, but also because it is an act of public service. And not that your reporting isn't, it clearly is to all of us who read your work regularly. But taking the time out to teach students is not something that's easy to do when President Trump is trying to call you on the phone. So thank you for joining us. Thanks for being part of our America at 250 Global Forum here in Chicago on this extraordinary weekend. So you've covered 5 presidents. As we were sort of walking in, I said it must have gotten even more intense since President Trump's first term, and you said, if I recall, it was really 9/11. Since 9/11, it's just been frenetic. So tell us a little bit about that, but maybe we can even fast forward. I think we do want to stay in this moment of President Trump. Just recently, I believe, you were called treasonous.
By the president? Yeah. I do remember
tell us
that.
about
Yeah. Well, first, thanks for having me back here. It's great to be back in Chicago. It's great to be back at Global Affairs. It's wonderful to see such a great big group here. I really enjoyed this morning's opening panel, and it's really nice to be out of DC even for a day or two, although it was a little hard getting here, it turned out, for everybody, given the weather yesterday. It's a particular pleasure to do the podcast here with you, although it's a bit under false pretenses because I was told it's called Deep Dish. We tape it at Uno's, and and I had images of going back to college days, but no, here we are. I was with President Bush in Florida on the morning of 9/11. And the night before, we had all been having dinner in the hotel where he was staying, and he was in the next room with Jeb Bush and a bunch of other supporters and friends, and he came out and saw us at the table, and in his very jocular way sort of came over and said, "Oh, stick the bill on Sanger, get the New York Times to pay for it," the whole bit. And he was so relaxed, and I never actually really saw him quite that loose again. And I think the moment that was all unfolding, and I was in the room with him at the time that he was hearing about it, you could sort of see his presidency, forming in its good and in its bad. And it has been quite intense since that time. And I think when historians go back and write about where the United States began to assert wildly new and in many ways more aggressive military postures, in that case, in Afghanistan case, perfectly well understood, later on some others not. I think that will trace back to the beginning of a very different era for America. President Trump has clearly taken that to a new level. We used the word unpredictable this morning. I think that's certainly the case. He has certainly destroyed an old order, but has not really articulated quite what the new one is. I think we talked a little bit about that. And as a reporter, that's a bit of a challenge because you guys pick up your New York Times or pick up your phone these days, and you see nice, orderly stories and news analyses and neatly justified columns, and it tries to assemble order around decisions that sometimes are made for strategic reasons, sometimes are made for political reasons, and sometimes are made for whim, right? And it's our job to try to go sort through that all for you. It's a lot more work than it was when I joined the Times at age 22, and it's a shock to you guys, but I'm not 22 anymore. I think everybody is working at a wildly, higher pace. And I think the big question, and it's the one that we were debating at Ditchley, is, you're covering these events, but when can you back off and try to assess the change? So that's one of the reasons I'm so glad you're spending the day doing what you're doing.
Well, thank you. Since you took us back to 2001, I will, some of you were at dinner last night, and I did share some of the findings of our polling on the American public. And 2002, so not long after the 9/11 attacks, obviously, was the sort of peak of Americans' agreement that the United States should be globally engaged. It was at around 72%. And we're now, and this is over the course of those years that you say heated up from the point of view of reporting on America's global role, we're now quite divided on questions of foreign policy, even, which didn't used to be the case. Now, as a New York Times reporter, and certainly since President Trump's first administration, that has clearly had an impact on your paper and presumably on your reporting. Mm-hmm. Where, if we think back to the first administration, what was the language that was used about the New York Times?
Oh, fake news. You pick your one. I mean, he's suing us for $15 billion right now, yeah.
But you came under scrutiny, but actually the readership went up a huge amount, as I understand it. And one of the things that you were saying to me as we were walking in was the number of people that are interested in what you're writing on, you and your colleagues, and the number of people that you have reporting on national security. As the country's become more divided, as the current president has become more vitriolic in part towards your paper, it's also been, I guess you could say, good for business?
Well, it's been a wildly different business. And, by and large, I would say journalism is covering the world much less than it did. I mean, I needn't tell an audience in Chicago where the Tribune once had foreign correspondents, all across the globe, as we do, and as the Washington Post did until just a few months ago, and the LA Times and all that. And that was wonderful, and the networks were all around the world, and 9/11 was the height of it, because remember, after the attacks, there was a big movement to say, you know, Americans trying to struggle with the question of why the world would attack the United States. And, you know, you heard a lot of news organizations commit to covering the world a lot more. The Times is one of the very few, and I feel blessed to have had a career there, that has actually delivered on that. I mean, we've got a editorial staff generally that is not quite twice as big as it was 6 or 7 years ago, and that's because we embraced the new technologies that you're all consuming your news on. The print paper is down to 350,000 or so. It was 1 million when I joined. But the number of digital subscribers, and those are all around the world, is now up 12.5, 12.8 million. So there is a big appetite for this, and but that appetite means that you have to be ready to go serve the readers in a very different way.
And so it's sort of coming at us, and we like it because we know we can sort of log into the New York Times and we can hear what's happening. But, you know, having spent those 2 days with you in this, you know, many of you will have been to the very bucolic, beautiful English countryside to talk about geopolitics and war. And I could feel the sort of pressure coming from you because you clearly had to come and go. And I kept saying, David, you are coming to Chicago, right? Yeah. And there was this sort of quiet moment of like, but there might be a deal. The paper might send me to Geneva.
Don't worry, it turns out they're not sending anybody to Geneva because it looks like Geneva isn't happening.
Exactly, because it was signed. One of our other speakers was allegedly going to be going there tonight, but you know, the deal was signed. But I also expected you to be on the same plane as me on the way back, and you weren't. I expected, because you had said, are you on the United flight to wherever we were going, I think Washington, and you weren't. And why weren't you on the plane?
Well, it wasn't.
It's a leading question.
I promise.
I kind of know the
promise,
answer.
Leslie, it was not personal, right? No, I stayed in London an extra day because we thought actually the deal was going to be electronically signed. Of all of the things I've seen, I've never seen international agreements done by DocuSign before, but that seems to be where we are right now. And it turns out you can like close the mortgage on your house or try to defang the Iranian nuclear program via DocuSign.
But you got a phone call.
Right. But I was at the hotel trying to sort through this, and the phone rang. This was Sunday evening, and as some of you have read or heard on the Daily about this, it was President Trump, eager to go sell the terms of the deal. Now, it was a fascinating conversation because he frequently conflated what was actually in the agreement that you've now seen, and we can run through those, with the things that he believes he has deals with the Iranians together for the second negotiation. And so when he says, what we've got is so much better than what Obama had and the JCPOA, it might be if he got everything that he described to me on the phone that day, and we had written previously about the 4 pillars of what they're trying to get in the nuclear program, but he hadn't had them yet. And that is very symbolic of this administration, which, you know, frequently mixes what they have with the world as they wish it will be. And then he called back after that.
Same day. So
about an hour later, because he had a few other things he wanted to add in. But it was also his birthday, and he had to go to his birthday dinner. And then the Ultimate Fighters were outside and all that. So I told him after we were done with the conversation he should go off and have his birthday dinner, and wished him a good dinner. And he asked me whether I was going to be able to watch the fight, which was hard to do in London.
Look, there's a couple of things here. One is he had referred to the work that you were doing not so much earlier.
It was a month earlier that he...
As being treasonous.
Right. For those of you who want to see it, the video, it was all took place on camera. was on Air Force One as we were coming back from China.
But I ask you for a very specific reason. And it's because one of the things that I think, to give credit where credit is due for President Trump, and I think this is actually a really important point, and then we're going to get right into the deal because I want to know what you think. He does sometimes hold grudges. We know that he does, but he does update. He collects new information. He changes his mind. We tend to define this, and I think accurately, as being a behavior that leads to a great deal of unpredictability and makes it very hard to work with him. But it is also a behavior that means that he can one day, dress down President Zelensky in the Oval Office and not very much, several weeks later be having a conversation. He can call you treasonous, and then he can be picking up the phone to you and really engaging with the paper that he's taken down over, multiple years, and kind of give you the information that he wants to use to tell the story to the American people.
And he will take questions. When we went in January to go see him for what we thought was going to be the hour-long interview that turned into 4.5, they didn't ask us for any questions in advance, which sometimes happened in the Obama administration, sometimes happened in the Biden administration. He will take everything on. I've spoken to him more in the past 18 months than I think we spoke to Joe Biden and President Obama in the combined 12 years they were in office.
There are many people that I've talked to, C-suite business leaders, who have said that it's been much easier to get access to President Trump than it was to President Biden. I obviously have no personal experience of this.
A number of New York Times interviews that we did with President Biden while he was president.
Zero. Okay. So the former U.S. Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, wrote in the Wall Street Journal not so long ago, but before the deal, that it would be better, that Iran would have a very difficult time getting all the way to a nuclear weapon. It's got a certain amount of enriched uranium, but getting all the way there would not be easy, and therefore it would be better to have no deal than a bad deal. So my question to you is it a bad deal or is it a good deal? And to the question about the JCPOA, the Iran deal that President Trump withdrew the United States from, is this, I know the world has changed, the context has changed, Iran's capabilities have deteriorated on certain dimensions. But is it a better deal, a worse deal? Is it the right deal? What's your view?
So start with Secretary Rice's really interesting essay, and of course she had been dealing with this through the Bush administration, and just at the period of time when the U.S. was starting its covert sabotage efforts against the Iranian program, including the cyber case, what's known as Stuxnet, but was codenamed Olympic Games, which was one of the biggest efforts to use cyber as a weapon against another country, and you read about it in the New York Times at some length after the whole thing kind of blew up. So she had been a veteran of this. And I think the overall point she was making, I completely agree with, which is it turns out that the bombing that they did last year was, really did bury this stuff. And yes, the Iranians could have gotten in and tried to dig it out, but it was going to take a long time, and the chances that they would do that without being detected were pretty small. So it did raise the question, what was the urgent, imminent threat that the president was talking about on February 28th and the days and weeks after? And I think when the history of this is written, it may well turn out that a better strategy would have just been let it sit there, right? And that may be what they're going to have to do anyway, because we don't know if they're going to get to the second phase of the deal. So that's number one. Number two is you can't compare the 14 paragraphs that they just signed with the Iranians with the 159 pages of the JCPOA. And you can't compare it because the JCPOA is full of pages and annexes about inspection and about what kind of nuclear research they're going to be allowed to do and not allowed to do, and which facilities have to be closed and which can stay open, but only if they are not running fissile material through them, and what the details of notification for inspection would be. So it's very, very technical document. The document that you've been reading over the past 24 hours, and we did an annotated version of it that's been up on the Times site and I think in print today. It's a very general document about what the relationship should look like. It's got one paragraph on the nuclear program that commits the Iranians to blending down their fuel, but doesn't say when. That would make it a much longer timeline to a nuclear weapon. But that's the only part about nuclear that's there. There's nothing on missiles. There's nothing on human rights. There's nothing at all on support for terror groups, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. So in many ways, they're such different documents that it's like trying to go compare a nonfiction book, with a novel.
But presumably the goal of the current deal, I think we sort of at some level all understand, is to get the Strait of Hormuz open. It's about the global economy.
That's right.
And I guess, part of what Secretary Rice was saying was, and it was a critical perspective from, as I read it, her point of view on the original Iran deal, was that because it didn't address these broader suite of concerns, that it allowed Iran to rebuild its capabilities, to develop its supportive proxies across the region. And that in this current round, that I think she says not a single penny of frozen assets or sanctions relief should go to Iran because, setting aside the question of reopening the strait, it could lead to the same empowerment of the country.
So you have to separate out what the Iranians get immediately and what they get later on in sort of progress payments, right?
Which is hard to know right now.
Which is a little bit hard to know because it's not specified what the progress markers would be in this. That's part of the next negotiation. What we do know is that on the signing, which happened at Versailles, where else would you sign a document like this? At least on the president's side, that what happens now is the blockade ends. The Iranians are free to go ship things in and out of their ports. They immediately get waivers on the sanctions. So their biggest customer is China, which buys about 90% of their output, because everybody else was concerned about buying sanctioned oil, but didn't seem to bother the Chinese that much, and they were buying it at a discount. And that'll resume. And so there'll be a huge amount of money flowing into Iran right away just from oil sales. Then the progress issues are for the frozen funds, 24, 25 billion. To remind you, when the president talks about the payments that were made during the Obama administration, that was 1.7 billion. And both have something in common. They're the Iranians' money frozen in Western institutions, financial institutions. And then, over time, the sanctions relief. But this next negotiation is supposed to work out the schedule for that. And this stuff is so complicated and will lead to so many different disputes that you could easily imagine the system of negotiation breaking down. Oh, and by the way, the entire ceasefire is supposed to extend to Lebanon, and the Israelis have made clear they don't feel bound by an agreement that they weren't a participant in negotiating.
So there's a lot to unpack here, and we have heard Professor Anderson, Lisa Anderson, talk about this. I think we've heard this talked about in multiple forums just in the last day. But I guess I want to ask you a couple of questions since we have just a limited amount of time. Since you know President Trump, you've talked to him, how do you think he reads this? There's one thing about what he's going to tell us, but do you think that he reads this as a loss? I think many of us read it as a loss for the United States. Probably not everybody. There is an argument that many of Iran's capabilities have been reduced. But I think many of us read it as a loss for the United States, as leading to the loss of America's power in the region, but also as a real mistake, a war that shouldn't have happened in the first place. But how do you think President Trump really reads it?
So the reason that he was so upset on Air Force One a month ago was a series of news analyses that we had done. I had written several of them that made the point that while he has achieved a lot of his military objectives, none of those had translated to the political objectives. Destabilizing the government so that people could take over, ending the nuclear program, ending the missile program. You all know the list. The president made no secret of it. Go listen to him yesterday about why he ended the program. Was it because he concluded that he could reach those goals through the negotiation? No, he mentioned a past president that most presidents don't talk about, and it was Hoover, right? And he said, I don't want to be the Herbert Hoover of, that's the president, that's the guy I don't want to emulate. And Hoover, he said, presided over the stock market crack that led to the Great Depression, and he wasn't going to do it. And the point I made in the paper last night was that was a really, I think, a revealing and I think a pretty true statement by the president, because the thing that gets to him the most is any critique of his management of the economy. He realized that if he didn't end it now and get that oil flowing, there's no way that prices will come down at the pump before the midterm elections. But he was also kind of ratifying the Iranian theory of how to go pursue this war. The Iranians knew they couldn't take the US military on directly, but they quite brilliantly figured out how to go disrupt both the global economy and the energy markets, how to put enough fear into the system. And it didn't take very much weaponry, and it didn't really require you to have the kind of aircraft or missiles that we did, that we hold. And so it was a really interesting lesson for all of us in asymmetric warfare, of using economic tools to hold off a much more powerful enemy.
So we have these 60 days to see, to try to negotiate some sort of, I guess, some question on the nuclear problem. But President Trump has, 2.5 years left?
Yeah.
He has several months until the midterm elections. He's got a less good relationship, it seems, with Israel than he once had.
Which is remarkable, since they went into this completely together, and they came out of it more split than I've ever seen them.
And, I think people will have a range of views on that. We know that a lot of young Americans and a number of people, if you look at our polling, would like to see the U.S. put more conditions on its support for Israel. But how do you, in closing, how do you guess? How do you estimate? I mean, you have to kind of not only follow the news cycle, but you have to try to predict it, not only on the question of the next 60 days, but you've got 2.5 more years of this.
Sure.
Maybe, not necessarily.
So
what do you think? What are we looking at?
So first of all, don't worry about the 60 days. The president already said he wasn't that tied to it. Rubio said in the Senate might be 90 days. I noticed that the 60 days expires right in the middle of my summer vacation. I don't plan on changing my reservations, okay? This is going to drag on for a long time. It could drag on through the end of the presidency, because the Iranian strategy could well be take the win of getting this thing open, negotiate forever, drag your feet. The people who are running the Iranian negotiation, especially Foreign Minister Araghchi, who was part of the negotiating team in 2015, he was the one who came to brief us most evenings and so forth in Geneva and Lausanne and wherever these went on. He knows the program really well, and he knows how to play this out. And I think the president's going to want to move on from this, because he was quite intent on making this a really quick war. And obviously for the past month and a half, he's just been eager to get out. Now, the broader question you raise is, what does he do for the next 2.5 years? Does he do operations more like Midnight Hammer, the one last June, will be a year ago this weekend, to bomb these sites, or more like Venezuela, which I think is a model he may want to use for Cuba? My suspicion is that he's recognized the overreach of Iran, even if he would not admit that in public. If he loses the House or the Senate, his domestic agenda is over. Not that he's got a huge legislative agenda, that's sort of not the way he governs. And my prediction is he will become much more of a foreign policy president, because it's the one area where he feels as if he's got basically the rights to go do whatever he wants. I don't think you're going to see him slow down.
So final question, and we'll close. The question of the conference. As we mark America's 250th, it's semi-quintennial, what has been the source of America's global power and influence? But what's at stake as we look ahead in light of the conversation that we've just had?
Boy, I wish that there were more groups like what you're doing here today, using the 250th to both celebrate the great accomplishments. I think if the founders were here today, they'd be astounded to see what the United States had turned into. And also to think a little bit about the course corrections that are clearly, that we need to. This morning, we said that this old order that lasted 75 years, which, when you think about it, is, more than a quarter of the country's history, is, if not shattered, it's in need of rebuilding. And that's always the story of America, right? It was the story after the Revolution. It was the story in Reconstruction. It was the story after, as the United States became a biggest economic power in the early part of the century and a superpower after the nuclear weapon. And I think the combination of the potential of AI and the potential of Americans to go reinvent the country as you reinvent technologies gives us a huge opportunity. And I really wish we would spend a little more time discussing that. And I think that's really the way to kind of focus in on the meaning of the 250th.
David Sanger, New York Times, what a tremendous conversation. We're going to take your prompt, and that is actually one of the core agendas, not only for the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, but actually for Chicago, artificial intelligence, quantum, key issues here, many people in the room working on them. Please keep returning. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Please make your way back to the hall. Programming is resuming now.
Are we going? I don't know if that's a, I guess I'm going to go. All right. Here we go. Nice to see you all. I I'm Ethan Bonita-Mesquita. I'm the Dean of the Harris School of Public Policy at the University of Chicago, and I am joined today by three great panelists. We're going to talk a little bit about AI, because no one's talking about it, so we thought somebody ought to. So at the far end is Dean Ball, who is a senior fellow at the Foundation for American Innovation and a former senior policy advisor on AI and emerging tech in the White House. Next to him is Jill Ruby, who is National Security and Public Sector on the National Security and Public Sector Advisory Board member at Anthropic and former Undersecretary for Nuclear Security at the U.S. Department of Energy. And right next to me is Jake Braun, whose most important role is that he runs the Cyber Policy Initiative at the Harris School, but also is a former senior, former acting principal deputy national cyber director at the White House, and an expert on cybersecurity. So it's great to have them, and we're gonna jump right in. So I'm gonna start with a question for all of you to sort of get us going. We often talk about AI, at least when we talk about it in the national security and sort of global politics context, as well as in the economic context here at home, we often talk about an AI race. And I'm interested in just getting your thoughts on what are we talking about when we talk about an AI race. There are lots of dimensions to AI development, AI policy. We talk about a race maybe about frontier models, or about chips, or about compute, or about data centers, or about national security. What are the dimensions of the race that are most important, and how should we be thinking about it? Maybe, Dean, you want to start us off?
Sure. Thanks, everyone, for being here, and thanks for having me. There's some irony in this because I was the principal staff drafter of the Trump administration's AI Action Plan, whose title is Winning the Race, America's AI Action Plan. And I'm actually going to tell you that I think race is a lousy metaphor for what's going on here. I think that what it is, there's certainly a race that is going on between the American AI companies for leadership at the frontier. But in terms of, typically when we talk about race in the national security context, what we're talking about is China. We're talking about the competition with China. I think that vis-a-vis China, we are in something more like an unbounded, multi-dimensional, indefinite length competition. But winning the unbounded, multi-dimensional, indefinite length competition is not such good poetry for the title of the document, so we didn't call it that. But I do think race leads to this idea that we're racing toward what, toward what, and the toward what is really the interesting question. I think it's that we are trying to define the contours and reshape the I think this technology will reshape the architecture of free society, and we need to do that in a way that is compelling and that other people around the world will want to emulate, and it's an enormous task. And I think that it's quite low fidelity to analogize that gigantic enterprise to a race.
Yeah, just building on that. So there is an element of race to me because it's all moving so fast. So it feels like a race, but it is a competition at this point between the US and China. And I think this is really about technological superiority, like the sense that the US has had that for a long time and wants to retain it. But it's also about our democracy, about our way of life. And I think that the race is like, whose populace is going to use AI for good? I mean, that's what I hope the race is. But it feels very much like a race. And it's a race, an ecosystem race. It's a chips race. It's a compute race. It's a data race. It's a data center race. It's a public opinion race. It's all of those things together. And I think it's important to remember that. And an energy race, right? It's important to remember that it's an ecosystem because we've done this before where we clearly win one part of it and we clearly lose another part. And in the end, we don't, and so I think it's and maybe that's also a place where we can bring the temperature down, is to say there's going to be different ways to do this. And I actually think right now, the way the US is approaching a frontier model development and the way China is approaching frontier model development is so different. And in a way, there's real power in that globally if we can figure out how not to make it all bad.
Yeah, I think that last term that you said of power, I think is really what the race is about at the end of the day. And I think if you think of power in kind of three key components, which is social, economic, and military, in terms of the economic portion of this, I think what we really mean is we want our AI, American AI, to be like installed base, is how we would refer to it from a tech perspective. So think, it used to be all Cisco routers that everybody in the world used for years and years and years and years, decades and decades, and then Huawei came in. Well, we want to be the Cisco routers for the next several decades, the way we were, 40 years ago. Secondly, from a societal perspective of power, we want to make sure that if you're searching Tiananmen Square, that the answers of what happened in Tiananmen Square actually show up, and that our belief system and so on are embedded into the installed base. And then separately, as a kind of resulting component from that, military power. And having our installed base, whether it be light bulbs a gazillion or many, many years ago from Edison or the internet more recently, if it's our installed base that's out there, that really helps our military get competitive advantage from intelligence perspectives and a whole host of other things. So I think if you think about it about a race to power and achieving power through those three kind of key components, societal, economic via the installed base, and then military, I think that's what really this race is about at the end of the day.
So if you think about that installed base idea and that the race is because we are worried about there's enormous economic power at the end of the rainbow, or there's enormous military advantages or whatever, that creates this race dynamic among state actors. This isn't the first time that we've thought about an installed base and competition amongst state actors. We thought about that about lots of tech platforms before that, lots of engineering platforms before that, communication platforms and the like. Should we think that if this is so important, that we are going to end up with national level infrastructures, and that in fact this won't be a global technology, or that we'll end up with sphere of influence kind of infrastructures, and this won't be a global technology, that there is no way towards like deep cooperation here, and what are analogies from the past that might help us think about that? Maybe you want to start with cyber, and we could talk a little bit about nuclear too, would be interesting.
Was that to me?
Yeah, if
okay.
you've got thoughts.
Yeah, I think, 10, 20 years ago in cyber, there was this big debate of, are we going to have a free and open internet, or is it going to be what they referred to at the time as like walled gardens or stoned gardens or whatever, not stone gardens, a band, walled gardens. And meaning that, yes, there'd be kind of a backbone to the internet, but Russia would have its own, China would have its own, and so on and so forth. That seems to be kind of where we're headed. Google's a good example where kind of almost everybody in the world is using Google, except in China, they don't really use Google and other places like that, at least not for search. And so that kind of seems to be where this is going, where I don't know if it's going to be national as much as it's going to be cultural. Those kind of democratic, largely capitalistic societies that align with us will likely wind up, since the big companies are American, with the American AI companies. China will have its own, and then there'll be a smattering of others.
Yeah, I tend to agree that that's a very likely end state. Let me just sort of compare it to nuclear, because a lot of people do. Like it feels so existential that people compare it to nuclear, but I think it's a very bad analogy. Nuclear has some really significant barriers. So it costs a lot of money. You have to be able to handle special nuclear materials, and it's irreversible. Like once you decide you're going to be a nuclear power, it's really hard not to be a nuclear power. And once we have nuclear weapons, it's really hard to not have nuclear weapons. And so you have to then sustain it forever. And so I think the barriers to entry for AI are really different. I think everybody has data. So if data is the sort of nuclear material, everybody has it. It's just what they do with it. And so I don't think there's a governance structure that's analogous.
What if compute is the nuclear material?
Well, so I think one of the things that we're learning and will continue to learn is that compute's really important, but you can get you can get a lot of AI capability without with other kinds of compute infrastructure that's not gigantic, GPU, best machines ever. And so, again, it's more commodity. Even compute is more commodity, and that's what we saw when, with some of the first things China started, we got sort of a wake-up call like, oh, you can do this in a completely different way.
The way I think about, first of all, I am in violent agreement with you that nuclear weapons are a bad technological analogy for AI, for a wide variety of different reasons. Most important of which is that I didn't use plutonium or uranium-238 like 16 times today, but I did use AI 16 times today, and I would like to continue doing that. So when I hear people in DC talk about it being like nuclear, in the AI safety world being like nuclear, I get scared. It's like, keep your hands off my AI, But I sort of think about, so this relates back to the first question too, in a way. I think of this as being similar actually to financial services, where financial services is this broad, diffuse ecosystem. There's not a single thing in this room that was not enabled by debt, right? That was not enabled by financial service, by various kinds of financial instruments. And yet, like, it's not like financial instruments are here in the room with us. There's not like a big loan sitting over there, you know what I mean? But it's kind of silently enabling everything in the world, and that's how AI will be. And there are going to be enormous network effects, just as there are with things like SWIFT, payment mechanisms, and the US dollar. And that's where the US primacy will consist in our ability to project power over global sort of transaction of information occurring through AI in a similar way that we can project power over the transaction of financial information through the US dollar system. That's kind of how I think about it.
That's a very interesting analogy. I want to push on that a little bit. So, because I think it speaks to Jake's idea about building on top of a platform that represents our values, or you think about the dollarization of the global financial system as a similar kind of dynamic. So I guess, what would it look like that sort of post-war financial system that was created rested on top of a lot of international infrastructure as well as U.S. regulation that created a kind of trust in a system that maybe is eroding a bit now, but which lasted a long time and gave people at least within our sphere the confidence to build on, but really the whole world to build on top of it. Mm-hmm. What would it look like, sort of structurally, institutionally, to build a U.S. regulatory governance, however you want to think about it, system for AI that enabled that to occupy that kind of role? I think there's two key features here. First of all, one thing that characterizes financial services regulation is a focus on regulated entities. So the government doesn't approve individual loans that banks might underwrite. The government approves sort of the institution of the bank itself and says this is a trustworthy type of institution. The bank might have something like a charter, right, which defines its operations, and it defines, and much of financial services is indeed characterized not by direct regulation, but by meta-regulation. Much of financial services is meta-regulatory, where the actual governance is taking place within the banks themselves. And then you have the regulator sits on top and performs supervisory services, and also makes rules about the rules about their own internal governance, right? So I think that's like one feature that seems like quite analogous to what we'll need in AI. And I think the other really important thing, it's not going to be a law that gets written or a regulatory agency that gets created or anything like that. I think it is going to be a protocol. Technical protocols which create trust and which create value as well. So for example, there's many, Anthropic, for example, has the model context protocol, which is a way for AI agents to interface with other software systems and some hardware systems too, for that matter. There'll be many protocols like this, and eventually we'll converge around common standards. And I think winning the sort of product battle, the reason people use model context protocol is not just because it's a good protocol, it's because Claude models are very popular in the developer community. And so winning on the product side and on the market share side confers this sort of protocol advantage. And I think ultimately the protocol is kind of like Swift, and within that protocol,
there is contained a seed of governance, which will grow over time.
Jake, you seemed like you were about to say something.
Oh, I was just agreeing with at least part of what you just said. I do think, again, if we were to go back to think through other kind of totally transformational technologies like the light bulb or electricity or whatever, I don't think we started regulating that right away. And I think I get very concerned about us regulating this too quickly. I think that, and I'll give you an example why in a second, but I think that it's probably will be and should be more like the NIST cybersecurity framework, where NIST, which is the standards and whatever body of the federal government, brought a bunch of experts together and said, okay, what should are the best practices for cyber be? And we're going to come out as a federal government and say, these are the best practices. And then we kind of like let the market fight it out. We let people sue each other over that. Insurance companies come in and will give you insurance or not on cybersecurity, by the way, so you're doing these things. And that enabled us to kind of say what we thought was right, but not have overdue influence on the market. And the reason why that's important, particularly at this moment in AI, is that I just remember in the Biden administration, with all the festivities today, I'm thinking Obama. In the Biden administration, we became obsessed over training data. And it was all about, well, we've got to regulate this training data, because if we don't, it's going to make the AI either racist or sexist or whatever. But it turns out that's not really the way AI works. But most of us didn't know that at the time. And more it's about how you train the model. So it's like with a kid. It's okay for a kid to, I assume we're not in a banning the books club here, but it's okay for them to read Mein Kampf as long as we say Hitler was evil and anti-Semitism is bad. We don't want to like throw the book out, And it turns out that's the same thing with AI. It's like you throw all the data at it to train on, but then you need to tell it what's right and wrong. Had we tried to regulate that and say, oh, AI, you can't use this data, you can't use that data, Anthropic needs to not use this, and OpenAI can't use that, we would have really had unforeseen, I think, very bad impacts on the development of AI in America. And so I think this NIST framework model for this moment in AI is far more appropriate because we know so little about the technology.
I just want to say, I completely agree with that. I think that the vast majority of AI policy ideas are bad and should not be implemented. There is one area that implicates the government, which is the sort of catastrophic risk potential, and there's no real way to avoid the sort of the national security dimensions of that particular issue. We're seeing that right now where, quite laissez-faire Trump administration, one I served in, is, suddenly finding itself being not so laissez-faire and yanking models off the market because of national security concerns. So I think that and I think they're overreaching there. I think the Trump administration is currently overreaching, but that's like one thing where there's just no way to avoid a regulatory approach. But I think you are right that the vast majority of the rest of this stuff works itself out through voluntary standardization and market-based processes and all sorts of things like that.
Yeah, I guess what I'll add about the regulatory process is it is early to regulate, but it's hard to know when the right time is, and so it feels like we're just going to have to do some trial and error things. Like, I'm not a fan of what just happened with pulling things down in 90 minutes and so forth. But because I think this is a good place to make a comment. I think one of the things that humans do is stop and think, take a breath, right?
If you say so.
Sam Nunn used to, talk about nuclear issues, Senator Nunn, and he would say, you have to have time for a cup of coffee, right? And that was always his measure of how much time you needed before you could make a decision. But I think machines don't breathe, right? And so the whole AI thing is happening so fast, and we've got to be careful that we don't do regulations that try to keep that pace. That's a particularly, it's true bad things can happen quickly, but 90 minutes to bring down a model entirely. But I think this is going to have to be some kind of public-private partnership on how to do the regulation. It's just, and the public's going to make mistakes, and the private entities are going to make mistakes, and we have to exercise some grace in that, with as long as we can agree on what the objectives of the regulations are. And I think we have some level of agreement. Like we don't want to disadvantage U.S. models, right? I think we all agree with that. We also all agree with, any serious national security concerns. There might be privacy concerns and other things, but we should set those sort of, here's the things we agree with, and then have some partnerships that are useful, and give grace, I guess, in this, because we're going to need it.
Let's talk a little more about the pulling down of Fable and what we can learn from it. So this is the Trump administration's decision very quickly after its release to tell Anthropic to pull down a model that they judged as too capable and posing serious national security risks. So I guess I want to think through what are some of the trade-offs here and how might it have gone better. So I think if we think about the sort of what might we worry about with the pulling down of Fable. So one is, it is not, I think, clear in the way that you just indicated, Jill, exactly what the standards against which that decision were made. We are in a world in which Anthropic has a fraught relationship with the Trump administration over other questions having to do with AI policy and the use of AI in military applications and the like. And so that leaves open, because there's no transparent standard against which these questions are weighed, whether that was really a national security decision or punishment for some other behavior. And I think we also worry a little bit that the government in this space, unlike perhaps at least at its heyday of financial regulation in the financial space, lacks the technical expertise to even vaguely keep up with the labs. And so maybe the government is making all sorts of terrible mistakes because they don't know what they're doing. On the other hand, as you say, Dean, there are real existential questions, there are real national security questions, and the government does have to be in the position to protect the country if it needs to. How could it have gone better? What might, if a year from now or 2 years from now we were doing way better on evaluating models for national security risk and making regulatory decisions just with respect to national security risk and leaving the market to work everywhere else, what would it look like?
Well, I think in my personal dream world, we would have private bodies that sit in between the government and the frontier labs, technical expert bodies that are overseen and licensed by government but independent of it, which would make qualitative and quantitative technical determinations about things like model safeguards, and saying, what does good look like with respect to the safety characteristics, the safeguards that you need to have around a model of the sort of mythos level capability, because it's not going away, right? We can't just hide these models from the world. This is the reality. The reality is that models that are shipped to the general public will have these capabilities latent within them, and so it is not a matter of keeping them secret. It is a matter, if we're going to take advantage of AI at all, it's a matter of figuring out how to create the right guardrails. So we'd have technical organizations that could also ask that the government could ask specific questions of, right? So if the government wants to, it's sort of a source of technical expertise for both the general public and also the government itself. I think that would be like the main thing and maybe if these private bodies certify you as having like the right safeguards, perhaps you're required to do it. Maybe you're just required by law. I prefer more of a carrot approach, where if you get such a certification, you can receive favorable treatment, for example, in liability context, because I happen to think that the common law system by default, while it has a lot of strengths, I think that the current trajectory of the common law might be to create a very damaging regulatory environment for AI. And so maybe we can kill two birds with one stone, sort of like soften the blow of what I think is going to be this common law thing while also improving safety. That seems like a good trade-off. So that's kind of, that's sort of how I would think about it.
I'm in complete agreement that an independent technical body that, is between this. I mean, in part because my background is being at a federally funded research and development center that's got some level of independence, but has real expertise as well. I think we have a model in the U.S. that could work for this. Maybe it has to be modified and changed around the edges or whatever, but we have existence proof that we can have. NIST is another, the NIST example that Jake gave. So I think there is a way we can do this, and we need to, we need to sort of get on with that. What we know is regulation, well, at least from my perspective, being a regulator should not be financially rewarding. There shouldn't be a business, a bunch of businesses that begin to regulate somehow. So it's time to get on with thinking about what that model might look like.
Are we in an age where expert technocratic regulation that sits between the government and for-profit entities can still work? Is this an area that is so in the public eye and already so politicized that I'm the dean of a quantitative public policy school, so I'm heartened to hear the faith in technocracy. But has the age of that kind of technocratic intermediation passed us by?
I don't think so. I think there's plenty of technocratic intermediation that still happens in our world. It's just that, there are some aspects of AI, to be very clear, that I expect and to some extent think it's healthy or at least tolerable if they're just filthily political. AI and labor, for example. I don't think we should be deferring to expert bodies about how to rewrite the social contract if we need to do something like that. I don't think that child safety is another. Maybe there's some role for the expert bodies, but that's like an area of or consumer protection, right? These are things that government already knows how to do. The political system is good. The way I put this is that the political system, democratic mass politics, are good at reasoning about what is fair. What is fair? They are not good at reasoning about where your protection, how severe was this jailbreak of your neural network parameters? They're not good at reasoning about that, and neither thereby are technocratic institutions within government. Oftentimes they can be, but they often get regulatory capture that can occur. So I think it's possible, so long as we are very clear and we compartmentalize. What are the things we expect these technocrats to solve, and what are the things that we very much don't want them solving?
Okay. I think a couple of things. One is, I think putting aside what we should do, there's what will happen. And what will happen if we try and regulate this is the AI companies will hire every lobbyist in Washington and crush it. And I know that because people have been trying to pass regulations around cyber for several decades now, and what immediately happens is the Chamber of Commerce, Google, and Microsoft and the others hire every lobbyist in Washington, and they crush it. And so we need to find out another way, because we're not going to get this regulation. Separately, the former Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, a woman named Jane Lute, who I worked for, she was of a Jewish background, and whenever we talk about, we need this regulation, she's like, we, meaning her, the Jewish people have had the same rules, laws for 2,000 years, and they still work today, the same way they did 2,000 years ago. And I think that she's like, I think that we've got enough laws right now. We can use the ones we have and make them work for us today. And if you look at this in cyber, for example, almost every cybersecurity technology is dual use, meaning it can be used for offense and defense. I know hackers who use firewalls to attack networks. But we haven't really needed new laws. There's a whole bunch of rules about how you can't break into somebody's stuff and take it. You can't go attack another country. That's against the law. So there's all these things that when things do go wrong, CrowdStrike, and all the devastation of the economy for a few weeks after their update went bad, they got sued to death. And so I think we've probably got enough. We just need to know how to interpret the laws we have to fit the moment that we're in.
I want to slightly push back on that for the simple reason that we are currently not regulating AI, and yet applying existing law to AI, and yet for reasons that absolutely no one in this room understands, the federal government pulled a model of $1 trillion company off the market with an hour-and-a-half notice, and we don't know why. We don't know when it will come back. We don't know. They rug pulled all the enterprise users of that model. They potentially threw the IPO of $1 trillion company into question, right? And we don't know if it's political, we don't know if it's technical, we don't know the nature of the severity, and we probably never will know, is the reality. And so, like, A, I'm not sure that we're not, I'm not sure that we're not regulating AI right now in a pretty severe way. I think we're actually over-regulating AI. And B, I think one of the things that a law can do, imagine if we regulated drugs that way. Imagine if you submit, a pharmaceutical company just released a drug into the world, and then if the government didn't like it, they banned it suddenly and randomly after the fact. It would be like really chaotic, and no one would know, you wouldn't be able to do business. One thing laws can do is provide predictability. They can also constrain the power of the state such that, you know, the FDA can't reject a drug for any reason it pleases. The FDA can only reject a drug for specific reasons prescribed by Congress. And there are appeals processes, and it is public. And so I think that that sort of a structure is preferable to the current world, which is not laissez-faire. It is instead the unstructured exercise of state dominion over this technology.
Yeah, shadow governance is the worst, right? And that's kind of what has, you know, over the last couple of weeks looked kind of somewhat obvious that that's what's happening. And so I think it needs to be transparent, I think it needs to be predictable, and I think it needs to be credible. Otherwise, there's nothing good about it, right? And so, but it has to be balanced as well. And so, again, I think there's a lot of principles, I think kind of, you know, all the AI developers, all the chip developers, bipartisan support for some level of principles, and then start with a potential system that will work and not be overly burdensome too early.
I want to ask one more question and then open it up. Other countries are taking somewhat different approaches. Certainly China has taken a fairly different approach to the United States to AI development. We are seeing in Switzerland investment in the possibility of a nationally funded, potentially publicly owned or public partnership-owned foundation model. We're seeing some experimentation elsewhere. Are there things that other countries are doing that we ought to be learning a lesson from, or are we sort of are we winning the governance race? Let's say.
No, go ahead.
I would just say that, you know, there's going to be different models. There always are. And America's model will likely be more favorable to companies than, you know, other systems. I mean, China's will be more favorable to the government. You know, it's a system of global system. So I think we should keep that. I don't think we should copy necessarily any other system. We should certainly look for good ideas. But so far, you know, I'm not sure there's any that are worth like really grabbing hold of. But it's early days.
I would say the UK is invested in state capacity through their AI Security Institute. And like it has hundreds of people, it has hundreds of millions of dollars of funding. It's not that much, but ours gets like, you know, like $5 million of funding or something. It's very small. And you know, it would be nice if there were a trusted body that when you had technical questions, you could like ask, you know? Like, it would be great also, like, to my knowledge, there's nobody senior in the US government right now who has worked for a frontier lab company. Nobody with that expertise, and it would probably be a good thing if we had that.
All right, let's open it up.
So, first of all, I like your sock.
Thank you very much. Yes. I mean, I've been doing it for a long time.
As of
but,
today.
You know, yeah. This one's Homer Simpson.
So, you talked about power. When you said the three things of power, what I'm thinking is power outages. You know, I'm thinking about the fact that if you've ever been in a brownout, or you've been with a power outage because of electrical storm or hurricane or everything else. So, is that something you've really thought about? Is the amount of power generated electricity going to be so great that we're going to have to find alternative forms of electricity? And the related question is, there's so much distrust of this issue out in rural America and small towns where all the data centers are going up. And so the politicians now are getting really worried about that. You're going to suck up all this prime farmland to build huge data centers to power AI. I wonder if you might comment on either or both of those things.
Yeah, I made comments earlier on about the ecosystem. The ecosystem is really important. So as an example, there's starting to be some reporting that China has got the market on data center things other than computers. So all the other things you need in a data center, right? So we might have the fastest computers, but if you can't build a data center because you have a supply chain problem with the rest of it. So, I mean, I think we have to worry about the ecosystem, and energy is the one that I worry about the most, in part because that's where what my background is. But here's my comment on this. The pace of change in AI versus the pace of change of, in establishing new energy infrastructure is many orders of magnitude. So like building a new nuclear power, a small modular reactor for a data center, and the pace of change of the models and the compute power in data centers, those things are so far apart. And so we really have to start worrying about it. And I think this is one of the things that could really, be a dramatic negative impact on US AI is we just don't have the power. And we know we have a not in my backyard issue in the US, and there's nothing wrong with that, but we need a strategy.
And water as well is a huge issue. We know the Chinese in particular are pre-positioning malware on water utilities to, particularly for military assets, but also data centers. Also, there's a whole host of ransomware actors who are attacking water utilities because they know they have to pay. There's 150,000 of these things. At Harris, we have a whole project we're doing with DARPA and the National Rural Water Association and others to try and target the water utilities supporting data centers to try and help do what we can to mitigate that issue because it's intractable in many ways.
Take one more. I think a mic is going to come around. Feel free to choose. There's many hands.
Hi, thank you. It was a great panel. My question is, recently in the spring session, Illinois introduced about 50 bills related to AI, and one such bill is on the AI safety measure, right? Which says that each and every company in AI, to the levels of Anthropic, Google and all, they need to kind of do audits every year when it comes to their models, right? And you guys talked about, we need to have a trusted body in sense, independent bodies in sense. That doesn't get mentioned. My question to you is, different states are legislating AI in different ways. Do you think it will be a hindrance given that we don't have a federal law and it's changing? And if so, how do you really advocate at state levels when it comes to issue of AI presently?
Well, I think state patchwork is not desirable for many reasons. But I would say that, first of all, I think you're referring to Illinois SB 315, which I thought was actually a quite sensible bill, largely, actually not creating a patchwork in many ways, mirroring the same transparency requirements that exist in New York and California, and just adding this auditing requirement, which is every lab sees the writing on the wall about this, to be frank. The auditing, for publicly traded companies, financial audits are 0.3% of revenue, right? It's a pretty small expense generally. I think that's very sensible, but in the limit, for sure, we have this problem of states doing a million, it's not just the safety, right? It's a million different things that the states are doing. All complex technologies are regulated in a combination of local, state, and federal governance. So the idea that the federal government should not just say, we're doing everything, right? That's probably suboptimal. But I think the federal government should have rules about, if you're, for example, rules that govern the development of AI systems should be federal because that's inherently interstate commerce, whereas deployment maybe is more of a state thing, right? In the same way that vehicle safety standards come from the federal government, but the states regulate the sale of automobiles, they regulate driver's licenses, they do traffic safety, there's all these different things. I think that's the division of labor that we need to find.
All right, we are at time. I apologize. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Yeah,
Feels like an
right.
interrogation.
That's right. We are literally in the bright lights.
Feels like an interrogation.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is not John Eckenberry. My name is Charlie Kupchan. John, because we were running a little bit late, left for the airport. So I am now a moderator as well as a participant. So watch out.
We'll see about that.
Yes. I'm a professor at Georgetown and a fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. To my left is Constanze Stelzenmuller, who is at the Brookings Institution, then Bob Pape from the University of Chicago, then Evan Medeiros, a colleague of mine at Georgetown, who's also a fellow here at the Chicago Council. The first question that I'm going to put on the table, we don't have a lot of time, so please give nice, short, and sparky answers, is what the hell is going on here? I mean, let's be honest, right? You wake up in the morning, you look at the front page of the newspaper, or you turn on the radio,
you go back
and
to
you
bed.
want a stiff drink, and you want to go back to bed. Right? And that's almost any given day of the week. And so I want just a quick take from all of you on the nature of our historical moment. Why has political life inside the United States and outside the United States become unrecognizable? What are the driving forces that have pushed us into this historical inflection point? And let's just go right down the line. Constanze.
All right. So I can see this is going to be the what the fuck panel. Fine, let's just put that out there. But to be serious, briefly, I've been in this business now for, I hate to say it, more than 30 years. And I came into this job at a time when we thought that democratic and economic capitalist, market capitalist convergence was going to happen not just in the transatlantic region, but all over the world. And in fact, there was some evidence to prove that. The enlargement of the EU and NATO, the democratization of autocracies in Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America, right? And then the wheels started coming off the global financial crisis, the rise of radical populism. And we, at some point in around 2017-18, decided that we are now in a world of strategic competition between great powers. And I think where we are now is something that is slightly different from that. And I would call it a world of aggressive, great power, systemic revisionism. And what do I mean by that? I mean that Russia, China, and for the past 1.5 years, the United States have been engaging strategically, intentionally, deliberately in unraveling existing orders, legal, trade, technology, constitutional orders as well. And they have had help from domestic radical forces. They've been helping each other. And my own continent, I'm German, I'm from Europe, although I've been living in the US now for 11 years, is in the middle of all these forces, grappling with them and struggling with it. Is that succinct enough?
Perfect, thank you. Bob.
So I think we're at a hinge moment in history. I think we are witnessing in real time not just the gradual erosion of the end of the liberal international order, but probably the last year of the liberal international order. What I think defines the liberal international order, more than anything else, is not the institutions, although you might think that that should be the most important thing. And it's not just the underlying economic dimensions, although that is terribly important, but something, as a realist, you might not think I would say, a norm. The thing that has defined the liberal international order more than anything else is one rule, which is war is an unacceptable solution. War is an unacceptable solution. Now, there's been a lot of violators. We've talked about rogue states, but all the way from 70 years, there's one country that was supposed to be the guarantor of that rule. Who was that country? The United States. When did the United States first really clearly depart from that rule? The 2003 Iraq War. That is the war that started to truly change that rule, because we decided, we thought we had very good reasons for going into Iraq. We thought that was all weapons of mass destruction, however you want to define it. But this was not the international liberal order. We just decided war was now acceptable to conquer a country that had not attacked us first, just to be very clear. That's what we mean by a war of choice. Now, fast forward to Donald Trump today. So we leave out a lot of history. Fast forward to Donald Trump today. Last year, before the Iran war, what was the big change? Yes, tariffs, all the details. War is now acceptable. If we want something, we take it. That is different, because it's not just that others didn't do that. We're the guarantor. The United States is supposed to be the guarantor of the liberal international order. Now we have the Iran war, another war of choice. We decide that we're going to do this. And what is this teaching the world? It's teaching the world that the #1 state in the world no longer believes in the #1 rule of the liberal international order, which is war is unacceptable. So we may well be bringing this war to an end or not, that's up for debate. But what we have taught the world is the Americans, not others, not rogue states, Americans no longer are serving as the guarantor of the #1 rule of the international order. And I think that is what is going to lead to much more trouble, problems down the road here, and this will outlive President Trump. This will be the big change that's happened that we're going to have to live with for time to come.
Evan.
So 2 points for me. Point number 1 is I completely agree with my colleagues on the panel that we're in this reordering moment. That's probably not especially surprising or interesting to this community. But I think what's less well understood is that I think we're in an era more defined by order dissolution than order creation. In other words, in the past, 1918, 1945, 1989, those orders fell apart pretty quickly. The dissolution process was fast and it was often violent. This process is much more gradual. It has to do with the rise of China, US-China strategic competition, Russian invasion of Ukraine, Bob's very articulate point about changing American views on the use of force. This has been very gradual, but it also has been quite sudden in recent years, with this sort of, as the rest of the world sees it, almost a self-abdication. It's like the United States has decided we're not interested in being the leaders of the liberal international order. So we're going to harass our allies, we're going to withdraw from international institutions, and we're going to make nice with our big adversaries, Russia and China. So incredibly disorienting. So I think we're still in order dissolution, and that's why Charlie wakes up and wants a shot of vodka every morning, is because he thinks we're in order creation. Scotch. Yeah. He thinks we're in order creation. We're not. We're still in order dissolution. And to make a very obvious point, how the post-Cold War era dissolves will have a defining influence on where it goes going forward. Point number two, I think a companion point to Robert's important argument about the changing US role is the rise of China. So full transparency, I'm a China specialist. I focus on Chinese foreign and security policy, and you simply cannot get away from the fact that the two big variables that affect order, the evolution of order globally, the distribution of power, and the legitimacy that either validates that power or rejects it. Both of those variables, power and legitimacy, are changing rapidly because of the rise of China. China not only is a major economic and military power, it also has very different views about how international affairs should be structured. And I think what's disorienting for much of the world is that while some people think that the Chinese basically want to replace the United States, the reality is they don't. The Chinese don't want to rebuild a global alliance system. They don't want to engage in building a Chinese-centric, rules-based international order. But what they do want to do is displace the United States. They want to make sure that the United States can't constrain them, contain them, and define rules and norms in ways that disadvantage China. So the Chinese are still trying to figure out exactly what kind of major power they want to be, but it's not to take the US playbook and replicate it, but they do want to sort of enjoy some of the rights and privileges that the US had.
To Evan's chagrin, I'm actually going to agree with him. I don't think it is an order-building moment. I think it's an order-destruction moment. And I always like to quote Antonio Gramsci, an anti-fascist who was thrown into jail by Mussolini, and in 1930 wrote various prison notebooks. And one sentence in particular speaks to me about our predicament. The old is dying and the new cannot be born, and in this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. I think that we are in between historical eras, and that shift from one order to an order that we have not yet begun to imagine is really driven by two deep tectonic shifts in the international system. One, my colleagues have already mentioned, and that is a fundamental redistribution of power on a scale that we have not seen in a very long time, arguably since the 19th century. Because it was really in the 19th century that power shifted quite dramatically from the South and the East to the North and to the West. And since the 19th century, Europe plus North America have enjoyed ideological and material hegemony, even during the Cold War, right? The Soviet Union peaked out at about 50% of US GDP. So even though it was a bipolar world, it was a bipolar world that was asymmetrical. That long run of Western hegemony is coming to an end. And that's simply because power is shifting again. It's going back from the West to the East and from the North to the South. And it's not primarily the United States that is experiencing relative decline, but it is America's main allies. If you took a snapshot of the world in the year 2000, all of the top economies in the world were in the West. The US, Great Britain, France, Germany, Japan. If you take a snapshot of the world in 2050, only one of those countries will make it into the top tier, and that's the United States. All the other top economies in the world will be from what we now call the developing world, the global South. They will be China, Indonesia, Brazil, South Africa, maybe we don't know, but they won't be the ones that have been at the top. And so when the distribution of power shifts rapidly, you get geopolitical instability, and we're getting it big time. And then the other big shift that I think we're experiencing, and this speaks more to the domestic situation, the international situation, is that we are moving quite rapidly from the industrial era to the digital era. And that has destroyed the social contract of the industrial era, which is really what led to the rise of the United States and the emergence of a bipartisan, ideologically centrist compact that was really the basis for American foreign policy for so long. You now live in an America in which if you don't have a college education, you are having a very hard time making ends meet. And we are making the problem worse by promising things that will never happen, right? And it's not just Trump who's done it. Biden did the same thing. We're going to rebuild the United States as a manufacturing powerhouse. We're going to get you your job back on a production line. This is bullshit, right? It is not going to happen. And so the problem is going to get worse as AI kicks in and more people either lose their jobs or see their wages go down. And so in some ways, the $6 million question for me is, what are working Americans and working Germans and working Chinese going to do in 2035 to earn a living wage? What is the future of work in the digital age? That, to me, is in many respects what we need to focus on when it comes to thinking how to repair American democracy.
Can we have some scotch on this panel?
Yes. Let me now throw it to my colleagues. And I want to ask both Constanza and Evan to talk a little bit about that socioeconomic picture as it relates to Germany and China. You know, if you were to take a snapshot of Europe today, politically speaking, I think you could say that MAGA is coming your way. All right? And that's because Reform UK, National Rally, and AFD are all doing reasonably well. Are you worried that Germany's political center could go the way of America's political center?
Well, as you just pointed out, this is a Europe-wide phenomenon. But yes, as a German and as somebody who, trained in constitutional law, I am more than worried about this. I'm the child of war children, right? I'm highly triggered by this stuff. I watch this very, very closely, and we are heading, I would say it's incomprehensible to me, a German of my generation, my age, with the factors that have shaped my life, that there could even be a vote beyond, say, 5%, right, for a party that is the most overtly right-wing radical in Europe, that is openly associated with neo-Nazi movements, identitarian movements, that has written documents that show exactly what it is. And it is equally incomprehensible to have a US administration and a US State Department that openly espouses that party, right? That to me is, I think, one of the most shocking things about this moment, and one of the most shocking things about living in Washington these days. I frankly, I don't think I'm ever going to get over that, right? I can see, like everybody does, the centrist government in Germany struggling, maintaining effectiveness and legitimacy, right? As are governments in London and in Paris. I still tend to think that the centrist forces in Germany are quite strong, and that cultural federalism, constitutional federalism plays a role here. It is not that easy for a radical party to gain power in my country. We don't tend to do snap elections, right? We don't tend to have governments fall apart in the middle of a legislature or people change chancellors. That is much easier in the UK than it is in Germany, and that is because of the constitutional setup that we have, right? But again, it's incomprehensible to me that we're looking at a situation of state elections in the fall, 3 of them, 2 of them in the East, where the AfD is trending in first place and might gain either a plurality or an outright majority. Now, these are small, sparsely populated states. Nonetheless, That will mean that they could possibly field a minister-president who would then be a member of the upper chamber, and the upper chamber, the Bundesrat, participates in making national legislation, 77% of it. That will already change the political culture, even if I don't think they're going to get anywhere near occupying the chancery. Sorry, that was a slightly more technical answer than you wanted, but yes, am I worried? Absolutely. But I'm worried by many things. Don't get me started on NATO.
Okay. Let me come to you, Evan, on two issues. One is...
No MAGA in China, Charlie.
No, I'm aware of no MAGA, but
okay.
I would think that this problem is coming to China in the sense that China's rise is in part about the movement of peasants to cities, the industrial boom. As more and more Chinese factories are automated, what does that mean for the ability of a one-party state to continue to vacuum the middle class into political stability? And how do you see the socioeconomic changes going on in China affecting Chinese grand strategy? And a second question I want to put to you is, you know, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, but I think he did the right thing when he went to China, in the sense of making space for
giving them a lot and not getting anything in return.
Yes.
That
yes.
Yeah.
Sort of like in Iran.
Okay.
That you know, I think our policy, particularly under the Biden administration, was overly confrontational. And that if we go down the road of an irreparable fracture with China in a world that is this interdependent and this globalized, we're all going to be in a heap of trouble. And so it makes sense to me that the American president should try to introduce a level of cooperation and constructive engagement with China.
Is that what Trump did?
I'm going to ask you. Do you think that's what Trump did? And do you think there's any chance that the Chinese would reciprocate?
We need more time on this panel.
Yeah. I know. Who chose this moderator?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Where's John Eikenberry? Where's John Eikenberry? Where's John Eikenberry?
Leslie was supposed to.
Yeah. So
do
first on China, on the grand strategy question, I don't worry about it in the way you suggest for a couple reasons. Number one, China faces a massive demographic problem, right? The aging population is now vastly exceeds the working age population, and so automation has actually been a bit of a balm for them. In other words, it's been a way for them to continue to be a manufacturing superpower, even though their working age population is shrinking. And at the same time, they know that they need to be on a gradual path to grow their services industry, which is always much more human capital intensive than manufacturing is. So I don't worry about those particular domestic challenges affecting China's grand strategy. But there are other domestic challenges that I think could affect China's grand strategy. Number one is Xi Jinping's growth model. This idea that he's going to pour an enormous amount of state resources, subsidies, industrial policy into building up this super high-tech manufacturing superpower, basically Germany on steroids. And you know, China wants to dominate high value-added industries. It's already doing it in EVs, solar, and batteries, and it wants to do it in multiple other industries, especially semiconductors, AI, biotech, et cetera. And it's not really clear that that's going to work, and it's not clear that that strategy will sort of replace the old growth drivers of investment in infrastructure and real estate. So Xi Jinping is making a huge gamble. And for that strategy to succeed, because domestic consumption, because of deflation, because corporate earnings in China are so depressed right now, they have to export all the excess capacity, which is creating huge dislocation all over. And Constanza could tell us about the deindustrialization pressures in Germany, France, et cetera. So I think the growth model choices that Xi Jinping has made are a big gamble and will have a huge influence on the trajectory of China's broader grand strategy. So I think that's an issue worth having. Now, flipping to a very different issue, the US-China relationship, I agree with you, Charlie. We need to figure out what competitive coexistence looks like, coexistence amid competition with China. We need to, between Beijing and Washington, we need to figure out what set of ideas would allow us to get to that point. And in the United States, we need to build a domestic political consensus to do that. I'm not convinced that we're going to be able to do that, especially right now. What I didn't like about Donald Trump's trip to Beijing was not the fact that he went, not the fact that he was engaging in diplomacy, is that he had no plan, no strategy, elicited nothing from the Chinese, and basically it looked like a supplicant was turning up in Beijing and hoping for a few measly purchases of agricultural goods, 200 Boeing planes, which was less than 50% of the expected buy, et cetera, et cetera. The emerging conversation in China now is that Donald Trump's trip actually represented a watershed in the power relationship with Washington and Beijing. In other words, the trip represented the fact that we're now in a world where China and the United States are now strategically equal. They are equal partners. In other words, we're now on this we are in a bipolar world. The Chinese used to have an expression at the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s that we're in a world of what they called "一超多强," which is one superpower, many powers around it. What they're saying we're now in is 两超多强, which is two superpowers, many powers around it. So for the Chinese, Donald Trump's trip, the trade war, their use of export controls, critical minerals, has ushered in an era where they now see themselves as strategically equal to us, which as a China specialist is worrisome because what they're really saying is we're equal now, but we are on a fast track to be number one.
Thank you. Bob, coming to you, I was a little bit surprised that you focused so pointedly on the war issue, for two reasons. One is that we have been fighting wars constantly, and so I'm not sure that I would detect some fundamental change where until recently we didn't see war as a tool of statecraft, and now we do it all the time. Right? We've been fighting war. Anybody in this room who's 20 years old, we've been at war all the time and usually lost. Right? Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria. So I guess the question I would ask for you is help us understand why you think that's the problem. Because for me, I would say the bigger problem of American grand strategy is that we don't know what we're doing, right? That for the last 2 decades, it's not just Trump. Trump is a symptom. He's not the cause. We are all over the place, right? And that's because there isn't a political center anymore that anchors American grand strategy. So in many respects, it's much deeper than war versus peace. It's we as a country, and Walter Lippmann said this in 1943, I think, when he was worried about the big debate between the isolationists and internationalists. The specter of this great country not knowing its own mind is humiliating as it is dangerous.
So I'm perfectly well aware, and I agree with you, there's lots of problems, okay? And so strategy, which of course is one of the areas I love to focus on, is a huge issue, without a doubt. But you asked me why I'm focusing on war, and it's not the difference between war and peace. That's not the issue I'm focusing on. The Iraq War in 2003, that was a war of choice. That was a preventive war. That was a war against a country that had done nothing to attack us after 9/11. There were no weapons of mass destruction. The so-called presentation here that we were supposed to be oohed and awed, and the New York Times and the Washington Post said that Colin Powell had proven beyond doubt there was weapons of mass destruction. Well, anybody that had a clearance knew this was the opposite of what that looks like in the classified world. So this was a big lie. This was the first big lie. There's a later one, of course, that becomes an even bigger lie. But this is the big lie. And the big lie is based on the idea that we didn't just go to war, we concocted a reason to go to war. And this was what we would call in our world a preventive war. This is a war of choice. This is a war of aggression, another way to put it. So yes, we've been at war quite a bit, but we often go way out of our way, Charlie, to explain, well, the reason we're going to war is we got to defend this ally. They attacked us first, or they attacked our ally first. That's not what happened in 2003. And this was not a small war. This wasn't doing this with a tiny country. This was one of the large countries in the world. Now what you see is an evolution of this. And I think there's other reasons besides the 2003 Iraq war. I'll definitely grant you that. But what you're seeing is an evolution where what President Trump is doing is he's expanding that. He's moving down that road. These are more wars of choice. The idea of Venezuela, war of choice. The idea of Greenland, war of choice. We may be pulling out our carriers in the Indian Ocean and Persian Gulf and sending them right over to Cuba. War of choice. And this is not something, he's not even making a pretext about this. This is with Venezuela, he's going to control the oil of Venezuela. This was not even the usual set of pretexts. When we bombed Iran on February 28, where is the Gulf of Tonkin kind of pretext here to lead to this? No, he just decided we were going to do this, and he just decided this was war was acceptable. Now it's turned out to be a disaster, but what this is persuading people is that the United States, not just once and not just with President Trump, is no longer that reliable guarantor of the core rule of the international system, the core rule of the liberal order after World War II, which is war is the unacceptable solution. Go to the UN, we're gonna have other institutions, we're gonna work this out, we're gonna trade, we're not gonna have war to seize resources. Well, what you're seeing is the opposite of that by the guarantor of the system. And this is why it's going to be so difficult to put this order back together. I totally agree. Disorder is what is happening. But I think the future is going to look more like an anarchy than a structured disorder, or we'll have multiple different separate systems. I don't think that's what's coming, because the rule that's being violated by the guarantor of the system is the core rule that would hold all that together. And I just don't think there's another power strong enough. Maybe China in 30 years could do something like this, but they may not want to either. But I don't think you're gonna see something like, oh yes, all we have to do is get rid of this administration. We're gonna bring in the good guys. They're gonna repair this. This is not what happened.
Yeah, let me take his question.
Can I try and top that?
Oh, hold on one second.
Yeah. We're having a debate.
I'm going to marry this to an issue, and then we're going to come to Evan. The question that arises from what Bob just said, Constanza, is that countries can no longer trust us. Mm-hmm. And if you are the German chancellor, or the Prime Minister of Japan, or the Prime Minister of Poland, you can hope for the best and hope that your alliance with the United States is still there 3 years from now. And my best guess is it will be, but you have no choice to plan for the worst. And that is that Uncle Sam is retiring as your protector and your guarantor. Talk a little bit about perceptions of American reliability in Germany and in Europe more broadly. Sure. Is there a sense that this is a rupture and that we have passed the point of no return? Or is this, let's ride out the Trump era because we believe that there is a salvageable long-term relationship with the United States?
Okay, I'd like to make 3 points, if I may, building on what Robert Pape just said. One is that I think it's worse than what he says because we are, for two reasons, and I think we need to stare those firmly in the face. And one is that this moment is uniquely prone to great power and lesser power miscalculation, and therefore to escalation risks. In other words, there is a risk of regional and global war in ways that we have not seen in our lifetimes, right? Because there is no longer a condominium of responsible states willing and able to prevent it. I think this could, if you want to bet from me, I would say that this is where this starts, is in the Middle East. My second point, and I think we also need to stare that in the face, is that, and I say this with a indescribable sorrow, as a student of American constitutional law, is that I could not have imagined that America would be susceptible to the authoritarian temptation that we are seeing now. Right-wing radicalism in America was always a fringe phenomenon in the post-war era, right? The Birch Society, the Klan. I mean, these were despised fringe movements. The MAGA movement is about changing the constitutional order of the United States. You could say, arguably, that there's a tradition for that because the founders of this country moved here to escape a constitutional order that was a constitutional monarchy that had a degree of separation of powers and a working parliament because they wanted to erect a theocracy on American soil, the Puritans. And arguably, that sort of strand of American constitutional DNA has been here forever. But this is the first time that you have somebody in the national government saying, we need a unitary executive, right? That you see Congress essentially resigning its constitutional role, even where it has a constitutional responsibility, such as legislating tariffs, right? That, to me, is what is so truly scandalous about this moment, right? And again, for a German, we inherited our basic law. We modeled it on your constitution, and you helped us birth it in 1949, right? But to answer your question finally, I think, look, there are 3 vectors of aggression coming from this administration towards Europe. One is security, one is trade and technology, and the other one is the civilizational vector, which I believe uses the sort of white ethno-Christian nationalism as a front for asserting technological supremacy and using freedom of speech accusations in order to disassemble European technological and digital regulation, right? But the fact that that is all happening at the same time, right, is terrifying, is deeply disturbing, and yes, the word trust doesn't come into it. That said, I think we all know in Europe, those of us, the NatSec tribe, as you were, we know that we've been sleeping on this. We know that we should have gotten our act together in providing for our own security much, much earlier. And the good news is that this is happening. I have never seen Europe, I have never seen my own country, Germany, move at such speed to reorder their own security provision. The problem is, of course, that this is a monumental act of self-harm for America. And the other problem is that we remain in a state of interdependence economically, politically, societally, in many ways, as we're seeing during this fantastic World Cup, right? The truth is we actually do like each other, right? The truth is we do want to be friends. We do want to live together and present a decent face to the world. But we have rulers who want to do otherwise for reasons that are either evil or corrupt or both. I'm sorry, I'm just going to put that out there. Right?
I want to leave a couple of minutes for some questions from the floor. So let's just end with a 30-second wish list, like what are the one or two things you would like to see happen to push us in a more positive direction? Let's start with Evan and come down the line.
The U.S. and China need to figure out a way, they need to negotiate and set the terms of coexistence.
A war powers, Congress going into war powers in a serious way, because we have abandoned one of the key guardrails in our country that could help in terms of limiting aggressive wars. And I think this would not only help America, I think this would help the world, because it would be the one thing the world might look at, which would be if Congress decided that it was in charge of whether or not we fight these preventive wars.
Sorry, the question to me is what exactly?
One or two things that would be at the top of your list that you would like to see happen to push the world in a better direction.
You know what? I really want the Europeans to get their act together. And there's two elements to this that you might think are sort of, I'm coming from left field. I think I'm not a European super-federalist. I don't think our salvation lies in integrating Europe as a federal state. I think the unit of accountability in democracy remains the nation state in Europe. While the European Union continues to exist, it has very important responsibilities. But we need to make sure that nation states in Europe and elsewhere are effective and functional, right? And that requires looking very soberly at the machinery of our governance and trying to fix it. This isn't just about the social contract. It's also about the ability of governments to provide public goods. And I think that's true for America as well. But we will also, I don't think Europe survives this moment if it doesn't provide, again, for growth, competitiveness, and innovation. And that is the one point where I think we do need European integration, right? Capital markets union, banking union, the so-called 28th regime, which is about unifying regulation. That is where it's at. And if we achieve that, then I think we can sort of become a force, not just for stability, for prosperity, but also for security in our own region. And if there is a US administration that wants to work with us again, look it squarely in the eye and say, we want to work with you at eye level because we are family, after all.
For me, I would pick up on a comment that Evan made at the beginning. And he correctly noted that ordering moments almost always, I think, without exception, come after great power war. We need an ordering moment now before great power war, partly because it's the nuclear age and partly because our world is so much more globalized and interdependent than it's ever been, that if we go down the path of great power war, we will all be losers. When I think about where that ordering moment could come from, what country could make it happen, I'm enough of a believer in American exceptionalism to answer to say it's got to be us, because I don't see another country that has the size and the heft to do it, and I don't think China has the legitimacy or in some ways the willpower to do it. Right. So my wish list would all be about us getting our own house in order, about addressing many of the things that Constanza said about resisting the authoritarian urge, rebuilding the middle class, being fiscally responsible. I mean, we are now accumulating levels of debt that are unsustainable, creating a functioning immigration policy, dealing with those huge flaws in our electoral system, whether it is campaign finance or the primary system. There are things that we can do to kind of restore integrity and balance and centrism to our system. So for me, you know, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth priorities of our grand strategy start here at home, rebuilding the United States from the bottom up. Do we have time for a few questions from the floor? Who's the boss? Okay, we'll take two questions. One from here, and then I see another one in the middle. We're going to take them together and then quick answers.
Okay.
Lisa Murawski, independent researcher and author. I have heard a lot of things over the entire course of the day today dealing with lower to middle level places to intervene in a system. I've heard of tariffs, I've heard of rules, I've heard of goals. We know that paradigm shift is the highest and also most difficult place to intervene in systems, including in interdependent systems of nation states in the entire global order. What I would like to see, and sort of my answer to your last question, is not just how do we redistribute power, but how do we reconceive of ourselves as people, as human beings, living together in not just a global human world, but on a globe with every other being that lives here in this globe.
Thank you. And one more from in the center here. Yes, you.
Hi, my name is Allie. Thank you so much for being here. I'm a student in Chicago. And I'd love to ask you all...
Take the mic.
I'd love to ask you all what you would say to young people who... I was born in 2003, year of the Iraq invasion. I'm curious what you say to young people who are losing hope, who are giving into the apathy of this news cycle that is just chaos, and what would you say to young people who are going to be leading in this future moment?
Bob, why don't you start?
Yeah, so I actually, well, no, I'm glad to do that. So I actually talk to young folks all the time about that exact issue. And what I tell them is that all the problems that the aging baby boomers have caused you, they're real, but the aging baby boomers are about to depart the pattern. Okay. Now, we don't like to hear that. I'm the tail end of that, so I don't want to hear that either. But we're not going to a world where when the 60s, 70s, 80-year-olds retire, they'll be replaced by the 50-year-olds. This is not what's coming. They're going to be replaced by the 30 and the 40-year-olds or the early 30-year-olds. So what's going to happen is we will be skipping generations, and this has happened over time. It's happened if you just look at the different generations in our country that rule. You will see that it doesn't just fall down to the next people, which is not very good if you really like a politician in their late 50s. That's not so, it doesn't matter what party they're from, this doesn't bode very well for them. But if you're somebody who's 22, the odds of you actually being able to do something very meaningful in your late 20s and early 30s, if you get going now, are just terrific. And there's no shortage of problems that you can contribute to. So just, that's what I'm trying, I'm not talking about, see, my generation, we're in trouble. We got Social Security, all that is in trouble. Your generation here, you have all those problems, and the people who caused them are about to leave. So this, for you, is a golden opportunity to throw yourself in it, and that's why, well, I'm just telling you, this is, you want to know why the classes are bursting? Because this is what I'm telling them. I'm saying, you know, just look at how young Thomas Jefferson was. Look at the, if you're on the, you know, people talk about this, but Thomas Jefferson, he was not 55 years old. Just go look at how young those Federalists were when they wrote. This is what I tell them. The world is their oyster because all this change is opportunity for them, and we need them.
Evan.
So thank you for the question. I'll tell you what I tell my students at Georgetown. Number one, education. Number two, public service. So number one, education. Take it seriously. Yeah. Invest in your education. As my parents used to tell me, you're your single best investment opportunity. So take the time and energy, which means learn basic critical reading, critical writing, critical thinking skills. And I know that sounds a little patronizing, but in the world of AI, the temptations are enormous to circumvent those basic skills. So take your education seriously because it's an investment in yourself. Number two, public service. Your community needs it, your city needs it, your state needs it, your country needs it. And it's been a real challenge because many of the students that come to Georgetown already have that ethos of public service. That's why they come and take classes with Charlie and me, because they're committed to public service. And this is public service globally. Japanese, Koreans, Taiwanese, Chinese. It's about, you know, giving back to your community. And as Charlie very eloquently pointed out, we're at a moment where our country needs a lot more from us. And so get the best education you can, develop those critical skills, and then take those and help rebuild and repair the problems our country faces.
Constanze.
Okay. All of that. Plus, I said earlier that I think this is a uniquely risky and dangerous moment, and it is. At the same time, it is something that my generation didn't have. I came into a post-fall of the wall, post-end of the Soviet Union moment when I was basically being told by my elders and betters, everything will now be perfect. We will have democratic, market capitalist entropy, and all you need to do is manage the legacy, our legacy. That turned out to be a huge, huge mistake. So this is a uniquely plastic moment. It's an architectural moment. You can be the architects of the future. And as Evan said, what you need for that is tools and education that broadens your minds and gives you a whole set of tools to analyze it and to implement policy. Can I finally say that I have thought this was a terrific day. I love Chicago. I love coming here. I'll take any excuse. I think that Chicago's just general bounciness and civic pride is astounding. This is the city, after all, that pulled a Nazi submarine from Bermuda through 14 lakes up to East Lakeshore Drive. And that's the kind of spirit that you're going to need.
It also
My answer to your question, and we will end with this because everybody wants and deserves a lot of alcohol, is that we've been here before. This moment reminds me a lot of the late 19th century, because in the late 19th century, you had this combination of rapid shifts in the distribution of power, plus the onset of the industrial era, and it was wreaking havoc in American society, huge and rising inequality. It was wreaking havoc in German society. They didn't handle it as well, but we figured it out.
Of the century,
right?
Yeah.
We figured out the future of employment in the industrial era. We figured out how to manage the rise of the United States as a global power. We fought with the isolationists. In fact, they won in the big vote in 1919 on whether the United States should join the League of Nations. The answer was no. And we entered a long period of isolationism and bitter domestic polarization. But we emerged handily at the other end. And I don't think there's any country on earth that has the resilience of the United States, the entrepreneurial spirit of the United States, the quality of universities that this country still has, despite Trump's effort to defund them, right? We have a lot of raw material going for us. We're still an immigrant nation, and we will remain an immigrant nation. So I think when you add it up, the raw material is there. We did it the last time we faced this kind of challenge. We can do it again. Thank you very much.
Great job, Charlie. Great job.
to sit for a minute. If you're under the age of 25 years old and you're here, can you stand up? I'm just very. I mean, that's. Given what was just said, can I say, and I don't know if the 2 high school essay prize winners are still in the room or not, but so there's an extra 2. Bravo to all of you, because not only are they here, but remember, it's a holiday weekend. So this is like being here on a Friday night. So it's remarkable. I think we've dispelled 2 common myths that I certainly have been kind of subjected to over many years. One, I think pervasive, certainly in Europe and probably elsewhere, is that Americans are not self-critical about their role in the world, that they're not thinking hard about it, that they can't critique their own use of power, that Americans turn up to Europe to tell Europeans what they need to do, and that they don't really kind of critique themselves back home. And boy, that has not been the case at this conference. The second one is this strange idea that people in the flyover states don't care about the rest of the world and don't care about America's global footprint. There are hundreds of people. There have been hundreds of people here all day, still in this room. The Chicago Council on Global Affairs is one of a number of organizations in a phenomenal ecosystem here in Chicago, many of them partners to us today: the MacArthur Foundation, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, the University of Chicago's Institute of Politics, the Harris School at the University of Chicago, and the Buffett Institute at Northwestern University. And there are many, many others. So there's clearly no deficit of people interested in the topics that we covered today. There was also, I mean, I was a bit worried, Charlie. It was a little bit grim here for a long time, but you did manage to bring it back up. I was sort of thinking there that maybe we needed to reorganize the panels, because the morning panel with John Eikenberry and Julie Smith and David Sanger was actually much more optimistic. They sort of concluded that the order wasn't really wrecked and it could be rebuilt. And then you kicked John, your best friend, off the panel, and saying he had to leave early so that you could be really dark, but it wasn't so dark in the end. Last night, not all of you were there, but last night actually we had a conversation about freedom of speech and freedom in general, because as I said, when I've been outside the country, I always felt like I heard that the thing that people admire most about the United States was not just freedom of speech, although that too, but it was just freedom. The ability to be individual, to be yourself, to be free. And that was a really optimistic conversation, actually, because David Cole, when challenged by somebody in the audience, said the courts have actually done much better than you think. Our civil society is stronger than any other civil society in the world, and it's doing its part, and has done its part over many different periods of history. But we got an extraordinary number. I mean, there was a lot of grim analysis, which I don't think is wrong, but we got some really great solutions. And one of the panels that stood out to me today, that I was sitting on the edge of my seat for, was the panel on democracy. And I don't know if our speakers are still in the room, but we did have 2 individuals who come from very different positions, and they actually agreed on a number of things, like the role of money in our political, in our elections is just not okay, and we can't kind of solve the problem of democracy without solving that problem. And they were not aligned politically, and they were very aligned on that. We had fabulous recommendations coming out of the human rights panel, some more pragmatic from Jack on the need to take on corruption and questions of labor rights, and some more sort of pushing for not only resistance but transformation. I love the food security panel, where I think it was you, Dan, you said, food assistance is what makes America great. Wonderful to hear that here in Chicago, but really across the day there were some tremendously illuminating moments, and some really concrete kind of suggestions for what to do, and some common diagnoses, not entirely. But, I want to just conclude by saying, first of all, we do not have scotch, and we do not have vodka. And if you're under 21, we're not going to let you drink. But we do have a lot of wine and beer outside. But before we get to that, I want anybody who is on the staff at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs as a resident fellow, as a to come up here. Start walking. Raymond will lead you. If you're a non-resident fellow, a resident fellow, a member of the staff, you've been Sheila, that includes you. Yes, Anastasia, that includes you. If you come up, because I think you kind of need to see who we are. If you're a trustee in the audience, I won't make you come up, but please stand up if you're a trustee. John Edelson, Michael Moscow, please stand up. Because Michael, Laura, I'd like people to know who our community is, because it is, I've only been here a year, but please, come on guys, don't be shy, come on up here. Because it is an extraordinary community of people. You're one, Evan is also a fellow. Catherine Bertini, you are a fellow. If you've been a director, if you've been a president of the council, we've had all of the 3 most recent presidents have been here today, Ivo, Marshall, and John Riley. So it takes a village. The team has been extraordinary. It's a lot of work. And the people kind of standing at the back are probably the people that have done the most work. So I'm incredibly grateful. We are a membership-based organization. I hope you're all members. If you're not a member, I really hope you'll become a member. It's not expensive. It's completely worth it. We have a very ambitious agenda, but we really are, I think what differentiates us is that we really are about a community of people that's open to the public, both in terms of, studying the public. Dina, where are you? Dina leads the public opinion team and has for a very long time. And as I've mentioned, more than 50 years, the Chicago Council has been studying the public. But it's also about our engagement with the public, both here in Chicago, in Washington, across the United States, and across the world. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. We are not for profit. We need a lot of support. So, I'm here if you want to have a conversation. But tell your friends, bring your people to us, and please stay really engaged and join us for a drink. Thank you so much for being here.